I heard one of the two, which had a radio, call me up as KIA.
March 2008, Afghanistan's Korengal Valley. Kyle was 20 years old when he got there, a specialist with Battle Company 2nd of the 503rd Infantry Regiment of the 173rd Airborne Brigade at Outpost Restrepo, one of the most dangerous places on Earth.
I remember thinking to myself, no, I'm not dead. But fingers can't move, can't hear anything. I could see a figure of a man and a muzzle flash, and it was the last thing I saw. I survived. I saw through the window, and I was on borrowed time, and I was like, well, I'm gonna make the most of it. He was aiming right for my nugget, and it just went, it hit me, and I felt my head jerk back and went completely green spots for about a few seconds, and it went black. And somebody turned me around aggressively, and they're like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, can you run? And I was like, yeah. And like, then run. And they gave me like a horse ass slap. And I just went in the direction of the road, and they were like pointed, and I ran and ran and ran. I'm talking about the only thing I've ever known completely ending. Ever known. I don't know the first thing about the first thing of anything else other than this world.
My second question to you would be, though, who are you without that green beret?
Well, that's what I've boiled down. I'm a father and a husband. I'm a family man. Simple as that. When you realize that somebody is 100% dependent on the person you are and what you do, it's life-changing, dude. Being a father is the most amazing thing in the world. So once you realize that their entire livelihood is resting on your shoulders, you carry yourself differently. I knew I wasn't gonna waste it. So I've gone through life being like, if I have to do this, and I'm gonna give my best, because I'm here to do just that. Like, nothing else will suffice. Real brotherhood isn't built in comfort. It's built in shared accountability. Shared accountability for what has to be done. And that's what I owe to those guys. I wouldn't change 1 minute of my career. Not 1 minute. The ups and the downs, I wouldn't be sitting in this chair. I wouldn't be with my wife. I wouldn't have my 3 kids. Everything has led me to this moment, and it was for a reason. So I wouldn't change one second.
If you're serious about buying a home, refinancing, or just want to know if you can put yourself in a better position financially, listen up. I want you to go check out New Wave Lending. That's NUWAVE Lending. They've got real experience helping veterans, military families, law enforcement, and hardworking Americans, and they've built a dedicated team specifically for our Vanguard Wall listeners. That means real people, real answers, and no getting passed around like a transaction. If you bought a home in the last 1 to 4 years, rates may have moved enough that it's worth running the numbers. And if you're planning to buy in the next 6 to 12 months, they can help you get fully prepared before the right house hits the market. They'll break it down straight, real costs, real options, and whether the move actually makes sense for you. They also built a dedicated landing page just for our Vanguard Wall listeners. So click the link in the description or the show notes and get connected directly with the team taking care of our audience. New Wave Lending. Trusted people, solid guidance, and a team built for our community. You made it, bro.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this for I don't even know how long. It was definitely last year. I think you've been busy. I've been busy. Travel as much as I do. So I'm glad we finally made this happen, bro. So thanks for traveling. I know you got a lot of shit going on, so trying to carve time out, which we were talking about last night. I think time is one of our most precious commodities, especially when you start looking at time with your kids and family. And I know you have to, something else had to give for you to be able to come here. So thanks for being here, dude.
Yeah, my pleasure, brother.
Everybody out there, man, welcome to, this is going to be a fire episode. We've been working on this for quite a while. So without any ado, let's introduce you, Kyle. You get the proper introduction. Kyle Steiner's little daughter stops coloring when he comes through the door. She watches as her dad gives her mom a 15-second hug, something he forces himself to do because standing still drives him crazy, but he knows his daughter is learning what love looks like. Every interaction matters. Every moment teaches. His 2 sons are watching too, learning what it means to be a man from every decision their father makes. This is who Kyle Steiner is today. A husband, a father of 3, a wrestling coach trying to raise sons who'll become better men than him, and a daughter who will never settle less than she deserves. He's building the operator mindset, trying to answer the question that drives him. How do you give someone the values forged in combat without the trauma that came with them? But to understand why that question matters so much, you need to know where it started. March 2008, Afghanistan's Korengal Valley. Kyle was 20 years old when he got there, a specialist with Battle Company, 2nd of the 503rd Infantry Regiment of the 173rd Airborne Brigade at Outpost Restrepo, one of the most dangerous places on earth. 15 months, over 1,000 MREs, triple basic load on every patrol. His squad crosses a bridge at first light. The ambush hits, RPG impacts, automatic weapons fire, a wall explodes next to him, shredding his face with shrapnel. Then he looks up at a window across the river, a flash. That's the last thing he sees before everything goes black. His forward observer calls him KIA over the radio, dead. But he's not. He sits up. His squad, men who just watched a bullet catch him in the head, stares at him like they've seen a ghost. 2 guys grab him by his armpits. Are you okay? I think so. Then run. 600 meters, full kit, enemy fire still coming to a waiting Humvee. His squad leader, Josh McDonough, a ranger, the coolest guy Kyle had ever met, touches his shoulder and says, welcome to the first day of the rest of your life. Here's what most people don't know. Kyle Steiner wasn't a Green Beret yet. He'd already failed Special Forces selection once. He was just an immature 18 X-ray who wasn't ready. Then came Restrepo, Operation Rock Avalanche, where he stood close to Salvatore Giunta when Giunta earned the Medal of Honor, filling sandbags until his hands bled, learning what it meant to be part of something bigger. When he returned from that deployment, he met Julia in Florence, Italy. She looked at him and said, you need to try Special Forces again. This time he crushed it. 15 years with 7th Special Forces Group followed. Combat diver, military freefall jump master, presidential protection details, the work nobody sees. Today, Chief Warrant Officer 2 Kyle Steiner is weeks and months away from retirement. 20 years in uniform. When you ask him what matters most, he doesn't talk about the headshot or the deployments. He talks about his sons learning to persevere through failure, his daughter watching how he treats her mother, the fathers who come up to him and say, my son needs to hear this. Because Kyle realized something, surviving isn't the same as having purpose. Being a warrior doesn't make you a good man. Being a good man, a present father, a devoted husband, someone who leads by example, that's the harder fight. That's the legacy that actually matters. He tells dads, if you wouldn't be proud of your son becoming exactly the man you see in the mirror, you're doing something wrong. This is his story, from Korengal to fatherhood, from Special Forces to the wrestling mat, from survival to legacy. This is the Vanguard Wall. Please welcome today, Kyle Steiner. It's kind of crazy to probably hear all that in one place.
It is, man. That's you got me thinking about my daughter and stuff. It's crazy. It's an honor. I'm humbled to be here, but man,
you've got a heck of a story, man. I mean, we were talking last night. I know we're going to dive into all the things. I mean, for those of you younger folks that don't know, Kyle was featured in 2 documentaries. One called The Korengal, and the other one was called Restrepo. It was about, this valley that we're going to talk about later on the podcast in Afghanistan. At the time, it was the most dangerous place in the country. Kyle was there for, over a year. Mm-hmm. I know on the podcast we've had a lot of special operations guys come on, but I was really interested in telling the story because I've had guys hit me up like, hey, man, what about those of us that were there for a year? We weren't special forces, and that's what was cool about the story. You later became that later. But we're going to talk about, what it was like when you were pretty much newer to the Army. We're going to talk about successes and failures. But, the back half of the podcast, we're going to really talk about what's important to you. And really, it's important to me as well. Being a father, being a husband. I know you've been through a lot with, your kids, you being gone, and also your wife. And I know we talked, I think, more about that at dinner than we did all the cool guy stuff. Yeah. So, can you kind of take us, a little bit to the beginning, where you grew up, what your family situation was like, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I claim Wisconsin as a grow-up point, but in reality, I was a military brat. My dad was in the Army for most of my childhood. So I lived at Fort Lewis in Tacoma. That's where I went to kindergarten. I lived at Fort Bragg. When we were down there, I went to elementary school on Honeycutt by the Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union. And, we lived on on-post housing, so I would walk to school every day and walk home. So we moved around. He got out when I was, 9 or 10, I guess, and we stayed in North Carolina for a little while, then relocated back to Wisconsin. He became a union electrician. We relocated back to Wisconsin, where I'm from, moved to a small town there, and that's how it came up. But, I got my love for the military. My father took me into I think it was a CQ or a staff duty office when I was probably 5 or 6. And he was talking to some guys, and, 5 or 6-year-olds not paying attention. And I walk across over to a rack of pamphlets, like recruiting pamphlets, and there was 3 on there that I remember, and I still have them to this day. They were the real heavy duty pamphlets that they clipped into each other, so you could unclip them. And they rolled out to like 9 panels, and there was an airborne one. It showed like mass tac jumps and all this stuff. There was a ranger one, and there was dudes like with their faces painted on a Zodiac paddling, and there was an SF one, and it was some random dude in a green beret peeling a snake, and I was like, that's it. I'm doing that. Like one day I will do that. And I still have those pamphlets. I've saved them my entire life. So early on, I knew that's what I wanted to do.
What'd your dad do in the military?
He was an artillery guy.
What was your relationship with your father like growing up?
It was tense. Now being a father, I completely get it. But when you're young, you're like, oh man, he's so hard on me. Him. It was tense. He was really. I remember making the joke like, my dad didn't like crinkly money, so he would iron his bills, and I was like, that's squared away. Like he was very by the book, and he was hard on me. He was rough on me. When we moved back to Wisconsin, if I didn't shovel the snow or bring the salt downstairs for the water softener, I'd get like kicked at 3 in the morning. I'm carrying like this 80-pound bag of salt down the stairs in my pajamas. It is what it is. I had a lot of resentment towards him. Now looking back on it, I can't thank him enough, because those kind of things are what those discomforts, those minor discomforts are what build you. You know what I'm saying? They build you into something better. Everything can't be comfortable. So there was a real switching point in my life where I was like, oh man, he was just trying to get me to do the right thing when nobody's watching, when, not be lazy, not take the easy road. And I totally get it. And I hold no ill will towards him.
Hard times make hard men, man.
Yeah. And my mom was complete opposite. My mom was, I love my mother. Me and her have a really close special relationship, but she's got this thing where she's okay with mediocrity. Like if you got a C on a test, she'd be like, oh, well, you tried hard. And it went like that my whole life. And I started to get a lot of resentment for that way of thinking later on, because I'm like, no, it's not okay. It's not okay. I deserve better. I should give more to things. And that's why I really cultivated this drive in everything I do. Look for the hard road. Take the, make those decisions at the fork in the road. And her acceptance of mediocrity really bothered me, and it still does to this day. You could miss a practice. It's all right if you miss one. She would say things like that, and then I finally realized, like, it's not okay. It's not okay to do that. It's not okay to let yourself off the hook. When no one's looking, that's when it matters the most. To keep that discipline and those standards for yourself in the dark. When nobody's keeping you accountable, you have to keep yourself accountable. So that's where that came from, really.
Any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 5. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. It goes me, girl, boy. I'm most close with the oldest brother. So the 4th in the pecking order, and he's a solid dude.
How? What's the distance? Like, are you guys all close in age, or?
Not really. I mean, I think I'm within 3 years of my sister, 5 years of my other sister. No, 7 years of my other sister, 10 years of my brother, and I think almost 13 with my youngest brother. So my youngest brother really, we're cultivating a relationship now. But I left for the military when he was 6, maybe 5 or 6. He has really no memory of me growing up.
And I would really say that you probably got a different upbringing than him. With your dad still being in the military, by the time they were coming around, your dad's out living a whole different life, I'm sure.
Yeah, 100%. Because my parents split almost in sync with me joining the military after I don't know, almost 20 years of marriage, I think. And so my siblings got raised by my mother, so and I'm starting to learn the details of it's a vastly different upbringing than I got.
How did that divorce, I mean, you were an adult and you're going off to live your life, but how'd that affect you?
It bugged me that I didn't check into it sooner. I was like, man, we've just been living this life where we eat dinner at the table together, and then all this stuff kind of crashes down. The thing is I didn't really have time to process it because I was in the military and then going to Italy. So, you're as far removed from your family. That's when cell phones were like brand new, so you're as far removed from that as possible. So when I got back, the dynamic was different, and I was like, well, okay. And I've been gone so long that I didn't really think much of it. I just remember thinking it was strange that I didn't see the signs of that. I thought everything was good and stuff. And the further on, I didn't really understand or comprehend the second and third order effects that my siblings would go through in that situation. You know, had I probably would have been a lot more attentive to them throughout that process. And I wasn't, you know, I pretty much cut contact with everybody. I was really big in escaping the small town vibe.
Did you feel any dysfunction in your house growing up?
Not really. I mean, the normal arguments that married couples and families have, but I didn't think it was that bad. My dad was particularly rough on me, and I could tell, you know, like any dad, he was frustrated, you know, with different things that I was doing and how I was being raised, and I knew he wanted me just to become the best man I could. You know, I feel like every father, you know, he's the only guy that's rooting for you in every situation, hands down. You know, he wants you to be better than him.
Most dads.
Yeah. So they're rooting for you to succeed and to be the next leader in your lineage. And I feel like he wanted that for me. So he really hammered it home. And with my brothers, I just don't think he could have done that in the split as effectively as he did with me, especially in the military. You know, when we lived at Fort Bragg, I was 6, 7 years old. He talks about this a lot. I would watch the different platoons or whatever do PT in the morning before school, and I would like sit outside on the curb and watch them, you know, doing the obstacle course or running. And he said, he tells this hilarious story of me watching them and then mimicking them. I picked up like a little tiny log and I was like lifting this log up and doing like presses with it. And he's like, you're out in the front while they were doing something and you were just doing log presses to mimic them. And I was like, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually, that makes a lot of sense. It's cool. Like you kind of, you know, you grow up in that environment and you become a product of your environment. It's why I always get frustrated when I see overweight kids because it's not their fault. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, you see a fat kid, that's the parents' fault. The kids
100%.
Don't buy the food. The kids don't get the decision. They don't drive. And we are a product of our environment, good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah, you don't realize how impressionable they are. Everything you do. And we think our words, you know, the do as I say, not as I do world. We think our words matter. Our words don't matter. Our kids can't hear anything we're saying, but they see everything.
That's a great point, man.
They log everything, you know?
What were you like as a kid? Quiet, loud, athletic?
Loud, ADD type of dude. Like we talked about last night, like I was super, you know, I was like one of the first dudes on Ritalin. And then didn't like it, turned me into like a slug. I ended up kind of underhandedly not taking it. And, but yeah, I was a class clown, which I get on my son about being, because I know that gives the wrong impressions. You know, you don't want people to never take you seriously. Boy who cried wolf kind of situation. Mm-hmm. And that bit me in the butt more than once going through life. Like I wasn't taken seriously. Like, he's just joking. And he's and I didn't like that. So I was a pretty loud and outgoing dude until I got into high school. And then I really retracted into society when I found wrestling and really started getting after it.
Talk to me about wrestling and kind of what that meant to you growing up. I know it's huge in your kid's life. And I think you told me yesterday, your kid, like he won a national title, I believe, right?
Yeah, he won the USA Folkstyle Nationals. Didn't give up a point. It's huge in my life. People don't understand this. And like we were talking about mentors outside of family members and your father. I had a coach when I was in high school, same name, no relation, Troy Steiner, and he was a national champion at Iowa, and I used to work out with him a lot, and he used to, you know, be like, well, if it hurts, you know, keep going. He drove me a lot. And wrestling was a big part of my life because I always wanted to be a sports star. You know, so one summer I practiced on this basketball hoop. I wanted to be Larry Bird so bad. And I go out for the basketball team and I fail. I get cut. And I was like, all right, well, you know, and I tried out for soccer and I get cut. And I was like, dang, I suck. I suck at everything. You know, just not an athletic dude really. And then, I don't know, some guy was like, you should try wrestling. And I did. And I was really, really good. I ended up winning the state title in North Carolina my first year. And I was like, wow, I'm pretty good at this. And all it takes is really hard work and aggression and dedication. And I was like, all right, this is something that I'm going to get out of it, what I put into it, you know? And it's for kids, I feel like for kids now, it's the purest form of accountability. You only get what you earn. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Everything. You only get, because everything's a level playing field. Your 40 time doesn't matter. You know, none of that matters. Your raw talent is really hampered in this. We're all even. Let's see who's worked the most. You know, we've both drilled the same amount. We've both done the same amount of live matches, but let's see who really wants it, who put in the time, who did the push-ups in the morning, before school. And that's why I love my kids to do it. It really built me. And going through the military, everything I've done, I always thought like, I've done harder things. Like I've pushed myself harder just to be a good wrestler. Like this isn't that bad, so.
Do you think wrestling, as an ADD kid, because look, man, I'll be perfect. My personal opinion, not backed by any medical experience, is that, I think that ADD crap is stuff that we've made up because we make boys sit still in a classroom for 8 hours a day, which they were never designed to do to begin with. So do you think that like, that outlet of having wrestle, strong physical activity, the discipline, do you think that helped you with all that stuff?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think all these ADHD stuff, I really do think we've cultivated this into something that is way bigger than it is.
Oh, yeah, man.
100%. The idea of sitting in a classroom and not letting boys go out and explore and just burn off that energy. Boys have naturally a ton of energy. With the new property that we just bought with all that land, I see it. They're out there all day just running all over the place. And they're still coming in and talking about, I want to do more of this and more of that. But absolutely. And that's what, it really focused and harnessed everything I could do into one thing, one simple goal. Like it took my entire world and shrunk it to a microscope, and I was like, okay, this is it. And I'm going to be amazing at this.
What was your first experience with physical confrontation or fighting, or maybe not even that, maybe like your first wrestling match, like if you can remember that far back, or maybe just the feeling of what it was like to have that, physical exertion against another human being, because that would become pivotal later on in your life.
Yeah. I mean, when you first do a wrestling match and it's you against him as hard as you can, you're giving everything you got. Parts of you are sore and are hurting, and you're like engaging muscles you never knew you had. But that win feeling, like wrestling is it's a terrible sport. Like it sucks. You pretty much, it's torture. But that win feeling is amazing. And I remember winning and being like, okay, this is all the gratification I need. I don't need celebrations. I don't need anything. But the hand being raised, knowing that you completed this task over another human being, is out of this world. It's not like any other sport. And then once you go to bigger arenas, you got people just cheering for you. They're all watching you. In the North, in the Midwest, where it's really big, they'll have one big light just over the mat and shut the rest of the lights in the arena off. So it's just one light over you, like a boxing ring kind of back in the day, and it's amazing. And so having that feeling of physical exertion and being done and just being exhausted is awesome. Now, I also fought a lot in my early days. That kind of tapered out when I got really into wrestling, because people just kind of knew that I was going to kind of take you to the ground. But I fought a lot. And, it's ridiculous because I think about some of my early fights, and it was the Don Fry just like holding each other by the shirt.
The old headlock, dude. Yeah.
Just hitting each other over and over again until one starts bleeding more than the other.
What do you think it was? I mean, why do you think you were getting into fights? Was it a frustration thing? Did you not have an outlet, or?
Yeah, I think so. I was kind of a confrontational dude. I started being a comedian at other people's expenses. I wouldn't say I was a bully, but I'd be like, oh, this and that. I also make fun of myself a lot, which I still do, because I think I've heard that A-word, and I think that's the best form of comedy, because if you can laugh at yourself, then don't take life too seriously,
Do you pay attention to those signs and stuff in your own kids, knowing your background?
100%, because my wife has no really no script for how this is going to go. She grew up without a father, without brothers. It was just her. Her older sister's, significantly older than 20 years, I think, older than her. So she has no real idea of what to expect. And I'll see them do stuff, and I'm like, I did that. Different ticks, different, like we were talking about, if they've been in the house too long because, it's bad weather or whatever. I'm like, oh man, they're getting antsy.
It's funny how we can see ourselves in our kids. They're like our little minis, man.
Yeah, straight up minis.
Good and bad.
Yeah, and I'll be like, all right, this is the way you fix that. And my wife will be like, well, I've researched this article and this article. I'm like, trust me. Like this is, I know what's happening here.
Yeah, it's great, and it's good. The wife and the husband and the wife sometimes can balance that out, and it's why kids really were designed to have both parents in the house. Doesn't always work, but when it does, it's a great balance. And you've talked a lot about your wife. She's obviously a very pivotal person in your life, so it's cool that you guys are finding that balance and still working through that. And I think that's super important. What was high school like for you? Did you get in trouble a lot? Obviously, you played sports and wrestled.
Yeah, no, I didn't get in trouble a whole lot. Your normal stuff, fights here and there, but not too much. It was funny because I was in such a small town that everybody knew everybody, and the cops knew everybody, and we were trying to get into a sporting event, and they had closed the gate already. So me and some buddies drove over a lawn to get, and then there was a cop just sitting there, and he arrested us. And I had wrestled earlier that night, It's like, hey, sorry, you're driving on private property. We got to book you and take you in. And as I was in, he was like, empty your pockets. And I had a medal from whatever I had wrestled in and like a couple of pins. They give you a pin when you get a pin. He was like, oh yeah. He's like, you won tonight, right? I was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, I came in for a minute and watched. So the dude that arrested me had just watched me wrestle. And it was just that's kind of how it went down. But, I had a couple like petty thefts when I was really young, like a fishing lure from a bait shop and stuff, which is funny because later on I couldn't get arms room access because of that. Have a TS and they're like, no, and I was like, all right, that's ironic.
Did you come? I mean, your dad was obviously a military veteran. Is that was being a veteran? Do you have grandparents or any other family members that had served?
Yeah. His dad was in the Air Corps in the Korean War, and then my mom's father was in the Marines early on, Vietnam, and then he was in the Army. He got out of the Marines early on, but then joined the National Guard or the Reserves. And did like 30 years, just always doing stuff. So it's got a good lineage in my family. I'm the only one to go. I don't know what the stigma has gotten around it, but I was the only one to go. But I knew right off the rip. It's probably because I was exposed to it at the bases and whatnot.
Early.
That I was like, this is for me. Totally.
Did your dad talk a lot about, or your family members talk about what it was like to be in the military, or was it like a quiet thing, obviously you're exposed to it because you're living on a military base. You're probably around military kids when you were younger. But what were the conversations about the military like at home, if you remember any of them?
My dad glorified it a lot. He'd be like, oh, like this is that thing, or this is scuba, or this is dive. We talked about it a lot. These are what the Rangers did. He talked about lineage and history a lot, and he enjoyed his time in the military, and I could see his passion for it. I'll always, I secretly know that he did not want to get out. But he had a handful of kids and things like that in the economy, and it was the pre-war era, so I guess funding wasn't all
back
that
then, man. The Army didn't pay you super well enough to take care of 5 kids.
No, man. So I understand it, but I know it was something he was passionate about. His dad died before I could really talk a whole lot about it. He died when I was like 5 or 6, but my mom's father was very vocal about it, and it's funny because he didn't, his memory was going. So he'd like tell stories, but they didn't line up. And like, I was here on this boat, but then we went over here and I was in the Philippines. I was like, what? When? Why? He's like, or was I not? So I always thought it was really funny. He wanted me to be a Marine so bad. And I was like, no, I want something a little more specified, a little more.
You're a little bit younger than me. Where were you at when 9/11 happened, and what's your memories of that event?
I was in architectural drafting class my sophomore year. It was that morning class, and I was sitting in it probably trying to make like a cone or something on like a computer program or cylinder or something. And, they came in, they're like, hey, stop what you're doing. And they put the TV on, Actually, back then it was on like a cart.
Yeah,
like,
they would roll it in the cart.
Well, you had like strapped to the cart, yeah. And they moved in there, they turned on the news, and we're like, is this really happening? And the normal thing is like, is this an accident? Oh man, that pilot sucks. And as it went on and went on, you were like, oh no. And I remember deep down being like, okay, like it's solidified now. Like this is what I have to do. I have to do this, And I grew up, mind you, I grew up in a really, they say really small town, but Wisconsin is a strange place because everybody knows everybody and everybody is related and everybody, for the most part, I've never been to, don't get me wrong, I love my Wisconsin folk, but I've never been to a more disconnected place when they understand about the military and stuff. They're very internal with what they know, what they understand, and their understanding of the outside world. I bet you if you look, Wisconsin has probably one of the lowest passport or other country travel rates of any state because it's just all inside. And a dude that is a popular kid in high school, it's because his family owns whatever big restaurant or whatever big shop or whatever big business in town, and they've owned it for the last 100 years. And you know that he's going to graduate, he's the star on the football team, and he's going to take that over. It's just that cycle. And I wanted to get out, and I was like, this is my opportunity to leave, to leave this all behind.
When did you first seriously start considering joining the military?
It had to have been that week. I was like, okay, it's done. Like I didn't find myself. I had dabbled in the college a little bit, and I was like, all right, no, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Whether I do college first or after, and college first did not work out, and then I was like, all right, we're gonna do this full bore. So I had a job at a car wash, and I started reading every book I could get my hands on from the library on special forces, because that was the only frame of reference I had was like a Green Beret, and I had this like ranking system. I was like, okay, I can do this and I can do this, and you know, you were really filled with all those news stories of like the big soldiers in the truck, the IEDs. Remember, and you'd see the truckload of soldiers gets blown up. And you're like, oh man, I'd like to be like away from that where I'm just another name in a truck. I'd rather be, you know, a little bit more precise with my actions and my intentions. So I was like, I have to do this. Plus, you know, it's the test. It's the test of manhood. Like, can I do this? Yeah, I can do this.
What was the conversation like with your dad when you told him you were joining?
He knew. He was pretty much like, yeah, I figured. He was just waiting for it to happen. And he was working in Las Vegas at the time, and I left my mom's house. He was travel working, and I went to stay with him in Vegas. Ended up going to a gym, being like, I'm gonna train for the military. Linking up with this like retired SEAL who was like a trainer there, and he had a brain injury from something with diving. So it was a straight movie moment. His memory would like reset every now and again. He would just forget what he was saying or forget that he told me something. But he got me in really good shape, and I used to hang out with him a lot, and we'd talk about special operations, and he thought it was super cool, and he would introduce me to other like old special ops vets in Vegas, and I lived right on Tropicana Avenue by the Orleans Casino. Wow. Yeah, I watched the Fear Factor episode where they had to slide down the Luxor and grab the flags. I watched that live.
That's wild.
Yeah.
What did you graduate and go straight in the military, or did you wait a little bit?
I waited a little bit. I wanted to train up. I wanted to get ready. I had been in contact with a recruiter for a couple months. I tried some college. It didn't pan out at all. And so then I went to Vegas. I was like, I'm gonna train up for like 6 months and get really good, because I knew to get the 18 X-ray program, you had to come hitting, you had to come clean, you know. So I went and got my run time really good and all my physical activity.
Can you explain? You're a first X-ray or somebody that tried. Can you explain what the 18 X-ray program is? Is it still around?
Yeah, it's still around. If they've raised and lowered the standards, and then like obviously the quotas, I guess, to get is smaller. From what I understand, the SEALs, I read somewhere that the SEALs, like 80% of their units are all from the streets, they call it, or SEALs, you know.
Do they sign their book deal when they go to the recruiting office? Or?
Right.
Just kidding.
Well, it's funny because I know some SEALs, and you know, people have their opinions. You know, I won't say neither here nor there, but I always made a note of this, is that a SEAL that came from the regular Navy is always super proud of it. They're always like, yeah, but I came from the fleet. And they say that to an Army guy, and they're like, yeah, but I came from the fleet. And
a fleet of aircraft? Right?
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You know, the Navy's got like 9,000 jobs. So when they would say that, I'm like, hey man, I don't know what that means. Like, are you in the basement peeling potatoes like Cuba Gooding Jr.? You know, are you behind the big Star Wars gun on the side of a boat? Are you like scraping barnacles? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, I came from the fleet.
My best friend's a CW5 in the Navy. When we first met, I didn't even understand, like, you know, their rank, it's harder for us, you know, because every other service you can tell the stripes, but the rank, man, I'd get it screwed up all the time.
Yeah.
And, you know, he was always correcting me.
But the X-ray program is the from the streets to special forces. And in the early parts of the war, when they restarted it, from what I understand, they had it around the latter parts of Vietnam. It ended. It came back a little bit in the late 80s. It ended. And then when the war hit, it restarted, because they're like, man, we need people. But early on, it was like super stringent. You know, you had to have like an associate's degree and this and that. You had to be like 24 and all this stuff. So early on, those dudes coming in they were just very patriotic. They had built businesses. They were lawyers. They were doctors. Like, no, forget that. Like, I'm doing this. And then over the years, they've lowered the standard, raised it up, and they've kind of changed things around. But it's still a pretty good program, other than having regular Army knowledge of things like learning how to turn on a Humvee or just the weirdest things. They're pretty good.
So in a perfect world, and you join the 18 X-ray program, what does that look start to finish?
So you go to basic training, AIT, Airborne School, and I did all that. I went to basic training, was the honor graduate. I loved being a soldier. The Forrest Gump line, like I fit in like a round peg. I absolutely loved it. I loved knowing how to march crisp. I loved knowing my general orders. I loved my bed being made like super crisp, and I loved like having my socks rolled into the balls and I loved it. It was so much fun. You know,
you probably really excelled at Warrant Officer School.
Warrant Officer School was crazy, man. But the Army, and then I went to Airborne School, and I was like super fired up because I'd seen Band of Brothers. I'm like, fuck. I'm gonna be that guy that jumps out of the airplane. Like, I'm gonna be in the Band of Brothers.
Well, we'll kind of dial in your experience, but like, so you go to basic training, AIT, Airborne School,
and then some guys come pick you up, and you go over what's called SOP C1, Special Operations Prep Course. Mind you, this is outdated information. I'm not sure if it still goes this way. Yeah. And then you go through, it was like a 3 or 4 week prep course, and then you go to selection once they deem you ready, and then you go to SOP C2, where they teach you the Army stuff that you would have learned just being around a unit for a certain amount of time. And then you start the Q course. And depending if you're an 18 Bravo or weapons sergeant, or if you're an 18 Delta, a medical sergeant, that could take up to 3 years. I think.
So it could be 2 to 3 years.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Language school, depending on what you get.
Cool. Well, then we'll dive into what happened to you.
Yeah.
So talk about basic training. I mean, we don't have to dive super deep, but I know you were the honor graduate in basic training. Like what made you stand out? I mean, you've kind of talked a little bit about, standards and how you try to hold yourself to a higher standard, but what was, basic training like in a nutshell for you? And why do you think you became an honor graduate? I don't know if that's something you were fighting for. It maybe just happened naturally. Like what was it? Was it the competition or?
Yeah, I wasn't fighting for it until I realized that they were thinking about me for it. I liked knowing the serial number of my weapon. They're always like, what's the serial, what's your 5th general order? What's the serial number of this weapon? And I knew this stuff, and I was like, oh, I'm pretty good at this. The test really came, so I got there in really good physical shape. Mind you, I had wrestled up until that point at different levels. So when I got to the chow hall and they were like just piling on like a ice cream scooper of rice and an ice cream scooper of mashed potatoes and 2 pieces of white bread, I had never eaten like that. I had been very crisp about my diet. So I gained like 20 pounds at basic training because I had never eaten that amount of food. They're just shoveling it in.
Yeah, because in wrestling, dude, you're always having to make weight, cut weight, do whatever.
Yeah, I was chicken breast and salad kind of dude. And I was like, holy crap. Like, you want me to eat all this? Like, I don't know about this. But it was good. And then they knew I wrestled. So we had you have like a basic training fight tournament. They teach you a little bit of combatives and you have a fight tournament. Well, I won that. And I won that against a really good friend of mine now that I still talk to. And he was a big old dude, huge guy. He had played football in the Australian Football League, and I ended up beating him. Yeah, he was like a fullback or a linebacker, and he was enormous. And I was like, I don't know if I can beat him. I had gone through the little bracket, and I ended up beating him. And they're like, you got some fighting experience? I was like, well, I just wrestled here and there. And they're like, okay. And then one of the drill sergeants was like a big jiu-jitsu MMA guy. So at one time he had called me out to the middle of the kill zone, I think, the place you candidates or recruits couldn't go. And him and I had a rolling fest. And it ended up, nobody won. It ended up being like a tie, or they called it like a draw. But from that point on, I was kind of looked at favorably because I was like, yeah, I'll go out there and roll with you. I'm like in the hard.
95% of basic training students would not do.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll go out there. And ended up, it was he was tough. I ended up seeing him a couple times later on through my career and be like, yeah, what's up, man? But yeah, him and I fought to a draw. It was probably like an 8 or 10 minute go, but he was like, okay. And from then on, I knew, people kind of knew. The only thing that caught me by surprise was the running, because I was like, yeah, I ran and trained to do a 2 mile in a certain amount of time and a 5 mile. But back then, I don't know if it's still the same, but man, we ran all the time, and shin splints, I had never had those. I was like, this hurts. Like, what is this? You were running, and then they put you into groups, and if you're in the A group, but you're not that fast, you're like in the back, just praying you can stay with them.
As a dude who grew up with a dad in the military, that's what my experience was too. Like, I was somewhat disappointed when I got to basic training because my drill, I was like, man, you don't yell. Like, my dad used to dump water on us when we wake up. We live in a 2-story house. Like, we didn't clear our room. He'd throw our stuff out the window.
Yeah.
What was it like? What was your basic training experience like having grown up with a dad that was in the military? Was it what you thought it would be? Was it,
Yeah, it was pretty on point. Back then, I guess it was 04, 05, they were, you're holding the duffel bag over your head. They were screaming at you, and I was like, okay, you got the payphone bank, and then, you're on the phone. They're like screaming at you once you got a phone call, and I remember getting a radio. But it was what I thought it was. My dad let me watch Full Metal Jacket early in my life. So I was a little milder than I thought. I was like, oh, I was expecting to like be choking myself and get slapped around. And I was like, this isn't too bad. I just got to run faster, So, but other than that, it was exactly what I thought it was. It was a little milder. Like, in infantry, you have this like ruck up victory hill to get your blue cord. And I remember being like, this isn't that bad. This isn't that hard. Now I did realize I had weak ankles. I was constantly outward rolling my ankles. I was like, this sucks.
So does everybody that joined the 18 X-ray program go through like the 11 Bravo pipeline?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you fail it, the needs of the Army, if you fail it, the needs of the Army is pretty much infantry. You're not going to get another job. So, and the 82nd is right down the road. So
does all your cadre know you're in the 18 X-ray program, or?
They know. They have a file on who it is. And most of the time, a good portion of any one platoon bay, at least at that time, was 18 X-ray, or what they called 11X. So you had the Victor contract and a chance to try for Ranger Regiment, for RIP. At the time, it was RIP, Ranger Indoctrination Program. And see, those dudes, you kind of felt bad about it because the SFAS guys, when after airborne school, you would show up and they'd be like, all right, what's up, dudes? Like, throw your stuff on this bus and come on over here, going up here. And the RIP guys,
they're running.
They made them throw their duffel bags on this truck, and they're like, follow the truck. And these dudes are like running in their boots with their brand new like shiny wings. Like, oh God. We're like,
oh. What were you hearing in basic training ART? I mean, 0405, man, Iraq's on and popping. Ramadi, Fallujah, a lot of Marine and Army units are involved. Are you guys, I mean, I'm sure you're not getting daily briefs or anything, but was the drill sergeants mentioning combat and guys going to war, and was it like just very apparent?
Yeah, there was a mix. You always respected the drill sergeant with the CIB. Like, we had one. My bunkmate actually just sent me a picture of me and him from back then. But we had one. So he'd always come in, and you made sure to listen to his advice because you're like, oh, he's seen it. He's been in it, you know?
For the listeners out there that didn't serve, a CIB is a combat infantry badge. It's what is only given to infantry folks, and it basically delineates that you've been in combat and engaged with the enemy. Yeah. And you wear something on your uniform to delineate that. So I'm sure it's a big deal, especially when you're basic training.
Yeah, because he would come out and he'd get, they give anecdotes and vignettes about combat, and then they would say some things, and then if you got them mad, they'd tell you how like this could get people killed, and it's a real story. You don't know if it's a real story, but you always looked at them a little higher. And then you had a couple that didn't have it, but were trying to get it, and you're like, okay, like what's he doing? Why has he not been there? But they had their stories. But honestly, we didn't really know, nobody at that time, the young guys, especially being 18, 19 years old, you didn't know the difference between Iraq and Afghanistan. You didn't know what was going on. You were like, okay, they're doing some kind of fighting,
Yeah.
You were just waiting to see, and you wanted to be a part of it.
Airborne school, dude. What was that like? What was your first jump like?
My dad told me something when I left because he knew I had that contract. He was like, if you or anybody else ever says you're not scared on your first jump, then you're lying. And I remember being in the door and being like, yeah, he's right. He's totally right. Like, I'm terrified right now. But I'm excited because I knew I was like, all right. I had that image of the second episode of Band of Brothers, like when they like come out. So I was really fired up. And I was terrified to hit the ground because I'm like, I don't want to break my legs. Oh, yeah. And then Fryer Drop Zone in Benning is, they like till it. So it's pretty much like landing on marshmallows. It's like the super loose dirt. So you have to almost force yourself to do the proper landing. You're just like, pfft. Okay. And like they're watching, you have to do a PLF and parachute landing fall. And, but after that I was like, okay, this isn't that bad. I didn't have a hard landing, but I remember thinking like, I am terrified to do this. And, but excited to be a part of the Brotherhood. I was fired up, and that was,
Did you get the nerves every time you jumped? Cause you jumped 5 times, right? Yeah.
You jumped 5 times. No, the middle ones I didn't. The first one I did, and the last one I was like, all right, this is it. But I remember thinking right before the green light, I was like, even if I break my leg, I've done 5, so they have to give me my wings. And I had this like image of me like in a cast getting them. Like, we're all good.
Yeah, that's fun. Did anybody get injured in airborne school while you were there?
No, we did have a girl that blew. We did the 250-foot towers. Mm-hmm. She blew into the tower and got like hung up on it. I remember that, and I remember thinking like, ugh. And it's funny because that tower was like 60 years old when I went, and I didn't get to do it because there was a malfunction. So she was like hanging there, and they got like a siren, and they're going to get things to get her down, and they're like, all right, 250-foot towers closed down, like malfunction. I'm like, thank God.
That's like watching somebody get stuck on a roller coaster.
Yeah, dude. I was like, oh man, yeah, poor girl. She was like 5 feet tall, 100 pounds. So the wind must have just feathered her over to this thing, and she's all hung up like a puppet.
So you're on the pipeline, man. You hit basic AIT airborne school. Now you're going to SOPC.
Yep.
And I think your instructors were the guys from, the triple nickel or the horse soldiers from 5th group or that group of guys. Yeah. And then for those of you guys that don't know, the horse soldiers were the guys that initially went into to Afghanistan early on when we invaded. They wrote a book. I think the movie 12 Strong, was it those same dudes?
Yeah, it was a couple of those dudes. The triple nickel, the 595, and the 574 dudes. We had a sprinkling of them. And they were talked about in like hushed tones, like you were like, that's them, And then a couple of the guys in the barracks would have like whatever, like he's on that mission, whatever thing, like article, and he's like, that's him. And I remember one of them being a diver, and he was insane in insane shape. And I was like, okay, he expects a lot of us. He's the only person to ever make us lunge a mile.
Oh my God.
I know. And
That sounds horrible.
because we were talking about like what's the worst day, and I was like, man, he made me lunge a mile one time, and I was like, my butt and quads had never hurt so bad in my life. I was like, what is this? But having them dudes there, you were like, okay, this is the real deal. You went from basic training, seeing the guy with the CIB and have his stories, but knowing he just had a CIB, and now you have airborne wings, and you don't have a CIB, so you're like, okay, but I have airborne wings, so I'm getting there. And then you see these other guys, and you're like, whoa. And they didn't wear a whole lot of like flair. I remember one of them, a warrant, and he's kind of a chubby dude. And he would come out, he was an older dude. He would come out of the shack. Mind you, SOPC back then was in these World War II barracks, these old white, they still had like a little brick fireplace in them. And they were just ransacked over on Fort Bragg near Pike Field. They were terrible. They were condemned shortly after. And they would come out of these old white wooden broke down buildings, and this guy would come out every morning and look at us in formation and smoke us a little bit, but he was badged out. He looked like he was salty. He had like a scar on his face, and you were just doing flutter kicks, being like, I'm so honored to have this guy yelling at me right now. He's like the coolest guy ever. But SOPC was pretty terrible because they want to.
How long is that?
SOPC was 4 or 5 weeks. Between 4 and 6 weeks, somewhere in there.
Is it like RIP where you're just getting smoked?
Yes. 100%. You're doing some land nav. You're learning a lot. You're going through ruck packing classes. You're going through all these different things. But I mean, it was nonstop physical activity. Like you did. They taught you how to run with a ruck. You know, we come to find out now that's not the best method for your joints and what have you. But it got me in insane shape. And then of course they like to smoke you if whatever infraction. But they had these pits in between the barracks that they had sandbagged off. And at first you could see them from the road, and then I guess they got some complaints. So they put this fence up with the black plastic lining, and it was this mucky water that they had filled, and it was just soupy and nasty, and people would get in there and get MRSA. And the worst day I ever had, we had come back from dinner, because I don't know if we had like a 9 o'clock or a 10 o'clock curfew, and I'd come back from dinner with some guys, and I was still in, I can remember it, the early 2000s young man dress of the cargo shorts and probably the Abercrombie shirt. And they called everybody out, and I'm in there in my civilians just with this crap, like going in your mouth and stuff.
Like swimming in it, or just getting smoked in it?
Just getting smoked in it. It was terrible. It smelled terrible, you know. But, you know, ruck parties where you go down to the water and you just dip your ruck over and over again to make sure it's waterproofed. And then if it wasn't, you're running back with like 100-pound wet ball on your back, things like that. But, I mean, they really got you in shape. That's the best shape I have ever been in, because as far as a standard of a metric, right? Your run times, your ruck times, what you can do, I was like, man, I am an animal. And I was.
So you're going to SOPC, the Special Operations Preparation course, right before you go to the Special Force Assessment and Selection. Are they giving you, I don't want to say secrets, but are they giving you kind of any indicators to help you prepare for SFAS, or were they just smoking shit out of you?
No, it was a really good course. You had classes. Every day there was a series of classes where it was foot care, land nav, you know, all kinds of different things on how to better prepare yourself. But it was pretty much a smoke fest. But you were getting minimal patrolling classes, a lot of like critical thinking stuff. But I didn't know what to make of it. I remember getting there, and, you know, I've mentioned this to some guys that were there with me, and none of them remember it other than one guy. He's like, I think I remember that, but I don't remember the name of it. But they had a rock right when you come in, and it had this like, it was oblong rock, and it had this ridiculous green face painted on it with a tongue. And in order to quit, you had to kiss Mr. Yuck Yuck. It said Mr. Yuck Yuck, and hold this rock over your head, this like, huge rock. I was like, ugh, I'm never doing that. You know, so I don't know how serious they took it. Obviously, they want good dudes going to the regiment. But yeah, it was a smoke fest with some classes sprinkled in. And I've had friends have since then worked there and have told me, like, it's gotten a lot better as far as preparation and stuff. But yeah, a lot of land nav classes.
So how confident were you going into your first SFAS?
Really confident, because I was top 5 in every physical event. I was just moving weight. I was fast. I could ruck like the wind blows, man. I was moving out. Like I was rucking at like a 10-minute mile, like with ease, you know, not even really getting after it. And I was like, all right, I got this. I was just pretty much trotting with a ruck for extended distances. Oh, cross country too. It was great. Fixed my ankle rolling problem. I ended up just wearing those like wrap up braces nonstop. But I was super confident. And I was confident throughout selection going through the first 2 phases. I was really, really confident because the first phase is kind of individual. So it's a lot of unknown distance rucks and runs, and, you know, put your watch in it was like a cheese ball bucket. Put your watch in the bucket, follow the cones, you know, do your best. And it could be a 2-mile run or ruck. It could be a 10 a 15. You had no idea. A lot of times they'd have you like run a mile and then you just do like a little loop, come back, put your ruck on, and then that was a longer ruck. You really didn't know what you were doing, so you had to give it your all no matter what. And I really excelled at that. And then land nav was the next week, and the star course was really easy. I remember I messed up one of the practice lanes, and then never again. I was just point after point after point. And I was one of the first people at the final rally point, at the water point, just like, got this.
Did you get selected at the end?
No.
So you made it all through and didn't get selected?
Yeah.
What happened?
So the third week is team week, right? So team week is where you're put into teams and you're given, back then, I've heard they've changed it a couple ways now, but back then, they had these role players that would give you scenarios, right? And then accompanying a scenario, a mission scenario would be a physical event. So, X village needs this vehicle for defense of whatever. And it would be like a 3-wheeled Humvee or something, or like an old World War II Jeep. And then you have like some poles and some rope and you had to figure out how to do it and move this thing. Now, mind you have rucks. It would be sandbags or ammo cans full of sand. And every day, a leader and an assistant leader was put in, and you would just do event after event after event. You get a little bit of sleep, and you just kept doing this. Somewhere along the line, somebody had told me to keep the mood light during that time. And I was like, okay, cool. So I made it a point. I logged everything, every advice. Everybody can teach you something. Everybody. So I was like, okay. And I took advice to the heart. Granted, some advice is probably better than others, but I remember somebody telling me, one of the cadres saying, keep the mood light during that time. It's going to get tense. You're on a team now. Be a team player. So I came up with this idea to memorize like 100 Chuck Norris jokes. Man, and we were going through like sucky times and people were bitching. These are all like seasoned dudes, man, that have been to combat. A lot of them, the X-ray program was rather new, so there wasn't a whole lot of us. They knew who we were because we were the most physically fit dudes there. The regular Army dudes didn't have time to train the way we did, so we would just blow past them in the physical events. But they had that look in their eye, like they had seen combat, they know what's up, and I started getting like really mean looks. I'd be like, hey, and I'd tell a joke, and they'd be like, this ain't the time, dude. And I'm like, oh, man. Later on in life, and I always wondered that, I'm like, I did everything right. I realized the clown was coming back out of me from my childhood, and I realized that what that guy meant, and this hit me years later, was positivity. Just be positive. Like, never be a doom and gloom dude on the team because you're just bringing everybody else down. It wasn't about making jokes because that made me sound immature. That made me sound like I wasn't focused. But it was about being a positive player. You can take looks at NBA teams or NFL teams. The guy being like, hey, we got this. Like, this isn't as bad as we think it is. That distance is not as far as it is. This isn't as heavy, guys. We got this. We're stronger. We've done other things. It was a positivity piece of advice, not 100 Chuck Norris jokes at all. And I got really hammered down because we had a guy that was Ranger tabbed, and he had seen some combat. He's been on like a LURS unit or a scout unit for the 25th ID, and he hated me. And I to this day don't know his name. I wish I could talk to him because I want to tell him what he did for me. He told me one time he hated being around me. He would always just tell me to shut up and go away. He would tell me move out and draw fire. He would say that all the time to me, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
That's an old school saying. I
know.
Heard that when I came in at 96. And so we would hear that all the time.
Yeah, he'd be like, shut up, move out and draw fire. And it's funny because my buddy who was in basic training with me and then SOPC, Matthew Williams, he was the third group dude, won the Medal of Honor. He was like my only, I had a couple friends, but he'd always be like, don't listen to him. Like, keep training. He was an X-ray. He'd be like, you got this. You're doing all right. So I always remember that. I ended up meeting, he was the NCOIC of a school way later on down the line, and I saw him. But this was before he was awarded the Medal of Honor and whatnot. But he would always be like, he's all right. You're doing fine. Just keep doing what you're doing. I was like, cool.
Can we get one Chuck Norris joke, dude?
Well, I can't even remember any. It's the funny thing is, I have a book. I just unpacked my books, and I have an entire book of them. And I was like, gotta keep this for posterity,
That's hilarious, bro. You're gonna have to at least text me one Chuck Norris. I will. Dude. That's hilarious. We had a guy on the podcast, man, who worked for Chuck Norris and was his bodyguard. So it's funny. When you got non-selected, what did they tell you?
They were really professional about it. I remember thinking like, it was heartbreaking because it was a small class of selected people. So in a bigger class, you can kind of tell because it's always a low number of selectees. So they'll call out names and be like, leave the room or go to a different room. And you can always tell the smaller of the two groups is usually the selected group. You're like, okay. But this was like a real even split. like the class was like, all right. And it might have been like 40 and 40 or 30 and 30. And I was like, oh man. I remember hearing that piece of intel. I mean, like, okay, but couldn't figure out what group I was in. And you get called in and they like slide a folder and like, hey, you're a 21-day non-select, this, that, and the other. And the dude pretty much said, he's like, maturity, brother. He was like, you need to grow up in the regular Army a little bit. And I got filled with a lot of rage. I was like, I'm not immature. I was immature.
Because what are you, 18, 19?
Yeah, 19. That dude was so right. I was like, oh man. Later on, I was like, man. It's funny because selection has this thing where they say they keep their files. They've got this big like clamshell dome with just boxes of files. And to this day, I'm like, man, I wonder if I can go and see what they wrote about me during that time. I wish I could see it. If I ever find a contact that it's like, yeah, I have access to that. I'm like, I want to see what they said in 2005 about me.
We might have a contact for you.
I want to know exactly what that file says about me because it's got to be pitiful.
And we'll go into your career, but I'm just curious. I've heard, I have a lot of friends that have served in the regiment, and it's always a mixed bag with 18 X-rays. They're either really good or they kind of lack the experience. And I'm sure you now looking back to your career and how much time you've spent at the regiment, it's probably a mix. I remember back in the early 90s, I think back then before the war, you had to be an E5, you'd had to hit certain wickets, and a lot of it I think had to do with maturity, right? Do you think there's something to that, or what was your experience with 18 X-rays later on in your SF career and your thoughts on it? Not specific people, but just the difference between a guy coming with a little experience and a kid coming off the street going straight into special forces, because that's, to be honest with you, that's a lot for an 18, 19-year-old. I mean, I think joining the military, going to an infantry and going to combat, as we're going to talk about, is a lot, but that special forces and what they do in that mindset, and being alone away from the flagpole, doing very unique missions. I'm just curious as your thoughts. Not good, bad, or indifferent, but just your thoughts.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this because a lot of 18 X-rays have come up to me in later years, knowing who I am and have telling me I've watched Restrepo and I've seen you and you inspired me to join the Army and so on and so forth. But I've heard this anecdote a lot. They say, I'm so glad I didn't do any time in the regular Army, and I'm not offended by it, but I'm a little taken aback because I'm like, man, I had a blast in the regular Army. I didn't think I would at the time after failing selection. But as far as the maturity goes, right, you get a mixed bag, you do. And I think you can agree with this, life can mature people at different stages. The chronological age is irrelevant, right? So a 25-year-old trust fund baby that doesn't know how to boil an egg versus the 13-year-old that's living on the streets. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So
it's a great point.
Yeah. So when you get an X-ray that's super mature, typically they've had a kind of a rougher upbringing. He's like, yeah, dude, I've been fending for myself, this, that, and the other. Almost always it's that way. And when you get a guy that doesn't, it's because, like, I hate to be this way, but you came from a stable home. You had both parents. You had a lot of stuff done for you. They bought your first car, things like that. You talk to an X-ray that's hyper successful, and typically they're like, man, I moved out when I was 12 and I was picking watermelons. And you're like, what? You're like, yeah, I was living in a shack by the highway. You're like, oh my God.
Most of the Rangers and the guys from CAG that have come on the podcast, like to your point, right, they had really rough childhoods. So, when they got to the regiment or they had to go to selection, to your point, not all of them, but I would say, 80% of the special operations folks we've have had some of that in there because, again, man, you come in gritty, you've like, hey man, this isn't worse. I've had guys come in like, abused, living on the streets, and they're like, they get the basic training, they get 3 meals, clothes that fit them. So yeah, that's a grest perspective. I'm just always curious as, of people, of people's, different outlooks. And I don't think there's a right answer. I think it just goes to your experience or, different experiences. So what happens after you don't get selected?
Man, there was like a rebuttal program, but nobody ever got it. So they were like, yeah, you can apply to just go right back. And I was like trying to do this and trying to do that. And they're like, no, that's not going to work. And I submitted it a bunch of times. And finally I probably got yelled at by some cadre. And he was like, stop it. You're going to the needs of the Army. And I was like, meh. And I got the backlog for the needs of the Army was like 3 months, and I went into this depressive state, dude.
And so you had to stay at Bragg at McCall?
Like 4 buildings down from the guys that had just made it. So you'd see them passing by. They'd hold like 2 formations, then waiting to go somewhere. Here, these guys are waiting to go wherever, and these guys are waiting to go to SOP C2, and you were like, oh man, and
what was your initial enlistment for? How many years?
5. Because I was sure I was going to make it. And I was like, I'm doing this. It was 5. And I think back then, you had to do a 5-year X-ray contract. I think you had to because the pipeline might have been 3 years. So I think you had to do 5. So I was like, well, there's no getting out of this. And so I started looking for secondary and tertiary options to not make myself elite, but figure out where to go from here. And but let me backtrack. So I was in these barracks for like 3 months, and I was just like watching movies and like laying in my bed and sleeping and not doing anything. I started eating real terrible because the Swick Chow Hall was like open for us, so you'd go there and I just eat like the fast food line. And I remember getting like fatter, and energy drinks were just coming out, so Full Throttle was the hotness.
Oh yeah,
and I discovered that. I discovered alcohol, even though I wasn't 21. Me and the homie started doing that. Got in a little trouble. I ended up buying some stolen property from a dude. I don't remember what unit he was in, but he was selling some stuff. And then I got a call from the MP station when I was in line to see the Pirates of the Caribbean, the first movie. And he's like, hey, we need to talk to you. And I was like, all right. And it's funny because for years, I was like, I didn't even do anything. And my wife, who's now a lawyer, was like, possession is 9/10. I'm like, you're right. So me and a couple other guys got balled up. Nothing ended up ever coming of it.
What was it, like a PlayStation or something?
It was an iPod. It was a Gen 1
yes.
iPod. And I was like, sick, dude, I got an iPod. And the funny thing was, it had no music on it. I didn't know how to use it. So they were like, yeah, this is stolen. And I was like, oh, man. And I gave the MPs, the dude who did it and everything. And I was like, hey, it was this guy. Like, I don't know his name. He's outside of those barracks over there. And from what I gathered, but it was funny, I had to spend 3 days. It was over like a 3-day weekend at the MP station. It was the first and only time I've ever watched all 3 of the Lord of the Rings. That's all I did. I was like, I sat in the little cage room watching Lord of the Rings.
Oh, you were like in the holding cell for a whole weekend? Oh, dude, that sucks.
Yeah. And it was funny because they were talking. I got a really bad rep for a couple months there because a lot of people didn't hear the full story. They're like, these 4 guys had like stolen these guys' stuff, and we're like, no, we didn't. Like, I didn't steal anything from anybody. Like, I bought a bunch of stuff, and now I'm upset that I'm out like $400 from the first iPod. They took it, and they took a laptop of mine. It was like the very first one I bought, thinking it was part of it. I had bought it, and I was like, dang. But so I got a bad rep that ended up following me a little bit here and there until I cleared my name a little bit. Nothing ever came of it. I was supposed to get a summarized Article 15, and then the day before I departed for Italy, the NCOIC must have had a hard night of drinking. He's like, I can't find it. You don't let this happen again. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So I left. No, but I started researching units I could go to, and I found the 525 LURS unit, long range surveillance unit at Bragg. So I went down to the LURS unit, knocked on the door. I was like, hey, this is my situation. I want to try out. I want you to get in there. Like, okay, cool. Be here at this time, do your PT test. I did that. Like, all right, come over here for, different evaluations, different Kim's games. And I was set to show up a week or two later. Like, yeah, we'll get you over here. We'll get you a fair shake. And I was like, sick. And I went over there, and the dude at the front was like, on his computer. And he was like, hey, man, I'm sorry, but you're on orders already. So in that time frame, I had come down on orders. I was like, damn. I had come down on orders for Fort Hood, 1st Cav. Man. And I didn't know anything about them. All I know that I was perturbed that their patch was so big. I was like, that thing is huge. And I wasn't into it. And I was like, man, this sucks. Like, I don't know anything about Fort Hood. I don't want to go to Texas. I had made friends with a guy that had also failed selection for one reason or another. I don't remember his name. But he said that he was married, or he'd just gotten married, and they were expecting a baby to a woman in the military, and she was stationed at Fort Hood. And he had just gotten orders to Italy. So he comes up and he's like, do you want to go to Italy? I'm a single dude. I'm like, yeah, I want to go to Italy. So we went in, and to this day, I don't know why he did it, but the commander, they were like, hey, we'd like to do a 4187 switch of duty assignment. And he was like, yeah, okay. And just did it. So in the blink of an eye, I had lost LURS, gone to Fort Hood. Now I'm going to Italy, Vicenza, Italy. And I was like, okay. And yeah, that's how it ended up. I went into that guy's office. He couldn't find my summary Article 15. And he was like, leave. And my flight left like 4 hours later. I was like, okay.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
So what was it like, man? You're a 19-year-old kid. Are you still kind of licking your wounds from not getting selected, or are you kind of moving forward mentally, or what's that like?
Chip on my shoulder, man. And I have to say, I was pretty sheltered. Wisconsin is a sheltering place. Like, I was sheltered. Dudes were doing partying and stuff, and they were inviting me out to parties. And I had been to high school parties, but I wasn't like a big party goer. In fact, it's one of the places I learned that I think I could do SF was I had been at probably 4 or 5 parties in my high school career, and they had all gotten busted up by the cops. And I was a magnificent E&Er. Like I would be just hiking through woods and like in the snow. I was like, I got this.
Hop the fence, man.
Yeah,
Cops don't like to jump fences.
Yeah, I was never rolled up at a party, and there were some bad parties I was at, and I'd just be like E&Eing through the woods, like trying to figure out my way back, and I was like, sick, dude, I can do it.
E&E, for those of you guys don't know, is escape and evasion. It's something that's big in the special operations community. If you get compromised on a mission, there's like always this E&E plan. Sometimes it's part of the briefing, and so that's when you got to like boogie out of the Badlands and not get caught. Yeah. So you were doing that long before you even knew what it was.
Yeah, and I remember thinking one time I came home with like up to shin length and like muck and mud and being like, and hearing a bunch of kids got rolled up for underage drinking and stuff. And I was like, all right, I got what it takes. Dumb thought at the time. But yeah, as far as being in Italy, I was licking my wounds, man. I was really angry to be there. I was upset, but I'm a real like, all right, let's look to the next thing. Like it's in the past. Let me see what I can keep doing. So I went there with the mindset of like, okay, I'm going to find out what the best unit is here. And
are you a E2, E3?
I'm an E3. I went in the Army as an E3 because I scored high enough on the PT test and so on. So did a bunch of classes and a little bit of college and had that. And I was like, okay. And I get to Italy, and the funny story is I land in Italy and I'm in the Venice airport, like holding my bag, and I came in at a really odd hour, so like the lights were down, like it was probably a really late flight, and I'm standing there, and it was like for 173rd or whatever, reporting, call this number. There was like a sign, and I didn't have a phone, because you're in Italy, and I was like, well, all right. So I remember being real proud of this. I was like, well, I got to figure out how to get to this place. So I like fumbled my way through talking to a taxi driver, a bus driver, and a train guy to give me a ticket to get me to the thing. And I like roll up to Caserma, Italy, and like knock on the gate, and like some Italian guy like opens it up. I'm like, I have an ID card. I don't know what to do. And
Hi.
like, what? And I'm like, I really don't. It's like raining on me. Like I'm holding like a green duffel bag and a backpack. I'm like, I really don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. There's nobody. The phone number, there's nobody there. I'm like, all right, come in.
So did you try to call the phone number at the airport? You couldn't get a hold of them?
Yeah, nobody answered it. I was like, sick. So like, yeah, for the better part of let's say probably 4 hours, I'm just like wandering around Italy on orders, but I can't figure out my way to the base. So I'm like getting on buses, looking at like the bus routes, being like, it's got to be over here somewhere.
Because everything's in Italian.
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on, and I was once I got there, I was like, hell yeah, I did that all by myself. Like not speaking your language.
You were running singleton ops long before it was cool, man.
Yeah. But it was good times, and I got there, and yeah, I had a chip on my shoulder, but luckily.
What happens when you get there? Do you go into like a replacement battalion or like an in-processing battalion?
Yeah,
you go straight to your unit?
Yeah.
Did you have orders to a specific company or just the 173rd?
Just the 173rd. No, second of the 503rd.
Okay.
2nd Battalion, 503rd Infantry, Parachute Infantry Regiment. And yeah, they put me in like this in-processing unit, and I spent like 2 or 3 weeks. And somewhere along the lines in there, I was staying in like an HHC, like a headquarters company, like barracks. And somewhere along the lines, a guy from Scouts, second Battalion Scouts came over and was like, hey, we're looking for 2. And there might have been like 9 of us new privates. We're looking for 2. So they gave us a PT test, and me and a buddy of mine ended up getting the highest. So we got sent to Scouts, and I was like, cool. And I went into Scouts with the wrong answer. Even my NCOs to this day from Scouts will tell you, I keep in contact with them. They're like, you were just immature, man. And I had a chip on my shoulder. I was like, well, I just came from SFAS, and I made it all the way through, blah, blah, blah. And these are seasoned combat dudes,
Like, yeah, bro, but you didn't get selected.
I know. And I'm like, yeah, but you're a failure. No, I'm not, And those dudes were everything to me because a lot of them had the mustard stain from the jump, the 03 jump. And
in Iraq?
Yeah, the 03 jump in Iraq, which, I just had this conversation the other night with a 10th group buddy of mine. They like to clown on the 173rd for their jump, being like, we were already there and we had secured the airfield. But none of those dudes knew that. The young guys that made that jump, they're still my heroes to this day. Especially, there's a plaque in the brigade headquarters that has all the guys that were on that jump, and it was their 6th jump right out of school. One of them is my best friend, one of my best friends, and he'll tell you, he's like, man, we had no idea what we were getting into. Like, you had an 80-pound ruck, your weapon, all this ammo, your night vision, you were like, and he's like, we're sitting on the airfield for hours, and then they start playing Hell's Bells while you're waddling to the plane.
And those young kids too, bro, like, there wasn't tons of war movies out, so
yeah,
you're jumping out of a plane in the middle of war, dude. In your mind, it's D-Day, bro.
Yeah, they had no idea. And some of the soft dudes later on, like, well, we had that cleared. They didn't know. Now you're talking to a 19-year-old that hits the ground, gets his weapon ready, gets his monocle night vision on, and he's like looking around. And the story that I've heard from my friend, he's like, and he like looked up and there was a 10th group dude with like a bottle of Coke. He's like, "What's up, bro?" He's like, looking at him, he's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "It's all clear, man. You're good." And I'm like, "What?" They had no idea, you know? So, and then the stories about obviously the first like 20 on each chalk was nixed for like some kind of high officer. So like a lot of people were real butthurt about that. But they had headlights. We had one guy that they had mustard stains, and we had one guy that had 2 stars. He did the Panama or the Grenada jump, whichever one, but he had 2. They called them headlights. Yeah, First Sergeant Beeson. And I remember being like, he had like a super flat top, you know, like the Major Dad flat top. And I was like, he's like the coolest guy ever. You know.
So you get into scouts. What do they got you guys doing? Or do you know you're getting deployed, or what do you guys find out?
There was an inkling because everybody knew that you were doing, especially being the forward deployed UCOM unit in Italy, you were doing year on, year off.
So you got to Vicenza in what, 05?
06. Early 06.
Okay.
And you knew that it was like on, off, year on, year off. So you knew it was coming. And we assumed at that time, and even they were briefed that the next one would be Iraq because their OEF 6 was Afghanistan. So it went the 2003 jump in Iraq, Afghanistan. So we figured Iraq, and we were being told Iraq. So we knew it was coming. You were just like I said to Danny a while back. You know, you'd be in the training circles and the smoking and joking circles, and the dudes that had the CIB, the combat infantry badge, they kept it themselves. And then the guys that didn't kept over to the side, straight out of Band of Brothers, like a movie. And you were like, man, I want to know what they're laughing about in that circle. Like they were heroes.
So there was kind of like this separation between guys that had been to combat, guys who didn't.
Yeah,
within
big
the infantry.
Time.
Yeah,
and you wanted to know what the funny thing was in their circle. Yeah. And
were they kicking down any kind of knowledge, dude, or any kind of lessons learned?
Yeah, they were good. My scout platoon was amazing. Everything that happened to me is on me. And I take full responsibility. You know, I was immature. I have a couple photos. We did a couple training rotations, and then, I knew they could tell something was off of me, and I knew right from the get-go that first impressions are lasting impressions, and I knew I'd made the wrong one right off the rip. And I had an inkling that my time there was limited because my friend, who didn't really have a whole lot of history, and he was much more well-liked, and he was well-received, and I was like, the guy, like, man, this guy thinks he's better, or he deserves more. And I was like, that's really not the case, guys. I just kind of want to, but deep down it was, and I know I was immature. And my buddy, Matthews, he still to this day is like, he'll like say it in an apologizing way, like, you needed time on the line. And I'm like, I did. I'm not blaming you.
So you bounced from scouts to where?
So I bounced from scouts after a live fire. We had a live fire. In the infantry, you do like 1 million dry fires, 1 million blank fires, and a live fire. And I had been put on, I want to say it was Sniper Team 4. I was the newest guy, and I'd done a couple training rotations with them. Didn't really know what was going on. They had thrown me a box of like jute and like sandbag burlap to make a ghillie suit. It was terrible. Like nobody gave me a class. They're like, oh God, I was like hot gluing stuff together. It looks like it's terrible. And I'm in this like wood line with some guys, and they got the rifle. And I remember I was like the scope guy. I had like the spotting scope and all the different radio things. And I had like just a rucksack of stuff. And back then, the thing that scouts would do was to make you tie everything down. So, like, the lens cap is tied down to the spotting scope, which is tied down to the tripod, which is tied down to your belt loop. And, like, everything is tied down to everything else. And, like, I'm talking about, like, minute stuff is just tied down. And, I get whispered to in the scout position, take this out, take this out. And I got so wrapped up in this thing. I was, like, hanging by trees in, like, a marionette, and I'm getting yelled at. And I'm like, oh, my God. Like, I just want to do good. I'm so sorry. And a first sergeant, comes up to me of the HAC company and just rips into me talking about how I'm going to get people killed and how, all this stuff about me. And I was like, I'm really, really not trying to mess this up. Like, I want to do good. And it's funny because, years later, a CSM from the infantry told me, he's like, Kyle, privates typically don't wake up and say, I want to be ate up today. Like, I want to be a turd today. They typically mess up because they don't know or because they were told incorrectly. It's not very often like, I can't wait to mess up, Yeah. And I was like, man, such a good piece of advice because you're right. Like, I wanted to do good. And I was like, what am I doing wrong? I can't do anything. I have everything tied down to everything. Belts are tied down to
Do you
belt
think
loops.
Because you didn't make a great impression that they set you up for failure?
A little bit, yeah. I was like, they knew that I think it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Sure. I figured they were like, yeah, this is probably not going to work out. And they probably put me in a little bit different positions, I ran to a helicopter one time with my chin strap unbuckled and just got lit up for it. We were doing EIB, and it was on my birthday. It was on my 20th birthday, I think. We were doing EIB, and I didn't wash the camo from my face completely. It was like in my ear hole, and I went to get an ice cream cone for my birthday, and somebody saw me and just lit me up, and they like made me throw my ice cream cone away, and they made me like eat an MRE on the ground. I had to like put my hands behind my back and eat it with my face, and I remember being like, I joined the Army. I did this to myself. This is terrible. All really good lessons now. I'm like, I get it. I get it. I hold no ill will towards any of this. But yeah, I think it was a self-fulfilling prophecy.
It's funny how those lessons shape. I remember the first time I got to my unit out of, you get out of AIT, you go to reception, you get assigned to your unit. And I remember we had PT the next morning. I actually slept in my PTs with my shoes just so I could get up and get ready. And my alarm clock, for some reason, didn't go off. And I woke up to the first sergeant pounding on my door. And I got paraded in front of the entire company, got made fun of, and I had to wear a wall clock around my neck like Flava Flav for 2 weeks. And I have never been late to another thing in my entire life, dude. Yeah. So it's funny how those moments early on in your career really shape, one, you as a leader, but two, you as a person later on.
Yeah, and you talked about it earlier, like inducing that discipline and that mindset without inducing the trauma. You have no trauma from wearing a clock. In fact, it's hilarious now. Yeah. I think that's funny. And look what it's done for you. You've never been late again. So great lesson. Great way to do it. That's hilarious. Flava Flav.
Yeah, it was something that's still stick. I've never been late to anything.
Yeah.
So did they tell you, hey man, you got to get out of here, you're going to a different company? What was it like when you transitioned from, HSC being in scouts to a regular line company?
Well, it wasn't a line company. They were like, hey, you're getting transferred over to the command team's personal security detachment, which is hilarious because it took me years to realize it was kind of a punishment. I was like, oh man, I must have done good. I was doing. They want me to protect the command team of the battalion. I was like, yeah, I'm awesome. Then I got there and like, that meme with like the old school sergeant, he's like smoking a cigarette by a radio. There was a dude that was just like that, and he's like, welcome to hell. And I was like, oh my God. What happened? And it turns out it had dudes that had alcohol-related incidents or fights. It was all these dudes that had gotten in trouble. I was like, oh no.
Which is funny that's who they want to protect the commander.
Yeah, they was like, that's what they did. They drove. So I spent the next like 4 or 5 months driving around the command sergeant major who ended up giving me that piece of advice. I don't think he realized it. I haven't spoken to him in years, but he was a huge influential piece in my upbringing too, because he would just... I drove him around in his Humvee at different training events, and then I would get out with him while he did key leader engagements and stuff. And I was always next to him, listening to him and the colonel talk. And some of the things he said to me, in the privacy of a vehicle or whatever, was really instrumental in the way I shaped my time in the Army and my interactions with other soldiers. I was like, oh yeah, like I was saying, like dudes don't wake up wanting to be fucked up. They want to do the right thing.
Any other like small tidbits that you can remember? I know it's probably 100 years ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Or just maybe that overall impact. Like, was it being around? I mean, because the command sergeant major is sitting in nothing but leadership meetings, so you're really sitting in some of these meetings. Were you just catching some of that vibe, or?
Yeah. Well, the thing is it's funny because I learned the delineation of bluffing, right? So like, I knew what he knew and what he didn't know. And then what he let others know that he knew or didn't know, So like there was a time he's like, hey, we need to go out and see this team doing this thing. And they were having some problems. And, they looked up at him like, I think the timeline was messed up. Like, hey, Sergeant Major, don't you know like this is going on? He had no idea. He thought something completely different was going on. And he was like, hell yeah, I do. I'm here to see what's going on with you guys. What's up with the boys, And I saw these things. I'm like, all right. So your ability to save face for other people, and it goes back to team weekend selection, like the ability to stay positive no matter what, to put a positive spin on it. He really taught me about AARing, about after action reviewing things, because he'd be like, hey, you can always sustain some good things and make some things better, about keeping your strengths strong and your weaknesses stronger. He taught me how to like frame these problems. He'd be like, yeah, they did this, but they didn't think about this. Not a big deal, So I got to see the command when they see it, because we have this stigma of the commander being like, well, you didn't do this right and you didn't do that right. But they want to give you a little meat on the bone to go off of every time. And it was awesome. I really had a good time. I know it was like a punishment, but I really had a good time learning from them. Did
it help you like mature and grow up a little bit, like as a young soldier?
Yeah, it taught me about the Army. So in those NCOs, Steve Grafton and Dave Barberet, and then later on, who would become my best friend, Chris Hoyt, they were all in there for whatever reason. And they were disgruntled trying to get back to the line. They'd all been combat vets. I was one of the only non-combat vets there, and there was just we were general misfits, the land of misfit toys, and they were always helping me out. They were giving me like regular basic soldiering classes, like a lot. I remember starting the Humvee. It's got the button, but you didn't learn that in basic. You didn't learn it at Airborne School, and you didn't learn it at SOP-C. So I'm just staring at this Humvee like,
yeah, because there's no key.
Yeah, you have no idea what you're doing. Things like that. I always take that as an example. These little tiny tasks that you don't know about, So they really brought me up and got me mature. I mean, and we did a lot of immature stuff. They grew me up by way of the things I missed out on as a young man also. So, but I got some really good friends there, and they got me prepared for the war. But the first thing I was doing with the sergeant major with the command team was being like, hey, when can I go to a line company? Because I knew I had trickled down to this point. Like, there ain't no going back to scouts. There's nothing better. I need a line company. And, I was begging for battle company, second on the 503rd, and they all knew that.
Why that company?
Because I was able to accompany the command team on the deployment brief. And I don't remember.
You guys knew a deployment was coming? And
yeah, we had known. First it was Iraq. We had trained for Iraq. We had gone to Graf or Hohenfels, Germany, one of the bases. We had done one of those like huge wartime scenarios where the role players look like Iraqis, the villagers look like Iraqis. You wear the beeping miles gear, the laser guns. And we had prepped for Iraq. And then I don't know how long the higher powers could tell you, but how long after we got back, they switched it to Afghanistan. And it was a brief. And I remember it was in the theater of Italy. And they had platoons there. Maybe it was just squad leaders. I don't remember. It was all lined up. And I stood in the back with the command team. And the command team was probably up front. I was in the back.
The battalion command team?
Yeah. So we had to go there with him. And I'm in the back. And he's giving briefs on everywhere, the locations and the kind of the loose mission sets that everybody would have, right? And it was like, you chosen company, you're going to be here. Able company, you're going to be doing this. You're going to be on this highway. You're going to do this. And it got to battle company, and they were doing it by platoon. And I don't know what it was, but the guy said, second platoon battle company, you guys are pretty much going to go and be bait in the Korengal Valley. And I remember the word bait, and I was like, bait? Oh man, like that's intense, dude. And didn't know what it meant until you got there, and you're like, oh, I see what he meant. Okay.
Oh, bait. Oh.
Yeah, bait, like fishing bait. And so that like solidified it. Like Chosen had a good location too, as we know. They Battle of Wanat, Battle of Ranch House, Battle of Bella. Like they had some serious stuff. It's just not highly publicized. They got in a lot of stuff. A lot of really, really good men lost in that company too, and a lot of good courageous stories came out of that company. But I had set myself on battle company because I think my best friend in the PSD, the colonel's driver, Chris Hoyt, he had already been told he was going to battle, and I kind of wanted to like follow him. Mm-hmm. So I had made that choice to like actively politic for battle company, most notably second platoon. And
Did you know you were going to get to be able to come out of your role in PSD to go to a line company?
Yeah.
Was the sergeant major telling you that? Or?
Yeah, he was like, just give it some time. We'll get you there. And I was like, okay. And it was funny because I deployed with the PSD, and it wasn't for very long until I got into battle company because I was like, man, nothing's happening. And I actually, my first 2 firefights ever, I got awarded my CIB with the battalion command team PSD. I got awarded my CIB with them. And the very first firefight I ever was in was on the command team's FOB Camp Blessing.
Hold that thought. Yeah. Well, so before we dive into your deployment,
let's do it.
So you guys, you find out that you're going, so you deploy with the command team. Did you do the PDSS? Did you guys do that? Did the command team?
No, I didn't. No.
So, so you guys, when did you guys deploy? Roundabout.
April, May-ish of 2007, I think. April, May. Yeah, April.
Were you guys getting any indicator that, the zones where you guys are going to be deploying in country were extremely hot? What were those previous briefs like? Or if you remember, like just the roundabout feeling of going to Afghanistan, especially since you guys are kind of mentally focused. Hey, we're going to Iraq. And as you know, Iraq and Afghanistan's like, just like here in the U.S., it's like the difference between the Arizona desert and the Colorado mountains, man.
Yeah, vastly different. We had been getting told different things, and I had been hearing snippets and anecdotes of the command team being like, oof, this platoon's going to have it rough, or this company's going to be, in some shit here, and they're going to be having some trouble. And you didn't really pay attention to it because you couldn't make heads or tails of anybody's war story if you hadn't been there, right? You couldn't tell if they were elaborating or exaggerating or downplaying. You were like, oh, is it that bad? It can't be that bad. You know, everything we young guys had to go off of was documentaries and stuff hadn't come out yet. Yeah. None of them. So we had...
That's a great point.
You had movies. You didn't really have a frame of reference. So you're like, oh, was it that bad? And they're OEF...
Yeah, because even 12 Strong and all that stuff came out way later.
Way later. You had no idea what to expect. No matter how much description was, you couldn't tell, like, are we going into, Kaesong? Are we going into... the Ardennes Forest, like I don't understand. I don't understand what it looks like. You had a few news clippings, and mostly it was of IEDs, terrible things like that. So you really didn't understand.
Yeah, and I think like 05, 6, 7, man. I mean, that's still Iraq focused. You got Fallujah, Ramadi. I don't remember Afghanistan being super on the radar.
No, and nobody wanted to go to Afghanistan because Iraq was the huge focus. WMDs, all this stuff. And you felt like you were taking a back seat in the war. You're like, oh man, we're going to the forgotten part. Like nothing's going to happen. But, the guys that have been to the OEF6 were like, no, there's things happening. It's just not publicized. We're like, okay, I'm hoping for something good. So they gave us a little bit, some tidbits. I wrote letters to my family, and I wrote letters to I wrote my death letters and kept them on me and stuff like that. And this is what we're going to do. But we were all really excited, man. We were young. We wanted to prove our mettle, our grit. And we were fired up to do it, man. So
you guys deploy. Where did you go initially with the command team? Where was the command headquartered out?
Camp Blessing. Yeah, Camp Blessing, which is hilarious because they had at the very end of Camp Blessing, these big, huge, like iron rod garage doors, and SF was in there. And it was a 7th group team. And it was a 7th group team that I now know most of them. But I remember seeing them in the chow hall there with like pistols in their belt loops. And I was like, oh my God, those are the coolest guys ever, you know?
Where was Blessing at?
Nangarhar.
Okay.
Yeah. And, or Nangalam. Nangalam. It's over in the east. But it was close to Jalalabad. That was like our brigade hub, I think. And I stayed in these like concrete huts that they had just built. They had a chow hall, but it was on a reverse cycle, so you mostly had MREs, and you got to go out a lot, For my first few weeks, the command team was going out to check out positions. They were doing their Advon/PDSS. So you got to go and see every company. So I was going and seeing a lot of friends.
You guys flying or driving?
Driving everywhere. And because it was all flat, other than the Korengal Valley. They would not go and see Battle Company. I never got to see Battle Company until... No, you know what? I take that back. We went once to the COP, to the lower part of it, but nothing high up had been built yet. So they were all staying in that lower part. But whether it was Hanukkah Miracle, which used to be... close to Fobb, Michigan, I believe, and it was on one of the highways. We would just drive around and see different people, different, companies and platoons and what they were doing. And I was so jealous. I was like, man, I can't wait to get in the fight. Like, this is killing me. But it was really fun because I was a part of a good number of firefights with the command team. A good number of some IEDs, not one that ever hit me, but like in front of us and stuff. And you'd see the Afghans hit them all the time. And that was, that was kind of sucky. But, my first firefight was with them. And I think that my 2 best firefight stories ever are my first 2 because the first one, I'm on Camp Blessing and we're getting mortared and shot at, and I run into this building to get my battle gear on, my kit and my helmet, and they shoot the generator so the lights go out, and I smoke my eye on a shelf and knock myself out cold. The whole fight happened, and I woke up with like a crusty, bloody eye and a cut, and I was like, I have a picture of it, and I was like, what happened? I missed the whole thing.
That was the first time.
It was the first time I ever had a bullet shot at me, and I completely knocked myself out cold for the entire thing. We were like, "Where were you? It was so awesome." I was on the Hesco. We were shooting. This guy was running across the mountain, and I'm like, my eyes like glued shut with blood. I got this big old cut. I'm like, I don't know what.
Did
happened.
you get shot at? Yeah. What happened? I knocked myself.
And it became a joke because they're like, no CIB for this one for you. You didn't return fire on the enemy. I'm like, oh, this is terrible. And then when I finally did get my CIB, it was hilarious. Sun was going down.
Is this your first actual engagement?
Yeah, my first actual engagement. Sun was going down, and we were with the command team, and we had the XO at the time, who that time was a major, and Major Himes, I think, and his night vision. Sun's going down, and he had his night vision in an assault pack in the trunk. You know how the turtleback Humvees had that trunk? And he was like, hey, Kyle, can you get the command team and Major Himes' nods out of the trunk? And I was like, sure. I'm going to do it. So I get out. There's nothing going on. So the guys are holding security on the turrets, and I go around the back of the vehicle, and I pop the trunk. And when I do, they light up, and it starts hitting like behind me, and I'm head in the trunk, ass sticking out, like digging through these like assault packs for night vision. I'm like, oh God. And I remember like hearing it hit like the side of the vehicle and hitting the ground behind me. And I went to pull nods and they were all tied down and I'm like pulling bags. And I was like, God. So I'm like unclipping it. And I remember running by the command team and just like tossing them to them and like getting down in a position.
Where were you guys at when this happened?
We were going to see, I want to say it was Chosen Company, near Ranch House or Bella. I think that's where we were. We were somewhere doing some kind of engagement and we were on our way back. And they were calling because something had happened with the comms window. I don't know if they had to make a comm shot or something, but we had called and positioned ourselves in a really odd spot. Now that I know a little bit more about a thing or two, it was like in a valley and you could just overlook everything. It looked like something you would put a lodge on, like a ski lodge. And I was like, you were on this like narrow road, just looking down at the abyss and then up at the beautiful, the pine looking mountains, the Utah and Colorado mountains. And I remember like looking around me like, And the sun was going down, so it was getting dark. I'm digging for night vision, and then just from the tree line, it just starts lighting up all over. Hitting behind us, my buddy Chris he's in the turret on the 50 cal, and he's letting loose. And I remember thinking, like, I was kind of returning fire, but I'm like, I really can't see anything, so I'm like shooting in the same direction he is. I'm like, I hope there's somebody over there. And I ended up seeing a couple muzzle flashes and things like that, and being like, oh, there might be somebody over there. You didn't really see a whole lot. All you saw was the flashes, and that was typical for that part of Afghanistan. It was so heavily wooded that you were like, oh, well, I mean, I hope I'm hitting something.
Was it near side or was it a far side? Were they shooting off a ridge line? Or?
Yeah, because it kind of bowled around. So it was kind of an L-shaped thing where it started over here and it went all the way around. And you couldn't advance on them. There was a huge gully and we were on a road. So we were just shooting across the valley and trying to get out of there. But yeah, the very first time I returned fire, it started with my ass sticking out of a Humvee trunk.
That's a great story. How long were you on the PSD command team before you got sent to battle company and what happened?
Yeah, it was a couple of months. I don't even think it was a couple months. It was, I think, and this is weird, and I'm never going to say this, but I don't know what happened, but we got an influx of dudes, and they weren't replacements. They were coming from the line. So I don't know what they did. I don't know if they just weren't performing up to standard or whatever, but they got sent. We got like 6 or 7 dudes that got sent immediately, and they're like, all right, you're good to go. With me, they played
so they sent dudes off the different areas back to the command team?
Yeah, to replace them. And maybe it was a time thing, like, hey, your time is up. You've spent too much time there. Now you got to do this. I don't know what it was, but they knew that I wanted to go to be battle company, 2nd Platoon. They played a joke on me. I had cut my finger doing something, and you cut it like where the knuckle line is, you bleed a lot. So I went to the medic shed. I'm like, hey, I need some stitches, which I did. And I was like, it was a pretty good gash. And they're like, oh man, you cut a ligament. This is a funny story. He's like, you cut a ligament and it goes all the way up your arm. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah. And they like splinted it and then casted my arm up like this with just a finger sticking up. And I was like, what? No, like I'm not going to be able to go to the line now. Mm-hmm. The sergeant major, the command sergeant major, and the colonel were all in on it. They're like, hey, we heard about it. Sorry. Like we were just about to send you to the line. And
your hands like fully casted?
Yeah, with a finger sticking up. And I was like, no.
Who did that? The battalion surgeon or something?
Yeah. And the whole command team, everybody was on the stroke because they knew how bad I wanted to leave. So they made this thing, and they kept this going for like 2-3 hours, and I was soaking. Like I remember crying, being like, "I'm never gonna tuck my arms in a cast," and I looked like an idiot because I have one finger sticking up in it too. I look like a complete idiot, So, and then I don't know what it was. I think it was the colonel's like, we're just kidding with you. You're going to your battle company 2nd Platoon. They're like, that's all fake. And I was like, and I didn't believe it. I'm like, that's fake. This is not real. And they're like, no, it's just a little cut.
Had the cast like already hardened and everything? Oh, dude. They have to cut it off?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, dude.
That's so cool.
It was hilarious. And I remember being really mad because there's a video of me like being like, and somebody had taken a video of it. But I was really mad at first. And they're like, hey, you're going where you wanted to go. Like you leave, in a few days. I was like, okay.
Looking back now that you're older, they must have liked you because you don't go to that lengths to play jokes on people that you don't,
Yeah, the PSD was where I got like a really clean start, and I got to learn from the ground up how to be a soldier and like do my best at things.
Did Chris ended up going to battle company, or was he already there?
Yeah, he went to battle company. We went at the same exact time. And,
well, before we dive into that, because that's going to be interesting, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
I had a question on here that I forgot to ask you. Was there anything kind of significant that happened in Italy before you guys deployed to Afghanistan?
Yeah, there was a couple things. Like the big thing was we ran a brigade EIB expert infantry badge, and it's like a series of like 40 tests to get an EIB, which looks similar to a CIB without a wreath. And they've recently changed it now to where if you have both, the wreath on it is gold. But
wow, that's cool.
Yeah, I just got it switched out. But the EIB was something to go above your airborne wings. There was, dudes either had airborne wings and a CIB or airborne wings in the 173rd. And if you had just airborne wings, they called you snow cones. Nobody wanted to be a snow cone. You wanted something, another badge to go above it, because at least you weren't in the cool guy crew with the CIBs, but you were slightly more than the snow cones. So the entire brigade did it. And I remember it being really hard. The grenade throwing, you got to huck that thing like 35 meters into a tiny ring and then shift from a known point, call for fire. And I remember getting the little blue book of tasks and like how you do everything and sitting and studying for hours. I memorized it to a T, how you would do it over and over again. I remember it was like a Saturday night. We had a bathtub, so I was like sitting in the bathtub, just like reading it nonstop, just trying to figure it out. And I was like, I will get this thing. And yeah, I was one of like 4 or 6 people that got it. And I was so proud. I have a really good picture of me after the 3 to 5 second rush low crawl lane, just covered in mud. And I was really proud of that. So that I had that, I had at least a leg up, But I was never completely accepted. We had a brigade formal before we left, and I kind of made an ass of myself and got like really drunk and spilled wine on my Italian date's white dress, with my like arm, and that kind of brought me down a couple notches. But getting my EIB made me really proud, and I think that's what won it over for the command team, because I don't remember, but I remember one of them. I don't know what it was, but one of them said something about like you better get this, like this is it, earn yourself a couple brownie points back. And I was like, okay, say no more. Like, I'll get it. And I did. And to this day, it's one of my more proud moments of getting it in 2006.
Yeah, so super important, man. Some of those, I think it's those are younger, especially you got kicked in the nuts not making SFAS, then you get kind of chucked out of scouts, and you're a dude that wants to do the right thing, and you're again, man. But there is no lack for experience sometimes, and so. It's probably one of the things that's more memorable because you got kicked in the teeth early on. Maybe you kicked yourself in the teeth, but whatever. But I feel like that story, I remember when we were kind of prepping and when I would listen to some of your previous stories, I think that was kind of the foundation for you to start really, changing your career, not your career path, but, maybe changing your own outlook or what people thought of you. I was like, hey, man, this dude can buckle down when he needs to type deal.
Yeah, well, and we'll talk about this way later on, but like, people see me or guys like me and they're like, oh man, things have been so easy that you've just ridden to the top. Business guys say it often. I just heard a story about it this morning. You have to fail to succeed. And that's what builds your resilience and your grit and your perseverance through the hard times. You have to fail. And I failed and failed and failed.
Hey, brother, there's no testimony without a test.
Yeah, you have to do it.
I really want to paint the picture. I know we're going to dive into Restrepo and kind of what that deployment meant, but I kind of want to just paint a little bit of picture because there are plenty of people. There's younger dudes that watch it. We're talking, 18 years ago. So people, younger kids may not even, know. So, when did you first get briefed, on the mission to build FOB Restrepo?
So,
was it a FOB or a COP? It didn't matter.
OP.
Yeah,
we called it OP Restrepo. Yeah, OP Restrepo is because COP, double nomer, was combat outpost, but ours was KOP, Korengal Outpost, and it was the base where the company leadership was. It was at the bottom. So most of the platoons, I don't remember. Sal or some of the bros could probably tell you when Vegas was put in. I remember when they built Vimoto, which is another guy that died from Battle Company. They built that, but for the most part, dudes were doing patrols out of the COP. So when I got sent there, they were just, I really don't remember if Vegas was put in or not, or was beginning to be put in. I know Vimoto wasn't, but they were all at the base in these like concrete huts, that had been built, where several units had deployed to, but it was in a base in a safer area, they had mortar coverage, 155 coverage from Camp Blessing or 105 coverage or whatever. But I got there and I spent the first couple weeks down there because Restrepo hadn't been built yet. And I still didn't fully understand, hey, bait, this and that. And I was like, oh, this is bait. This isn't so bad. We were getting in a couple ticks, but there was a lot of coverage, and like you knew a tick would happen. Whether or not you heard the shots or not, the mortars would start going off. We had big 81 and 120 teams there, I believe. I believe we had 120. I know we had 81 teams. And different sizes of mortars. So you knew, and then you hear 155s come in. The scariest thing was, my buddy's famous on a video for Single Shot Freddy, the 80-year-old blind sniper man that would just take pop shots with a Dragunov sniper rifle at us randomly, and it would be remarkably close to you. It'd scare the shit out of you because it would hit like Hescos and create a hole, and the dust would come out, and you're like, oh my. But then the next one would be like way off center, and you're like, what's this guy shooting at? Like maybe he shot at me. And then they had what I assume nowadays is like a Russian Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher, so you could hear this like thud 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 thud, knowing that an impact was coming. That was pretty scary because we were at in the bottom of this cereal bowl, and you're like, oh man, like it's coming.
So if you could, man, going back in your mind, like you just said, like a cereal bowl, can you describe like your environment where, even before you guys went up to the top of the mountain, like what that was? Because I think, I just watched Restrepo the other day and a little bit of Korengal. Like, it's really hard to put it in words, but the best you can.
Yeah. I mean, we continued to build stuff up. So we worked. So like, that documentary, both of those documentaries are a little misleading because you'll see a part where right towards the end, we got like a little bit of a chow hall at the base of the valley at the COP, and you had like deep fryers and stuff, but we didn't have that for like 10 or 12 months. They started really increasing the support we got toward the end. So you see that, and you see Jones and a couple other people like hanging out in the chow hall being like, hey, we've got like muffins and stuff. And that was when we got to go down to the COP, but the COP was just in this bowl. It had plywood hooches for a while, and then while they started building like the concrete stucco kind of buildings with the wood doors and stuff like that, we stayed in these huts, and it was they had little OPs set out everywhere, and you were always watching the wire. There was tons of sea wire. It was straight like a Vietnam camp. It was really rudimentary.
So were you guys at the base of a mountain, or were you guys further up the mountain initially?
We were further up the mountain, but we were like mid-level because there was some ways that went down, and it cleared out to this big pan where there was Dangam, Marasana, Aliabad, Babial. There was like a few little villages that went down and followed the river with a trail. You could drive up to the COP, and you could drive up to a certain point with those villages passing on either side of you, but then you would reach around the 6-2 grid line, and you would reach the base of Korengal, and you really couldn't go much further. You'd end up tumbling down gullies and stuff. But it was a major hub and a route for transportation of lumber. And I might be wrong about this, but to my knowledge, that's why they wanted to focus on it, because apparently a lot of the weapons and ammunition and war materials were being smuggled in these lumber shipments, huge lumber shipments, like big railroad ties. And it's true, because we ended up shooting at them a couple times, and you'd be like, oh man, there's stuff in there. One would blow up randomly, like hugely, and you're like, okay. That definitely is not just wood.
When you say they're bringing in lumber, are they bringing in rail cars, donkeys, trucks?
Like big trucks, big, huge trucks. Yeah, just lumber nonstop on how they like stack it up with the pikes on the side. And that's how it would be. And I've got a good number of firefights where we destroyed one or one broke down, and I'm like behind this huge pile of wood and just getting chipped wood at you. But yeah, it was a real, I couldn't tell you if it was a strategic position because I don't have a whole lot of memories actually from the base. I know there was a lot of we had built a lot of bunkers, a lot of Hescos. It was surrounded by Hescos. But again, the Hescos, they came in waves. Like sometimes we didn't have them at first, then we filled them. But a lot of bunkers.
Did you guys run any OPs farther up the mountain, like higher? Or were you guys all just co-located in that one little fire base? Or
at the COP, there was a few that were a little bit higher here and there, and then I might be wrong. I think Vegas was being put in, and Vegas was on the other side of the valley. You couldn't really drive there either, I don't think. But that was really high up, and it could overlook the COP, and it was on the complete opposite side of the valley as Restrepo was. And they were putting that in. First platoon was putting that in, and so they had a good overwatch position. They got into a lot of good ticks too, and I think that was already put in or being put in when when we got there. But yeah, I stayed at the base of the valley and really didn't know about Restrepo. And I knew because, like I said, I'd only been there a couple of weeks. We'd done some presence patrols, some blocking positions, couple ambush sites, gotten in some ticks, but nothing big. Nothing big to my knowledge, knowing what was to come. But I remember somebody saying, we get shot at a lot from that hilltop. And they pointed at where Restrepo would be. I was like, oh, man. And they're like, yeah, that's the danger zone. And then it might have been 2 or 3 weeks later, we get the Warno. I remember it was the first time I'd ever gotten it like it's written in a Ranger school format. Like, here's your Warno. Here's your op order. And I was like, oh, I'll be damned. And a
Warno for you guys out there, it's a warning order. It's kind of like a, hey, this is coming down the pipe. Be ready for this.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, like you guys are going to establish a site up on that mountaintop. And
how high are we talking about?
Man,
like 6, 8, 10,000 feet?
I think eight-ish, between 8 and 10, because you couldn't, like, we were in good shape, and like you got up there and you're like, and there were points of it. I remember my first walk, there was, rope tied to different rocks and trees and just down, because you were just like trying to get up this thing. But it was crazy, and as of note, backing up, when I got to the COP, there were 2 reporters there, 2 females from the New York Times Magazine. I think I have this timeline right. Again, don't hold them against me, brothers, if I mess up this timeline. And they painted a picture of what we were doing there, and I've never read it to this day. I can't find it, but a lot of people did read it. And I remember my at the time company commander being very upset with the way they portrayed us, 2 female reporters, and asked for a lot of concessions during missions, during ops. So people didn't like it. So when later on down the road, it ties into when Tim and Sebastian came, we didn't talk to them for a good amount of time. Like, people were very like, I don't know.
So these chicks had written something that painted you guys in a bad light?
Yeah, painted us in a bad light. Probably because they saw some aggression or saw some joking or saw somebody talking some smack during a gunfight. I don't know.
It's the infantry, bro.
Yeah.
And it's war.
Like, what do you expect? Yeah. But that night, when we were set to go to Restrepo, to go to that site, so when I got there, Restrepo had already died. Restrepo died.
He was a medic.
He was a medic, and I don't want to say that I knew him well. I knew him. Obviously, the guys from the platoon when I was in PSD had trained with him and were very close with him. He was a really cool guy. I ended up talking to him in the. You have to do all the like shots and your checkups and stuff before you deploy, and I ended up being in the same like little group with him, going around to get your different shots and your different blood draws and stuff, and talking with him. He invited me to his party when he became a citizen. He had like a cake made when he became an American citizen. He was a really cool guy.
And he was a company medic or a battalion medic?
He was a company medic that was distroed to 2nd Platoon Battle Company, and he was their guy. And the only thing I really remember about him is that he brushed his teeth constantly. But his accent I thought was hilarious. He used to talk about this like flamenco guitar music and stuff, and he would always be on the steps, the stoop outside of the company area. But I didn't know him very well, and I'm not going to ever say that this is the case. But he died, Fomoto died, me and Chris get sent to 2nd Platoon Battle Company. So in a way, replacements, I was like, oh man. And I'm not a medic, but
when Restrepo gets formed and you guys are moving up there, is this a platoon movement or a company movement?
Just a platoon movement. They were, we're talking, my platoon sergeant Mark Patterson was kind of giving guidance going down to McDonough, going down to O'Byrne and me. And I had, I deployed like 2 duffel bags, like the standard, whatever the packing list was. And they were like, take all that shit out of there. Bring, a pair of socks, an extra t-shirt, water, ammo, and then how sandbags come in like a twine stack? Mm-hmm. And they were just like, you take this one, you take this one. And they would drop like a pickaxe off. You bring that. Like, dudes had like shovels sticking out of their ruck and stuff. And I was like, and you saw it, they dropped it off. And you're like, really?
It's like little rock lords from Lord of the Rings, man.
Yeah,
those guys
like,
live in
no way. I got to walk up there with this. Yeah, it was funny, man, because the first walk, I think like shovels were clinking and stuff. But it was a nighttime walk. We got up there. It took forever. We hadn't really dug out the routes and the different ways of getting up and the easier, switchback ways of trying to get up there. But man, in my mind, that was like a 2.5, 3.5 hour walk, and it sucked. And it was like going a couple feet, 100 feet in elevation, take a knee. You're like, oh god, and you just kept doing this. And you got up there, and we did everything by the book. Initiated a rest cycle. It was just sandbags when we first got up there, so. It was like, hey, fill these sandbags and build like a tiny little wall right here where it's open and right here where it's open. And we all kind of like huddled together like hobbits and slept all together in like a line
You guys doing 50-50 watch? Or?
Yeah. And, it's still, that's when they talk about infantry tactics, it's still the only place where, our watch was on point, our guard position was on point, stand to every morning. Because, you asked me a question about when we get up in the morning, and we got up an hour before the sun, and we pulled stand to. We all got on the perimeter and pulled stand to and waited to see what was going on. But
was there already enemy fighting positions? Because you guys have been taking fire from up
there. Oh yeah. There was dugout positions with you dig it out and then you put a little shelf so your bipod for a PKM and RPK could sit there. And there was brass and links down in the holes and stuff, human feces, different things like that. So they had been digging those out, and it was a perfect position to shoot at the cop. The Korengal Outpost. It was a perfect position.
So what did that feel like, knowing not only are you overtaking a position that your enemy has used, but they're not that far, right?
Yeah, and there was two thoughts, right? We're like, all right, yeah, we did this. We took your guys' spot. What's up? But then you were like, man, they're gonna be really mad about this, and I bet you we're gonna take some heat for this. And then you start thinking about, well, where are they gonna go now? And you're still not at the top. You're still not at the peak, right? So you're like, probably up there.
Is there more trails that kept going up? Like goat trails?
Yeah, we came to a little bit of a road where you couldn't really get trucks on. If you were sneaky, the little Afghan pickups and sedans, you could get up there, but you couldn't get a convoy up there. And they kept going to other villages, whether it be east or west, the north, and then the peaks kept going all over the place. Now, we were significantly higher up than everywhere else, so the valley to get down was hard. You'd have to, unless you took the one kind of trail all the way past the 6-2 grid line in Korengal and in Aliabad where I was shot. But the river bisected it too. So.
Yeah, I'm an old school NCO man, so my brain immediately goes to logistics. How are you guys getting supplies, water, chow? I mean, that's an elevated position. How are you guys getting resupplied at all?
Yeah, it's just like it is in the documentary. So, we went up there with what we could carry. Obviously, none of us are carrying HESCO barriers and stuff like that. No cots. So I don't remember. I'm going to get this timeline messed up. A certain amount of weeks and months went by, and we just slept on the ground. And you get really good at digging your body position into some gravel and dirt and being like, this is a good outline of my body. Sleeping with your helmet on because it acted as a pillow, right? So you could prop yourself up. But logistically, what they did was they would start dropping us. The Blackhawks would bring us sling loads and just big nets of stuff, whether it be or pallets of stuff, HESCOs. We started with little HESCOs, and then we continually improve that thing, So we get some HESCOs, set them up, and this was really hard shale, because we had to have them send the post hole things where you put the and you're doing this, breaking the shale, and you're breaking the shale with the pike to fill these things, and you're just putting these big flat pieces of shale in these HESCOs. But that's how they got it to us, and it's funny because it worked for a little while, but everything was on an angle, so. We had a lot of problems with slippage. We dropped more than a few things down the mountain that way. So once we got some pickets, fence pickets, we picketed in a wall, just a picket wall where they would drop stuff and it would roll into this wall so we could keep it, whether it be bottles of water, MREs, mostly water, MREs, and ammo we were getting for the first couple months. It was just that.
What was the initial Warno/op order? What was the mission? I mean, you guys just going up there to set up an outpost to shoot? Were you guys going to use that as a base maneuver to go farther up the hill? What was the initial mission?
Yeah, because it was a little bit further, I want to say south in the valley, and it was to push our lane of maneuverability further down, because there was a point, I want to say it was almost in between the Aliabad Cemetery and Korengal, where you couldn't go. You were going to get shot at, and that was hostile country. You started getting into the Abascar and the Talazar Ridge areas where a lot of special operations missions happened, and they knew it was a really highly kinetic area. So our job was just to push them back. Presence patrols, a lot of blocking positions, a lot of ambush sites. And I mean, when I'm saying we're gaining just feet at a time, it's not even big, because you're like, all right, we're going to go just a little bit further that way. So that was the main mission. And like I said, I was still young, so I didn't really have a good grasp on the overall concept. But I'm like, all right, we're going to hold this ground, and we're going to see how far we can make it in the valley, down the valley, before being shot at. And it really never got any further.
I'm super curious, man. We've had a lot of guys from special operations, tier 1 units, and I know you came from that community where you're retiring from, but early on as an infantry platoon, as part of a company, what kind of assets do you guys have? Are you guys getting, intelligence from aerial assets? Are you guys Or you guys, I mean, literally just a straight up line company, you know, because drones weren't a thing back then.
No.
So how are you guys getting intel, or what kind of assets were you guys using?
I have no idea what the company area was using for intelligence assets, what the targeting officers were using to push us out. I know it wasn't much. We used a lot of what we called at the time.
Yeah, I forget you were in E4 at the time.
Yeah, I'm in my world of like I have guard right now, and then we have to go to blocking position 1 and sick.
fair.
I hope I get to be on this side of the ridge because that's where we take. I hope I'm not like the backside, but I didn't know a whole lot about what was going on, and to this day, I think that's still my immaturity showing through. Like, hey, my job is to do this. Here's my like lane. Here's my tunnel. Make O'Byrne and Mac really proud of me. Hopefully Mark Patterson like notices that I am alive, and that's cool. But I don't want to do any more or any less than that. I'm cool with.
So was this a straight up platoon movement? It's, you know, platoon sergeant, platoon leader, and your platoon, and you guys all move up there.
Yep.
What was your position on the platoon?
I was a saw gunner in first squad. Yeah.
So you're
first
helping a heavy saw. What's your basic load at that time?
Man, I think it was 1,600 rounds. Is what I was carrying. And the saw sucks, man. People will tell you like being the 240 gunner, the heavy gunner, is worse because it's heavy, but it's not because you usually wore a ruck and you could wrap. It was so long that it was distributed differently, and then you could wrap the sling kind of around the frame of the ruck. With a saw, it wasn't like that. It was much more condensed. It was on your neck, and it was terrible. You kept your drums in the front, so you walked with this hunched over way all the time. It was. The saw sucks.
That thing burns through ammo quick, too.
I kept a lot of rounds on me. Yeah, I think I was running with, over 1,600 rounds at any given time.
After you guys get up there on that first night, you pull the watch. How long is it before you guys get your first tick or your troops in combat?
I want to say it was about a day or two that we got one.
It
was a day or two before they realized what we had done, and we got a tick from across the valley, and it was a short one, but we kind of figured out what we were supposed to be doing and where we were supposed to be focused on where the fire would come from. Now that we're in their position, once it's a learning experience every time you go to a new spot, and we figured out where it would be, and we were like, all right, well, this is kind of where I'm going to be, and everybody kind of figured out their own spot too. Because the first time I was like running from position to position, being like, are they over here or are they over here? And a lot of dudes I think were doing the same thing, and then finally you like. When the shots popped off, you were like racing to the spots you knew had the best vantage, and like you look over there and there was like 3 or 4 people. And you're like, God damn it! So you'd go to the next one, and you're like, okay, hopefully you can get in on this good. Because
everybody just wants to get some.
Yeah, everybody wanted to get some. Everybody knew once the hooches were built, everybody's trying to go to the top where the LRAS like thermal thing was, and the 240 was up there, and the 50. So people were trying to do all the different things, but you kind of figured out the pecking order of where you were going to be and what you were going to do right off the rip.
How was the platoon leadership and the company leadership, just to your best recollection?
Awesome. I have nothing but good things to say about our company commander, Dan Kearney, who's doing a really good job. Him and I still stay in contact. And
you could tell, man, I watched the documentary. That's a dude, as a CO, you can just see when he talks, he's seen some shit, and he wears the weight of what happened for the whole company. You just see it in his face.
Yeah, man, and like a lot, it's easy for everybody to armchair quarterback leaders, and I would encourage people not to do that because you don't know how you're going to react when you're in that position. Me having stayed in for another 18, 19 years and realizing, I'm like, man, he had a lot on his plate. Realizing the push you get from higher, and realizing what you can and can't shield your guys from. Realizing what bothers you versus what you're okay with falling by the wayside. Yeah, he did care, and so did First Sergeant Caldwell. Lamonta Caldwell is one of the best men I know. I just talked to him the other day. The Rattler, from deep in Louisiana, and he really cared about us as dudes. And as far as the platoon goes, I can't say enough good things. Whether it be Kevin Rice, Matthew Simon, Teddy Buno, Elliot Alcantara, our platoon sergeant. Mark Patterson was like a hero to me. He was like the coolest guy ever. He was like First Sergeant Lipton. He was like the coolest guy ever. I used to hang out with when I met my wife. This later on the road. She met him and she's like, "There's just something about Mark. He's just." I was like, "Yeah." Chris was my best friend. He made E5 before I did, and then for me, Josh McDonough shaped who I am as a man a lot, and I owe him a huge debt of gratitude for him, and then imposing things on Brendan O'Byrne, who will always mean more to me than they'll ever realize. Luke Navala, who was kind of a parallel guy to me, but he's a really wise dude. Ended up being a Minnesota cop, I think. And early on, he was one of the guys that I used to talk to about going back to SFAS. He's like, "I'm gonna do it with you." I was like, "Cool, man, let's do it." But I can't. I have. There were certain things that we knew Hire would ask us to do. I made this comparison a while back. We had found I want to say it was a 105. It might have been an 81 recoilless rifle round. It was rigged as an IED, and somebody up in the ether had the idea for us to carry it back in a rucksack. And I remember vividly being like, "Damn, dude, they're gonna make me carry that heavy thing because I'm a big dude and I could carry a lot of weight." And I was like, "Oh God, don't do it." And I wasn't even thinking about it possibly exploding. I was like, "That thing is so heavy." And I remember our platoon leadership being like, "We're not doing that. Like, absolutely not. Like, no, covering us." And I was like, "Cool." Like, I remember feeling really prideful in my leadership after that. I remember that day vividly, and I was like, "Sick. They care. They care about us."
How was your PL new salty?
So we switched it out. We had we had Matt Piosa, which I didn't really know all that well. Mike Mode came in, who I knew really, really well, and then Stephen Gillespie and Steve Gillespie. Man, he was new. He was young, but he was intelligent about taking Mark Patterson's advice, listening to his platoon sergeant. He was really good about that.
That's what a good officer does.
Yeah. Yeah, I've learned that later on in life, too. I was like, because any common sense guy, this isn't the Civil War where like the only dude that can read and or read a map is the officer. Like we're in a more modern age of intelligence, and especially in this time period of experience. Mark Patterson had been to war several times, and he had the wrinkles and the grizzle, and you were like this, and I love Steve Gillespie. He's a great dude, but he looked like he was 12. He looked like me. So
we just talked about on the last podcast the disparity in age from a new platoon leader to like a platoon sergeant.
Yeah,
could be anywhere from 10 to 15 years sometimes, depending on the unit. So just the life experience alone, much less in the GWAT. I remember as I got older, I got E7, E8. You start looking, I'm like, man, these dudes are kids.
Yeah.
And they kind of are, and some of them better than others, just like soldiers. We give officers shit. That's our job.
Yeah.
On the enlisted side of the house. But yeah, I was just curious. I mean, September alone on that deployment, you guys got in 111 firefights. That's just 1 month. Walk me through like a typical day of what was going on out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I don't know if a lot of the bros from Restrepo know that, because I got that information. I ran into a guy who was a record keeper or something for the Department of the Army Historical Society one time. And we got to chat, and I don't know where this was. And he was like, "Oh man, you were at the deployment?" He's like, "I was doing the logging for that, in the archives or whatever, like the Jedi archives or something." And I was like, "Oh, cool, man." And he started rattling off numbers. Like, you guys used this much ordnance this month, and you guys gotten this many, initiated ticks that were called up this month and this day. And I remember him telling me that. It was 111 in September and 14. I don't remember what he said, if it was September 7th or September 9th. And I was like, really? I didn't even know. I was like, really? We weren't counting. I was like, holy crap. Like, I had no clue. He's like, yeah, that was intense. He's like, you guys have a couple, I remember saying, like, you guys have a couple records for the GWAT for, like, confirmed ticks in a time period. And I was like, oh, wow. Cool, man,
So what was a normal day like, man?
Man, I had
Walk
this...
me through, like, just some or what's your best memory?
Yeah.
We're not going to relive, like, 1 year of firefights. It's impossible.
I have this vivid memory, dude, of... I was still the saw gunner at the time, and I ended up moving up to a 2 or 3 grenadier and then a rifleman later on, because that's how the seniority kind of thing works. But I have this vivid memory. I would always... I know that I'm going to get spoken to about this, but like how often you clean your gun, how deep you clean your gun. You want some carbon in your gun. You gotta understand, we were digging all day. There's just like dust everywhere all day. So you had to keep it relatively clean and oiled. Otherwise it'd just get all like crunchy. So after a major tick, you would clean it. And I can vividly remember sitting on a bed, and O'Byrne was like, "You should probably wipe down the saw." We had just gotten in a tick. I mean, I think that morning started with a firefight during stand 2. I'm almost positive it did. Most of September started with a firefight right at stand 2. But I can remember having cleaned my gun so much that I was like finished and I was putting it together, and you would hear it again. You'd hear that, and you would hear it hitting certain things. And most of the dudes like me would like look down the line at each other on the cots and be like, is this real? Let's just wait. I don't want to fire this thing again. Like I just cleaned it. Yeah. And you'd be like, let's see if it's just like a harassing pop shot. And you were hoping that they were like, oh, they only had like 7 rounds. And then it would open up big and you're like, damn it. And you just had to go back on the HESCO. And it was just this cycle of cleaning your gun. And then you started hoping that you were on guard during those times because they had the big guns. You were like, man, I hope I'm on guard. I hope I got this. And that was the only time I can remember being like, have they been shooting around this time every day? Like, sick. I have that shift tomorrow, or I have that shift in the middle of the night. Like, all right. And you were hoping for that kind of stuff. But yeah, that entire month and that like 3 months of that fighting season, 3 to 4 months where it was really heavy. I mean, you just stayed busy. And I remember it being a barrage. Because like I said, ground sleeping in sandbags, to HESCOs and cots in the open, to HESCOs and camo nets, to then we started getting plywood and building materials, and we built our own shacks. So we just started building these little shacks. Then we had to get sandbags to line the shacks, and we built, ammo points and MRE points and water points. We built that entire thing from nothing with pickaxes and shovels. And they just send us stuff and we build. They sent us stuff and we built. And so you were on the digging crew, the guard crew, or the patrol crew, okay? And then you just rotated. That was the daily battle rhythm. And then when the sun went down, you did your nightly thing, and then you had a guard rotation, which was very heavy.
What was like a nightly thing? Did you guys have like a wind down? I mean, because if you're getting ticks every day, dude, like I was trying to process.
Bit. Yeah, each squad was different. It was a little bit, and especially once the squad started getting split up.
Well, and just speak to your squad. I mean,
yeah, we'd have a little thing, and Mac would bring us in, and it would always be me, O'Byrne, Donahoe, and I don't remember who else, Jason Monroe. We had a four bunk area that we had built out of wood, and it was tucked away by itself. You had to like weave through some stuff to get to it, and that was like the meeting area. So it was always on my bed. The amount of pictures I have of dudes sitting on my bed and I'm not in it is hilarious. But he would go over kind of what happened and what's going on and what we have the next day. And hey, we're on this patrol system or this patrol cycle. We're doing an ambush in vicinity of here tomorrow. Like, I want you with this. I want you carrying this. And it was always pretty cool. And he'd be like, hey, and you were always hoping like if it was a tough mission or you were leaving wicked early, you're like, man, don't let me have the last guard shift, like leading into wake up. Yeah, you're like, oh, come on. And, it was the luck of the draw. Nobody ever bitched about it. You're like, that is what it is, But we smoked a lot of cigarettes, a lot of Afghan cigarettes. Like I would, based on the supply of cigarettes you had, I would time my guard shifts to smoke one like every 11 minutes, so I would have enough. Like it was on like an alarm, like a rotation.
What were you guys doing like past time, dude? Like when you weren't in a tick or digging, I mean, you see Korengal and Restrepo. That's kind of what I really liked about that documentary as a guy who served in both pre-GWAT and the GWAT. Everybody's, hears about war, but like your deployment, for example, I think it was 16 months. And so, yeah, obviously it was not a normal deployment for the Army per se. You guys got in a lot of ticks, but there's a lot of downtime, a lot of shenanigans. We were talking about last night, man. You leave Joe to his senses. Joe's gonna find some shit to do, bro.
Oh yeah.
And, what's some of like the funnier shenanigan stuff that you guys would do to just kind of pass time or whatever?
Yeah, it went in waves because I can't really recall a whole lot of stuff early on because it was such a grind of digging, patrolling, guarding, sleeping.
So you're just tired.
All you did, and the only thing I can remember from that is rock rolling contests, and then you would have these. Yeah, you would be like you'd have to clear a spot, so you dig it out with this like metal spike, and then we would have contests to see who could roll one down the further, and that was like huge entertainment. And we had one magazine. I think it was the June 2006 issue of Diesel Power, and I know that's what it was, and everybody read Diesel Power 100 times. When dudes were sleeping on the ground, because you would be able to get a little nap in here and there, you'd have these rock stacking contests and how high you could stack rocks on their forehead or their chest while they were like laid out.
Because you guys are probably just exhausted.
You had to find something to eat. We had the weirdest conversations. The boys just brought this up, and this is in the documentary. I completely forgot about this, but I read some article about Fabio and George Clooney getting into an argument, and we wondered who would win in a fight, and it became like this huge running debate on who would win in a fist fight between those two, things like that. And our debates went on for weeks. We were talking about different stuff, But yeah, we just bullshitted. And then as the deployment went on, we started getting more. We got a pack of cards sent to us. Some of the helicopters would, when they would sling stuff to us, they would pop open the door of the Black Hawk and throw out like a satchel of books. And that was huge, man. I read a lot. I read everything I could. I read, the Rich Dad, Poor Dad series. I read all kinds of like historical fiction novels. Anything they sent out, I started reading. And then as the time went on, toward the end, you start to see like a guy playing Guitar Hero. Luke Naval's playing Guitar Hero. Because toward the very end, they sent us a generator and gas, So we had gas. But, you were on trash burning detail, shit burning detail. Like you always had something to do, You always had... So the conversations were always really stupid. Every now and again, they would like send us like a little bit of real food, but it's not real food. It was like chow hall, like frozen pies. So we'd have the young guys, you have like pie eating contests, which is absolutely disgusting considering what we were eating, that they're like trying to eat a frozen blueberry pie with their hands.
Dude, that's hilarious. So walk me through like what a normal 1 or 2 days would be, best of your recollection. I'm just trying to give people kind of like a taste of what a day in the life of a heavily engaged infantry unit was at the height of the Afghan conflict.
Yeah, I mean we would wake up and do stand to. You had a night guard shift. I want to say it was 2 hours. You had a night guard shift and you always had a day guard shift. Even if you were on patrol, you typically got a day guard shift. It was just either before or after. But you get up, you eat your MRE. We ate so many MREs, and then you got to know which MREs you liked, and we
were talking about this
the trading, and you'd have like one stashed under your bed because we just MREs for days. You eat your MRE, and you'd get ready to go, whether you're on patrol or you're on digging or patrol or guard, and yeah, it kind of rotated in those three manners. You were doing one or the other. Toward the end, they started rotating us down to the cop for a little R&R, but. So it would be 2 squads at a time. One would stay back and dig and guard, and one would go out and patrol. And you just rotated that.
You guys running 4 squads in your platoon?
Yeah.
Did you guys ever get plussed up at any point, or was it just your platoon there that whole time?
It was our platoon there that whole time until right after Rock Avalanche. We got to go to a memorial for Larry Rugel and them from Rock Avalanche. So we got to go down, and we actually went back to where I was PSD, Camp Blessing, for a couple days for like a memorial ceremony for them. And like I remember that. We didn't have rippets up at Restrepo, but they had them down there. So I have a pretty good video and a couple pictures of us having squad rippet challenges with just stacks of them. And one would drink one, chug one, go to the back of the line, and to see who would win.
For those of you, and it's funny, I was just listening to Mike Glover and Andy Stump this morning on a podcast when I was at the gym, and they were talking about rippets, and man, I lived on those.
Yeah.
A rippet, I think you can buy them at the dollar store now, but during the GWAT, man, I don't know how the Army got the contract, but they had these energy drinks, and they would come in half cans. I've never seen one since. I've never seen them at the store, but if you take like a full can, like a C4 or something, and cut it in half, you'd get pallets, and they had the sugar-free ones, and we would just, those things were like gold, too.
Yeah.
They were hard to get, and when you got them, you would grab pallets. They would leave those things sitting in the sun or whatever, man. But they were, it was caffeine, and they were delicious, dude. I remember when the first time I found one at a dollar store, I told my wife, man, I'm like, I think we bought all the rippets they had at the dollar store. I'm like, these, I have fond memories from those things. So it's funny you're talking about that, because those are, I would imagine they were even harder to get, because you got to get sling loaded and
they didn't get sling loaded, and if you brought them up, it'd be like 2 or 3 in one dude's rucksack that he brought for himself. Like you couldn't get them up there. So when we went down for the memorial, that was one of the things to lighten the mood. Was we were like, you have how many rippets? We're like, well, like 10 pallets, and we were like, get those over here, and we just hammered. I have videos of dudes just throwing up. It was the orange ones, throwing up orange liquid because we had drank like 19 each.
Oh, that's wild, dude.
Which is terribly unhealthy now that you.
It's funny, like when you go back and you think, because I don't think about that stuff. I hadn't even thought about rippets, and I heard it this morning on this thing, and I had memories of sneaking cases and hiding them wherever I could, man.
Yeah.
How much sleep were you guys getting on average?
4 or 5 hours. 4 or 5 hours. And that's another thing we used to do. Like, it would be how creative could you wake a guy up for his guard shift? So I just sent McDonough something, and it took him a while to look at it. And he's like, oh, man. And he hears the squad song. But there was like a 4-month period where somebody had an iPod or something like that. And we had rigged different charging devices for 5590 batteries that would plug in and charge different things. And I want to say it was Max. It might have been O'Byrne's, but Goodbye Horses by Lazarus was the thing. And they would gently put their headphones in your ear and then blast that to wake you up for guard. And it rotated songs, but for a good long period, that was the song that would wake us up. And if you ask anybody in first squad, second platoon, they're like, oh man, good. I sent a video of a guy dancing to that song to Mac, and he's like, oh my God. But that kind of stuff, creative. Later on we got a water balloon launcher, the kind where one guy holds one side, one guy holds the other, and just yanks it back. And we were just trying to hit different things in the valley, like boredom. Joe does what he does,
So you guys start getting ticked up pretty regularly. Did you feel your body start responding differently? I mean, I'm sure the first 5, 10, there's this thing. I mean, did you start getting a little bit numb? Or was it always just the massive adrenaline dumped?
No, it depended on the tick. It depended because a lot of them looked very similar, so you do get really numb. I can remember my first couple being like, man, I'm ice cold and it's hot as hell out here, or it's cold as hell out here and I'm just burning up. But after a while, unless it was a really big one and it was a different dynamic, no, it became where you're like, okay. And then you became creative with it. Like, McDonough had come up with this thing. We had laws. Do you remember the law? The light anti-tank weapon. We had a bunch of those. Very few small Ds and AT4s, different anti-tank, like bazooka type weapons for them. But the laws we had, because they were small, compact, and lightweight. So Mac and some of the guys would tag them with paint markers. And you wanted to be the one to carry the law. And he used to say that if you're going to shoot this, you must announce in your best Stallone voice that you are, in fact, the law. Before, and somebody must hear you say it. So that became a running joke. Like you just randomly hear during a fight, like, I am the law. You like look over it, and it's funny because it's an anti-tank weapon, so it's doing nothing against personnel across the valley. Thinking about it later, but different things like that we used to pass our time. But yeah, you become numb to it. You become to like, well, let's make this one creative, or let's make this one fun, or you see in the video, Misha's shoes are cut. He had cut his boots into like some weird bowling looking shoes. Yeah. And we ended up fighting in different clothes, just trying to make it creative because at that point you were like, again, like, come on, I'm taken back to the scene in Saving Private Ryan where the medic's like, give us a chance, I'd be like, dude, just let us sleep for a day. Like, please stop shooting at us. I'm just so over this. We cut out that Hesco Joe figurine out of wood and would just parade him around and wait for him to get shot at, put a helmet and like a top on him, stuff like that, because it was so regular. You were like, God, come on, man. And different, whether we were coming up from the draw, I think to the south, we started having to put little Hescos in so we could bound from 1 to 1 and cover each other. So we always had something to do. But, I can remember I was covering a movement. I was in the valley in this draw facing outwards toward Korengal. And I had one like dip of Copenhagen left, like real American Copenhagen that I had somehow gotten. And we were getting shot at so much. And I was returning fire, trying to cover these dudes that were going in the wire. And I can remember because it was Steve Kim that was behind me, that was passing me. I was like, you're good, go. And I was covering in this draw. And I had stopped for a minute. The base of fire had picked up from OP Restrepo. And I looked back. I was like, man, I get a dip. So there was a lull in fire. I was like, okay, cool, we're good. And I pulled out my dip. And right as I go to put it in, they shoot right at me. And it hits the tree. I'm at like this bifurcated tree with my foot in between it. And it shoots this bark off. And it hits my can of dip and just flips it all over my body. And I was like, those kind of moments,
At what point did you realize like getting shot at every day is probably not normal?
That's awesome. Awesome. We got leave. Most of us, everybody got a little like 10-day or 2-week break leave at some point to go home. And because you knew we were doing over 12, so they were like, all right, you get your R&R, your R&R. And I got mine over Christmas, which was really cool because I got it a couple days after my birthday. My birthday's in December, and I was like, a couple patrols, and I was like, man, just don't die on your birthday. You'll make it home. I knew when my leave was. And I get to Bagram, and I think the road on there was called Disney Drive. Again, my memory's really, really bad, but, headshot and all. But I'm on Disney Drive, and I'm just dirty as hell. We are disgusting. I mean, there was times there where we didn't change our clothes for 3 months, you had what you brought up, dudes weren't showering, like your clothes were all crispy. They would like stand up on their own. So you were just nasty, man. And, like castaway nasty. And I get off the bird with a couple of dudes on leave. We're getting ready to go on leave. And they're like, we start getting yelled at the PAX terminal about our boots having blood on them and our uniform being dirty and all this stuff. I'm like, you need to go buy new boots at the PX. And we're like, what? And like, you can't do this. I didn't get stuck with this, but Misha and a couple other guys said that they got put on guard duty at Bagram, and they were like, hey, go up there, and didn't give them any ammo. It was like, well, you're going to, because you had to fly in with no ammo. I was like, yeah, go up there and stand guard. And he was like, but what about, and they're like, you don't need ammo. So he's up there with like an Afghan with an empty gun. He's like, I can't believe this. But yeah, making us buy new boots, get new blouses, different things, because they just weren't happy with the way we looked and the way we presented ourselves. And then I started going to like different chow halls. We kind of hung out around some of the areas. We were in like a big like soldier area, And
this is before you fly out on leave.
Yeah. And I remember different guys talking about different things, and it didn't really hit me until I got to Kuwait, because you went from Afghanistan to Kuwait. And in Kuwait is where you also had the guys from Iraq going out on leave. So you all came together, and they were talking. They had these like smoking shacks in the middle of the desert. You couldn't smoke near the living area or whatever. So you would go out there, and everybody would just be sitting around there smoking and joking. And that's where I was sitting there, and they were talking, and I vividly remember these guys. Like I said, I don't vividly remember hardly anything about my time. It comes in waves, but them talking about Men's Health magazine, getting it at the shop at, and saying that they were, kind of upset that it was a later issue. They're like, yeah, they don't even have like this month's issue. And I was like, what? You have something other than diesel power? What? And then they were asking us, and we're like, yeah, we got to drink some Rip Bits, and they're like, oh man, Red Bulls are so much better. Like, mind you, energy drinks were kind of new then.
Yeah.
And I remember that somebody was like, yeah, if the shop has them, most of the time they're sold out, so you don't even get one before patrol. And me and this other guy were like, what? What? But talking about the fights, they would talk about like, oh, this one time, man, that was crazy. And you kind of get a sense like, what? This one time? Then we went to a Pizza Hut, and the incoming siren went off, and it was like, woo, but you didn't really hear anything. And you heard this faint like pop in the background, like a boo. And people were holding pizzas, and they like hit the floor. And me and this other dude from a shop, I want to say it was Chris. Me and this other dude were like looking around, and we're like, you guys okay? Had no idea what their problem was. But you realized at that point, like, man, we're fighting two different wars here. Like, I don't think you understand what we're doing. And we resigned to being like, like they'll probably never know, and it's not worth saying anything. Because in our mind, at least in my mind, I can only speak for myself, but it almost sounded unrealistic. You were like, I can't tell these dudes that I'm fighting every single day, 2, 3, 4 times a day. Like, I can't tell them that I'm building this OP. Because like I said to you last night, the only reference we had for combat was the guys that had already been. And they were really good about, like I said, the maturity about keeping us informed, but also not freaking us out or doing anything like that. So we just thought this was normal. We're like, yeah, this must be what everybody's doing. Everybody must be filling sandbags like this. Or, man, this must have been what their OEF 6 deployment was like. Or you had no idea. You knew that
I really had no frame of reference, too. This is your first trip. And
yeah, you just assumed that Iraq, if you weren't in Iraq, you just assumed it looked like Aladdin, and they were just driving around getting blown up. I had no idea, But you had no frame of reference for what anybody. And I know that there were, ODAs and stuff in other parts of the country getting after it. I know there was a lot of good kinetic stuff going on, but I feel like those dudes were able to rotate back more, get an idea of what's going on, probably had a little more support. And we had a lot of support as far as firepower, but as far as like logistical support, it was like, you guys got this? You good to go?
Yeah. You guys need an extra sleeping bag? Yeah. It's pretty crazy. I mean, even my brain, is just trying to process, basically you started off at a campsite and then turned that into an outpost. And a lot of people, there's not a lot of people, that had to experience that. Maybe in Afghanistan, I think the Marine. I mean, somebody built it somewhere, right? So, obviously you guys weren't the only ones to do that, but just kind of processing that, it's just an interesting thought. What was it like to go home on leave, dude?
It was crazy, man, because I didn't really tell a whole lot of people what was going on. In fact, I don't think I talked about it at all. People were like, oh, and I think Wisconsin, like I said, being very detached from what happens more globally, they were like, oh, cool, he's in the war, And I linked up with my old friends, and I acted like a jackass, and fell in love, fell out of love and all this stuff, and, drank a lot. And I remember going back, but it was really surreal because I told him nothing. I'm like, yeah, we're doing a little bit of fighting. My mom didn't know what was going on. My dad probably knew I was in a little bit of stuff, but didn't really gather a whole lot. I remember thinking like, man, I really don't want to go back.
Yeah, that's always going to be my next question, man. What was it like? You're a day or two out from having to go back.
Yeah.
And what was like, what's going through your mind?
So it's funny, man. I was in the car. My mom was taking me to the airport, and I was in the car, and I was thinking like, this can't be happening. I can't be going back out to that again. And I was like dreading it. And something hit me. I was like, I had this thought, like maybe we get in a car crash and like break my leg. Maybe that happens, and then I just don't go back. But I'm not dead, and my honor's intact. And I remember being very mad at myself for having that thought, and being like, bro, the bros are waiting for you. Like, quit being a bitch about it. And there was like, at an airport, they got the crossing lanes with the like stripes. And I remember looking down at it and being like, all right, when I cross that, my mind frame is back into combat. And walking across that, and it was funny because the bus was coming and I was like looking at it. I was like, And I was like, when I cross this, like I've given this, I'm leaving this in the past and I'm going forward. I'm moving forward. I'm going back out to fight. And I was really proud of myself in that moment. I think about that specific like 3-hour block of my life as being a very maturing moment, being like, the boys are relying on you. Like you gotta carry your own rucksack. Like get back out there.
I have a couple different, lines of questioning about, that deployment. This one kind of more leads towards adrenaline, right? Because adrenaline helps you during the fight, it helps you stay alive. The documentary, I don't remember if it was Restrepo or Korengal, captured you saying, combat is like crack cocaine. What were you experiencing during all these, kind of adrenaline dumps, firefights, et cetera?
Yeah, it was funny because Sebastian Junger was like right in my face for that firefight. I was next to Misha Pamphlet, and he got the M14 for some reason for that particular firefight. He was like trying to do sniper fire. I think he was doing a really good job. At that time, I didn't know anything about anything. But when you start getting shot at, and it's from multiple angles, and chaos is ensuing, and then, these like really cool guy operators that can, tier 1 guys can probably talk a lot better to it, but I know you get like zeroed in on a muzzle flash. Like everything becomes super, super clear. And it's not CQB, which, I've done since then, where it's like right in your face and you're shooting a 3 meter or 4 meter shot. It's like, is that a person? And, what am I shooting at? And you'll see a muzzle flash. So everything becomes super crystal clear. Everything. And you're able to like kind of lazy scan the valley and be like, oh man, there's one that he's shooting at us and he's maneuvering now over there. It's really weird because normally when you look out in the valley, you see nothing. You see trees. You couldn't pick out a dude to save your life. And then once it starts happening and you get ramped up, especially when bullets, you start hearing the click and they start hitting Hesco, so you start seeing dust fly, you're like, okay, something happens and it must be adrenaline that clicks on and you are able to really zero in your eyes, like eagle eye, and you're like, okay, there's a muzzle flash, there's movement, It's funny because everything kind of lays across it and then you just start seeing movement. You're like, oh man, there it is. And then when it comes down, you're exhausted. Even if it was a 15-minute firefight, you're like, ugh. But he said that, and I remember it was hot that day, and I was super cold after that firefight because that was a particularly good one. Misha was shooting the M14, I think. And I was probably on a rifle, maybe no, I was on a 203. I was shooting 203s, which was hilarious because I'm pretty sure I was exceeding the max range of the thing. So it was just dropping into nothing. But we ended up we were getting such fire that we had to call in JDAMs, a couple of bombs. And right before he filmed that, we boom, and you got the residual thud, and a couple of them hit, and then and it was done. The firing was done. So we knew we'd done something. Something was right. 155s were coming in 120s, and they were just lighting up. I want to say it was Nipple Rock. Misha will probably say something about it. I think it was Nipple Rock that he was on. And finally, it was all done, and I was just on top of the world because I was like, yeah, we confirmed stop the firing, whether it was indirect or not. So we know we took some guys out. And I had turned and looked, and Sebastian was right in my face. And then he was like, hey, how was it? How was that? And I'm sure I told you this on the phone. I said what came to mind. I had never done crack cocaine up until that point. I had never done any illegal drug up until that point. I was a very, very new guy in the world still. And I don't know why I said that because of my theatrical idea of what it was like to be on crack cocaine. And years later, after I met my wife, we were dating and we were watching, it was Thanksgiving, we were watching football and I was making some dishes. And it was like tonight on Nightline or Dateline, substance abuse and soldiers. And I like leaned over the counter and it was a man and a woman speaking on like a stage, how like a morning show looks. And she was talking about, a lot of these combat vets are coming back and turning to substance abuse to deal with this and that, and what's the way ahead. That's right, Bill. And some of them are really, really ruining their lives, and combat actions are being taken for granted, and this and that. And he's like, that's right, Susan. Just look at this clip right here, and it's just me saying that, and it freezes on my face. They're like, crack. And then the worst thing, he was like, "You see that, Bill? Crack." And they're like, "Tonight at 8." And then it flashes away. I was like, oh. Oh, you took that way out of context. Yeah. I still haven't been able to find that. I mean, obviously you wouldn't be able to find just an advertisement for it, but I was like, that low blow, Dateline.
Did when you're going through all these ticks day after day, does time like speed up? Does it really slow down? Not necessarily during the firefight, but like those days, man, did it just seem like it was really dragging because it's just this nonstop of cortisol spikes, adrenaline dumps?
Yeah, I mean, well, it was weird when we would get I think Brennan in the documentary says, he's like, "I don't like this, it's too quiet." We would get these like weird 2 or 3 day gaps every now and again where nothing happened. And we were like, what's going on? That was like dripping water. You were like, I know it's going to happen soon, You're
just waiting for it.
Yeah, right? You're just waiting for it. And in that same spot where the dip can hit, I remember being there another time. And you asked me about intel assets earlier. We had a guy named, I don't know what they name him. We called him Prophet. And he was essentially like a SADE who would intercept radio communications, just handheld stuff by the Taliban at that time. And, they thought they had good code words. He was our main direct source of intel because later on we'd had Prophet with us at all times monitoring.
Co-located or down the hill?
Toward the end, co-located. He came up and would do a lot of things with us. And I can remember one time, they always said stuff like, "Hey, the flowers are moving through the valley now." And you're like, all right, man. They had all kind of code words, and we kind of deciphered a lot of it. They're not really slick about it, but we were on a night mission, and this is what freaked me out. And I can't remember where or when this was. I want to say I was in that same draw, but Prophet was telling us what they were getting, and he was like, "Hey, they're saying like I'm close to the Americans. Should I engage?" And he keeps on going, and I can hear this as a byproduct of just being close to a squad leader or somebody. And he's like, "Hey," the one guy is saying like, "I can reach out and touch the Americans. Should I do it?" So then it's pitch black, and we all just have the one monocle nod, and I was like,
yeah,
like reaching in the dark, like, is that me they're talking about? And that was a real testy night, things like that. So things slowed way down, and they sped way up. It was just back and forth, dude. It was a slinky effect. For a year.
You kind of mentioned it a little bit, but I mean, after these firefights would ended, what was the come down like, dude?
Hysterical. Like people would, you can see it a little bit in the documentaries, people would start laughing and being like, "You believe that? Like he was running and that happened or this happened." He's like, "Yeah, I was shooting at this. I was shooting at that." I got so amped up one time, and then the homies know this story. I got so amped up one time that I'm on the Mark 19, the automatic grenade launcher, and I'm shooting at what I think is a dude. And it's like the most clear, like picture viewpoint I have of a guy in the white like jammies, the Platoon garb, and I'm just because they're fighting over there, and I'm like shooting this guy, and I'm like calling up on my little guard tower radio. I was on guard tower radio. I'm like, I'm trying to get this guy. He's not shooting at us. He's also not moving. He's like, and I'm like hitting real close to him. It's like booming, and I'm like, he's super ballsy. Like I don't know, I'm getting him. And then I don't know if it was an A-10 or somebody flew by, and they're like, "That's a flare parachute draped over a tree." I probably wasted a can of ammo on this thing.
Yeah, I mean, another couple things that go through my head as I'm, listening to you talk about two. Well, the first one is, were you guys wearing ear pro? Because you guys had to be deaf by the end of that.
Super deaf. Everybody from there is deaf. Nobody wore ear pro. I can't imagine somebody being like, "Hold on a minute," Nobody had Peltors back then. It wasn't a thing. You had the foamies that they gave you in a little green thing, but nobody had time to put them in.
I got in a tick on a rooftop one time, and it was like a U-shaped rooftop, and so the echoes Now, I mean, I couldn't hear shit for like a week.
Yeah.
Dude. So I was just, as I hear you guys and as I watch the documentary, I didn't see anybody wearing ear pro, and I'm sure the VA will say none of it's service connected, dude. But
Right.
I was just like wondering, like, are you guys constantly just like screaming at each other?
Yeah. We shot. I don't remember who it is, but somebody shot a law inside of a room.
Oh, God.
That I was in, and everything was shut. He kind of opened a window, and it was one of the lumber trucks going by, and he shot the law at it. But I remember being in there and kind of being toward the back, and I looked over, and he was like, law, or I am law, or something, and he shot it, and it just blew the doors open. It blew everything, and I was like, ow. And that was one of the times it's like, oh, yep, it's official. It's gone. Like, it's hearing's gone.
Not service connected, I'm sure. Yeah. Thank you, VA. Yeah, I mean, we were talking in the car yesterday. You're going through your VA stuff, and they're like trying to deny your TBI, and you have to like show them a picture of your helmet of you getting shot in the head. Like, man, it's 2026. I understand some dudes have tried to make some claims. But come on, bro.
Yeah, the headshot.
Tim Hetherington and Sebastian Junger. When again, I think I mentioned it early on in the podcast, but there's 2 full-blown documentaries on what we're talking about. I highly suggest you guys both watch them. They cover the same deployment, but from different vantage points. I think the Restrepo is kind of about what was going on, and I think Korengal is really kind of your vantage point. Mm-hmm. It's super interesting. I remember the first time I watched it, and I don't remember. I remembered you from the documentary when you came out. I don't remember when I saw you on social media, but you've got like a super like big Roman soldier face, and you still kind of look like a little bit like then. I was like, oh, I remembered you from the documentary, and I remember watching that. Just I've been to Afghanistan and Iraq, just being like, man, that's you guys went through a lot. When did the documentary crew first arrive, and walk me through what it was like trying to integrate? The only reason I bring this up too is my last podcast guest, who was a Marine in Fallujah. They had a reporter attached to his unit when they took Fallujah, so it's just a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah. So Sebastian and Tim came out, and by chance I had met them because they came out they were already out there when I got assigned to Battle Company 2nd Platoon, and it was their first pump. And there's a really funny picture of me reading a magazine in like a gator at the base of the valley, and the cop being told I'm going to go up. And they were there already. I was like, what are these dudes doing here? And they're like, oh, they're doing a thing they're doing a thing for Vanity Fair. I said, all right, that's strange. And Nightline or Dateline. Nightline. And I said, okay. And then we talked to them a little bit, and they're like, yeah, it's called the Valley of Death because, you guys are using like a lot of the ordnance, a lot of the support. You guys are getting most of the ticks. And I remember thinking, and like the guys echoed this, they're like, is nobody else fighting? Is there like a ceasefire or something? We didn't understand that it was just because the kinetic activity was only in our area. And we're like, holy, like I say in the documentary, like, did everybody just come here? Is this like the hot spot? Who knows? But he was like, yeah, so the America wants to know about your guys' story in the Valley of Death and the fact that you're doing this thing. And I was like, all right. They came out. I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 weeks. I talked to them a little bit. I don't know how much the guys talked to them, but I know there was some hesitancy in it. And, Sebastian, I loved Tim. Tim was a solid cat. Sebastian really became close with Oberon. I love Sebastian too. I've seen him a couple times since then. I keep in contact with him. But they went back, and we never thought we'd hear from him again. We're like, all right, cool, good for you guys. Thanks for coming out. Hey, we might be on Nightline at some point. And then they came back a second time a couple months later, and they're like, hey, America really responded to this. So we're doing another one called Return to the Valley of Death, where they came back out. Like,
so how long were they out there with you initially before they left the first time?
3 weeks maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They spent a good amount of time with us.
And they released something like super quick when they got back?
Yeah, they were contract reporters for Vanity Fair. I still have the Vanity Fair magazines because, my family, everybody in Wisconsin bought like 10 copies. And then I have a DVD. It probably doesn't work now. It's probably scratched up, but it was the Nightline, the Valley of Death. It was just your normal. That's when the media coverage started getting big on different places, and you started seeing things, Fallujah and that, and you were like, oh man. So that's when it started to really ramp up, and you're like, this is happening. And you weren't just seeing KIA pictures on local news. You were starting to see like, this is what's going on here. These people were brave enough to go and record this or interview these people. And again, we didn't have access to the news. So we didn't know how it was taken or how it was responded or how they portrayed us.
16 months, you guys are pretty much away from the world.
We had no idea what was going on.
TVs out on there's no, you guys even getting news at all?
No. I remember, I'm a Packer fan, a Green Bay Packer fan, being from Wisconsin, and
Weird. I would have never guessed.
I remember flying back on the plane to Restrepo, and it was the 2007 NFC Championship game. It was Brett Favre's last game with the Packers, and the lady came over to the intercom and she's like, "Do you want to know the score of the game?" And I didn't know that they were good that year until I got home. And like, yeah, they're super good. They're like 14-2. They're going to make the Super Bowl. And then they say that they lost, and I was like, "This is the worst day ever." As I'm flying back to Restrepo, I was so mad. Like, Brett Favre retired. I'm like, oh no, but no, Sebastian and Tim, we ended up getting really close to them. Then after that, the America can't get enough of it. I remember they played it up a lot. America can't get enough of it. They really like it. They're really into you guys. They're really interested in your stories. Most notably, the personal stories of you guys, because that's how they framed it. Mm-hmm. We're like, oh, cool, right on. They did that, and again, we were like, yeah, we'll never hear from them again. They might have said something to the other guys. They never said anything to me, and then they came out probably a month or two later and was like, hey, we're here on our own accord. And I remember...
So they came back a third time?
Yeah, because those were just contracted things. I think they came back four times. I think it was 4 times total. They came back again to get more footage. Because like, hey, we would like to do our own thing for you guys. Do a documentary of ourselves. Just.
Oh, so the initial times it came out, those are just for like newspaper article type thing, or a magazine.
Yeah, Vanity Fair and NBC or ABC Nightline. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, those were contracted. They came out, from what I gather, and this may or may not be true, they got a loan from National Geographic, who sponsored it or whatever, and then they came out, with all that stuff paid for, and hung out with us for months on end. 2 more times, I believe. Man, my memory is shot, but I think it was 2 more times for a month or 2 at a time. And by the end of it, they were like, "Where are you guys going today? What are you doing today? Can I come? Yeah, let's go." I mean, most of those conversations were with the platoon sergeant and the platoon leader. And they're like, "Hey, you guys got Tim and Sebastian today?" And I'm like, "Okay." And they were part of the crew. They went everywhere. The amount of times that you asked me a question like, "Did they ever fight? Do we have to protect them?" Yeah, the amount of times that. You could ask, Sebastian, that a hand grabbed his shoulder and moved him down on a wall or moved him out of the way or returning fire right in front of his face. And the dude had, balls of steel that he was like right in your face with the camera the whole time, Tim, he either broke or really sprained. I think he broke his ankle on a mission and he walked back, and we were far away. He walked back to the thing, but they became family. They really did. They wanted to tell our story, and they did it justice with the documentary. I have nothing but...
I want to say that's one of the first documentaries that really kind of set the tone. I mean, because there's been a ton of documentaries, but I remember that's the first one that I watched because I had friends that were... I had a really close friend that was in the Valley with you guys. He wasn't co-located with you guys, but was an intel guy. And I remember him talking about it, and then I watched that documentary. It was really well done.
Yeah.
And they obviously took some time. You could tell they cared. They captured, the perfect balance between war and the funny, like all the things that really happen behind the scenes that people don't talk about. It was really well made.
Yeah. I mean, we could tell they cared about us, and I think they knew that we cared about them to an extent toward the end. Like, we would fuck with them, man. O'Byrne's favorite thing was to pretend like he was stepping over a trip. They didn't have night vision, so he would pretend that he was stepping over a tripwire, and then he'd like point to it, and they were like with their camera, and they were like, something, and then you could see him like.
Yeah,
there's nothing there, and we're all like snickering. Yeah.
What was it like with them, like living in and around you guys? I mean, I'm sure they had the camera, but they ever put the camera down and just be human? And
Oh yeah. They're the ones that brought us a lot of stuff here and there. They would bring playing cards and dominoes and stuff like that. So they were the ones that we got. They just hung out with us and they told stories. We would have these whole entire tutorials from Tim on how to speak British, and you don't call a chick a bird, you call her, or a chick, you call her a bird. That's how they refer to women. And he would just give us all these like slang terms and stuff. And
yeah, I'm not even familiar with Tim. I mean, I know Sebastian.
Oh, man.
We've talked about Sebastian's book, The Tribe, a lot on our podcast, but yeah, I'm not familiar with Tim at all.
Tim is a solid dude. When he died, I don't remember who texted me, but somebody said, "Hey, Tim's dead," and I said, "What?
What happened to him?"
So from what I get, I mean, he took like a mortar shell or some kind of artillery shell. He got into a fight, and I want to say it was in Libya, yeah, he ended up bleeding out. And there's been some medical things for journalism that have come from that I'm pretty proud of. That I couldn't quote them, but different first aid training and first aid kit outfitting for non-combat for combat journalists, so that's a good thing. But yeah, he died, and the last thing him and I talked about, I went on before I left for the Q course, I did like a little tour around Europe, and he gave me his flat in London. He was off shooting somewhere, and I stayed in his flat. You know, he's a good dude. He's a fantastic guy. I loved him, and Sebastian too. You know, and they never let their feelings about the war or politics or anything that they felt get in the way of just the dudes. And they became bros. They really did. I thought, you know.
What was Tim like as a person?
He was funny, man. He was kind of like, I mean, to be honest with you, he reminded me of Bear Grylls. He was like a quirky, dorky Englishman. And he had these little quirks about him, but man, he was funny. And we used to just rib him so hard, and he took it like a champ. But he was really funny, really funny too. But every time, if my sons are watching Bear Grylls, which I do often, that voice, I'll hear that voice and how he spoke and how he, the inflection he puts on different words, and it brings me right back to like listening to Tim tell stories.
And I'm sure that's nice, right? Because you're in the middle of the nowhere and you're with, you know, your friends, and at some point you guys start telling the same stories. And so it's probably nice to just have like people come in and lighten the mood, right? Like,
yeah.
You're living very tense days. So thanks for sharing. It's pretty obviously that he left a mark on you. What did you think when you found out they were making a documentary?
Honestly, we thought it would flop. I know I did. I don't know what the bros think, but they were like, we're gonna tell your story. And I remember Brennan being like, yeah, whatever. Like O'Byrne being like, all right, man, like we'll see. And thinking it's gonna be like some B-rate, you know, like we were like, all right. And I remember them telling me something about National Geographic. And I was like, that's a pretty big station like that, or like network. That's pretty cool. But they kept saying they were gonna do it and that they had all this stuff. And then I don't know if other guys stayed in contact with like producers and the people that worked for Sebastian. I did not until right before they released it. I got an email from Maya, who I guess was some kind of executive producer on it, being like, "Hey, this is happening." I was like, "Oh man, it really is happening." But by that point, I had already gone back to selection, and I was almost done with the Q course by the time it came out. Actually, I had finished the Q course, so we did never think it was going to be this big, man. We had no idea it was going to be anywhere close to what it was. I had just graduated when he flew a bunch of us out to New York to watch the premiere in a private viewing session with our wives and stuff. And Julia came with me. And it was the first time since I had left the 173rd. I had gone to Sal's Medal of Honor ceremony in D.C. and seen some of them, but it was the first time that I had seen a lot of them. And we got to hang out in New York. You know, he gave us, at the time, Sebastian had a bar called the Half King in Manhattan, and he was like, all their booze is on me. And
we're boy. Say less, fam.
Yeah. He ended up saying at one point that we drank like $19K worth of booze that night. And I was like, yeah, all right.
That's what happens when you unleash an infantry unit in a bar with an open tab.
Yeah, because he left at like 9:30. He's like, all right, guys, I'm going home. You know, he's older. And we're like, you guys have fun. And we're like, for real?
Close that sucker down at 6 a.m, dude. What was your kind of reaction when the title was going to be The Valley of Death?
Oh man, well that's when he said, that's what I was saying. When he said, yeah, we're titling it The Valley of Death, I don't think he was set on that title at first, and then he came back the second time and told us that he had settled on that, and then that the now one he was doing was Return to the Valley of Death. We were really taken aback. At least I was. I can't speak for the bros, but like, we were like, man, there's other people that are doing stuff, you know? There's got to be like some Rangers doing some cool stuff, or somebody's like, you know, we know that Tier 1 guys were probably in Tora Bora doing something around the same time, but we had such a high concentration of people that in our valley that he's like, yeah, you guys, the big stat was that we were using like 80 or 90% of all ordnance drop to cover our movements.
That's another thing I told you earlier, I had two questions. One was about your earring. The other one was like, dude, how often were you guys getting ammo resupplies? Because my other part of my brain is like, man, or if you guys had an ammo house, you know, if those guys got one rocket in the ammo house with the ammo ordnance you guys were clearing, like you explode, were you guys just getting constantly resupplied?
Yeah, all the time. And you would get it in kind of a speedball fashion a lot of times, so it would be wrapped up in a Skidco or something like that. But we ended up building like this like Mecca Thai temple of sandbags that came to a point, and it was like 6 sandbags deep with our ammo like dug underground. It was huge, man. Yeah. And you go down there, it was actually the coolest place when it got really hot, so dudes would go down there. But we had tons of ammo. We were getting Laws and Small Ds and AT4s, Javelins. Like we had, when the resupply came, it came hard for us because we were going through a lot of ammo, man. And you're talking about hearing like the bombs that were dropped, man. I still have a piece of metal that I was sitting by a tree, and they're like, hey, you know, blah, 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 you know, 500 pounds, 8M or whatever, danger close. And I was like, I don't know the FO stuff at the time. I'm in E4. I'm like, oh, danger close. He's like, brace yourself. I'm like, yeah, whatever. They come in close all the time. And this like shard of metal, like this big, smoking shard of metal just came skipping over and hit me in the calf, just lightly. And I like looked down and I was like, oh man. And I kept it. I was like, that is danger close. Holy hell. Okay.
Did you guys have a TAC-P or a JTAC with you guys, or?
No, we had an FO, just a forward observer, Tanner Steedster.
And that too was calling all your air in? What was Sebastian Junger like? I reached out to him like 6 months ago. I'd love to talk to that dude. We talked about his books. I've heard him on Joe Rogan. He seems like I know he had a death scare not that long ago. He was writing about it. What was he like out there?
He's a straight shooter, man. It's funny because at certain points he would talk about it. He was, at the time most soldiers were kind of right-leaning, and I'm not going to get into politics. He was very left. He was a very left-leaning dude, but he was a very neutral guy in his reporting. And he was a little more serious. He was older. You could tell he was like older. He had kind of gotten married and had kids later in life, but a real serious dude, real serious about his work, but loved to joke with us. He wasn't the young kind of jokester that Tim was, but just a straight shooter. Like that's the best word I can describe him, a straight shooter. Everything was right on point, and he always wanted to know why you were doing something. He's like, why are we covering this area? And you'd be like, well, because this and that. You heard something over here, Prophet said this, and then we saw this guy moving, so it correlates that. And he always wanted to dig deeper into what we were doing, how we were feeling, And I'm taken to he got same kind of situation that he recorded me in when I said it's like crack cocaine. He recorded one of my best friends, Dusty, and he was a replacement, and he recorded him after the same kind of fight, this and that and the other, and he's like, yeah, well, we had been, Dusty's talking to him, he's like, what's it like, this and that, and he's like, kept going into how you're feeling, and Dusty, I was on the camera on the outside, so Dusty was like looking for answers. He was real froze up in the camera, and he was like, and he's like, yeah, it'd been quiet for a long time, and then they hit us with this, so we're looking forward to the next patrol. And he's like looking at me trying to find the words, and he goes, we're really going to stick it to him. And he did exactly like that, and he stopped, and he was like, all right, thanks, Dusty. He's like, I can't believe I just did that. The 1950s, stick it to him. And I'll never forget that, because he was like, Sebastian, don't put that in there. Don't put it in there. He's like, I can't believe I did the arm thing and everything.
That's probably hilarious, though. Did their presence, being there filming you guys, did it change kind of how you acted at all? Both on patrol and in the FOB?
A little bit. On the FOB early on. Toward the end, we didn't even care. Like, they were getting, not guard shifts, but they were getting, like, duties. Like, hey, trash needs burning. And
it's like, bro, you're extra. You guys want to hang out? Bro, you guys can do some work. There's no free lunches.
Yeah, they were getting duties. They were getting, different things like, hey, we need help taking this pallet of water down to the hill. Like, come up here and help us. They'd be in the chain of like MRE, how the human chain of MREs. So it didn't, early on it was a little different. And then, but on patrol, you had to kind of tuck them into a little bit, and then you'd kind of like bury them down. And every now and again, Sebastian, more often than Tim, would kind of get out, I think, and with the camera and try to get in a way. And they'd get yelled at, like a bird would be like, get the fuck down. Yeah. And you're like, all right. And, or move over there. So you had to make a couple accommodations for them on patrol, but not many. Not many, man.
Yeah, it's got to take big balls, man, for a dude to just run out there in a foreign country, in a war zone, and, integrate themselves with just a camera. They don't have a way to defend themselves.
Yeah.
So
and at that time, too, like big cameras.
Yeah, it's a great point. I interrupted you earlier, and I apologize. I've tried to not do that, but you were talking about where you were when you found out Tim was killed in Libya in 2011.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, 2011, I was on a team. I was on 786, ODA 786, and I think I was just about to go to Colombia or something, and somebody sent me a text, and it really hit me hard, because it wasn't supposed to be him, It wasn't he was, in my mind, too pure of a dude. Like, he was just there to tell a story. Like, he didn't, the old saying, like, he never did anything to anybody, Like, this wasn't supposed to be him. This wasn't supposed to happen like this, It was supposed to be one of us. And it hit me really hard because I always thought of him as that kind of guy, the super neutral guy that was there to tell a story. Bubbly dude, like I said, the Bear Grylls type of guy that everything was positive with him. And I remember thinking, like, this shouldn't be right. And I remember not believing it at first, being like, no, it can't be Tim. There's gotta be a mistake, He shouldn't be dead. He's too pure of a guy, We're all assholes. We're all drunkards and assholes and not the most savory of human beings, and he was, So you kind of felt really like I should have been in that spot.
How did it hit the group chat? And like, what were guys saying?
So at that time, it was like, I was still like on MySpace, like Facebook, early Facebook. And I don't think I was in group chats at that point yet. I still was, I think we were still on flip phones, like Razors at the time or something. So it was just a few phone calls from a couple different guys. I remember Luke Navala calling me and being pretty emotional about it. And I was like, yeah, dude, I don't know what to say. I was out at a dinner with some people and I had to leave and just walk down the alley, like this dark alley, and talk to him for like 2 hours. And we had some talks. It's like, I don't understand. Like, why was he there? Why wasn't anybody helping him, So I know it hit the dudes really hard. I don't know about a lot of people because I know, Byrne's really close to Sebastian, and I am too. But I always felt a really, really special connection with Tim. He let me stay in his flat. Yeah, and
Brat's very British.
Yeah, in London, he was like, "Yeah, you stay at my flat," and he told me all the places to go, and he helped me like get around England when I was traveling. Liverpool to see the Beatles start. And he helped me out a lot, and him and I chatted a lot, and then. And it was over in an instant. I hadn't spoken to him in a while, and I was like, and I felt bad about not keeping in contact with him and wondering what happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, it hit a lot of dudes hard. I don't know if it hit him harder than me or as hard as me, but I didn't like it.
I don't know how curious as a person you are. I'm always curious. Did you ever ask him like what drove him to go to a war zone, like being out there with you guys with Afghanistan? Did you ever ask him or Sebastian, like, hey man, why are you guys here? What is it?
Yeah, I did. In fact, and I remember. I'm going to get this wrong. I don't know if it was Sebastian or Tim telling me a story about him doing an expose in Africa, like we were talking about, and being in like the back of one of those like Range Rovers and like having child soldiers like draw on them and being really scared. And they were really passionate about getting stories out there that other people were afraid to get out there. I don't know. I'm not here to say that one reporter is brave or one isn't, and one isn't wearing a flak jacket for no reason and one is, those old like things. But I am here to say like they wanted to get the story out, and you can tell. I don't know about me, but I don't know about some of the dudes, but I was hesitant on what they might put out there. And when it came out, there's not a dude in the platoon that's like, that portrayed me wrong. There's not a guy that says that. They're like, they were right on. They cared about us. They cared about our viewpoints. It was us talking mostly, them prompting us. But I don't think that any guy in my chat or any guy from Restrepo would say that they screwed us in their portrayal of us or what they had. They left out the stick it to them thing so Dusty can stay happy and everything's good. And like they did what a good non-biased journalist does, I think.
Yeah, I don't know that happens as much anymore. And the reason I asked that is I just started making documentaries. We just made our first one in November. We're hoping to make another one this summer. So it's important, I think, to understand your perspective as a guy that's on the other side of the camera, where Tim and them are, to make sure that that we get it right for whatever story we're telling. So it's really cool to hear you say that. Before we dive in a couple other topics, can we take a quick break?
Yeah.
If you're serious about buying a home, refinancing, or just want to know if you can put yourself in a better position financially, listen up. I want you to go check out New Wave Lending. That's NUWAVE Lending. They've got real experience helping veterans, military families, law enforcement, and hardworking Americans, and they've built a dedicated team specifically for our Vanguard Wall listeners. That means real people, real answers, and no getting passed around like a transaction. If you bought a home in the last 1 to 4 years, rates may have moved enough that it's worth running the numbers. And if you're planning to buy in the next 6 to 12 months, they can help you get fully prepared before the right house hits the market. They'll break it down straight, real costs, real options, and whether the move actually makes sense for you. They also built a dedicated landing page just for our Vanguard Wall listeners. So click the link in the description or the show notes and get connected directly with the team taking care of our audience. New Wave Lending, trusted people, solid guidance, and a team built for our community. As we dive into other parts of, that 16-month there, I want to talk a little bit about the people you were with, especially your squad. The documentary goes into some of that, but obviously the documentary is cleaned and cut and clipped, and so tell me who were your best friend or friends when you were at Restrepo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the guy that was in the PSD with me, Chris Hoyt, he did OEF 6 with Chosen Company, and then went over there by some way, and ended up going to 2nd Platoon Battle Company with me, and him and I just were really close. We worked out together. He was and remains one of the closest people to me, even though I haven't spoken to him in quite a while. I consider him, a brother. But, Elliot Alcantara, who came a little bit later on, but him and I knew each other really well. Dusty, Dustin Henry, he was kind of a replacement, but him and I got really, really close. We worked out a lot. And then obviously my squad, Tad Donahoe, I lost contact with him too. I lost contact with a lot of people when I went into the ODAs and SOF, and I regret that a lot. But I was like, hey, I was always looking forward. Tad went home to Redding, California, where he's from. I was friends with Jason Monroe. He was in my squad. He's from Milwaukee. I think he's back there now. And but I looked up to O'Byrne and McDonough. O'Byrne was my team leader, and Josh McDonough, he's one of the only other ones that's still in. He's down as a sergeant major of a basic training battalion, I think, 150 Brigade. I don't know, but they coincidentally the one I went to years ago. But he was like a hero to me. And the NCOs, like I said, Mark Patterson, our platoon sergeant, was like Yoda to me. Kevin Rice, he was another squad leader. Matthew Simon, who I ended up going through Ranger School later with together. Teddy Buno was, he's an Islander, and at certain points he carried a samurai sword in his kit on patrol. We just did wacky things, man, just to pass time and stuff. But I had a lot of friends. I mean, I consider them all brothers, wrong, right, or indifferent. There's been some bad blood, but I hold nothing. I hold those men in the highest regard.
Do you still keep in contact with any of them?
Yeah, I'm gonna chat with a few of them. I see some of them come and go. It's not just second platoon. There's a lot of dudes that were in the Korengal from the other platoons, because we had Fob Vamoto and Vegas. So I still keep in contact with quite a few of them. And then the ones that aren't in the chat that would rather not be, ever since I decided to retire, I kind of came out on social media, and I decided to be like, hey. And at first it was to kind of contact some people that I was trying to find. I had lost phone numbers. When I left, we all had Italian phones, so getting the American phone numbers once everybody else rotated back was really hard. Luckily, I've had the exact same phone number since the day I came back from Italy, the entire time. It hasn't changed. So if anybody has it, they can always call me on that one, and I'll keep it open. But
where's Chris Hoyt from? Do you know?
Butte, Montana. As far as I know, he went back there. The last I heard, he was working on an oil field or oil rig or something.
Somebody out here that's going to hear this podcast knows Chris Hoyt. Chris, get in contact with Kyle. You can his social media links will be in the description for this podcast. So find him. I know that'd mean a lot to him.
It would. Yeah, I mean, Chris was instrumental in me as development of a man. He had already had a kid. He had a kid in Montana, so he was a mature dude. He was a fit dude. I looked up to him. He was a smart NCO. I always wondered why he got put in PSD. I know why I got put there, and I know why the other two NCOs got put there. But Chris was kind of jaded about it, and I think it was something with a fight or something. But he was a really good NCO. He ended up taking over, I think, second squad later on, and I looked up to him, and as I did most of the guys above me. And I wasn't perfect. I messed up a lot. There was times when I couldn't hack it, and I'd get smoked for this, that, and the other. And now looking back on it, always warranted. And I can't give those guys enough thanks for that stuff, because I'm like, yeah, man, you guys forged what I became, and they're the foundation for what I was able to do and accomplish going forward. I wouldn't be who I am without them.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's always good, we're older now, right? And now we get the benefit of having kids. And I mean, dude, you've been in leadership positions, and you go back and you get to see, man. And that's not life. We don't get the benefit of do-overs, right? But all those experiences, sum total of all that and the things that we go through make us who we are today. Mm-hmm. People always ask me, like, do you have regrets? Of course we have regrets, but there's not a lot of things in my life that I would change, because I think it led me to this moment, being here, having this podcast, talking to you, right? And when I look at, kind of my own path, rocky and ridge lines and whatever that led me here, I'm thankful for the journey, because when life's too easy, you take everything for granted, dude.
For sure.
And I think, in the short time you and I've been talking today and even yesterday and the lead up to this, like, that's who we are, and it's cool to see people, you especially, you're a very humble person, to talk about the people that impacted you, because there's a lot of me, I people out there. And we really avoid that mindset on our channel, because it's a tribe, dude. We're the sum total of the people that led us, influenced us, helped us. Even the people that kicked us a couple times, man.
Yeah.
You know, I still learn from the people that I didn't care for. You know, I use those people for fuel for the next thing. So tell us a little bit about Sal Giunta before he won the Medal of Honor. I know you've had some funny stories.
Yeah, man. Sal and I haven't spoken in a while, and I talk to a lot of people that still talk to him and hang out with him to this day, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for Sal. I love Sal. I thought I can't, and he'll tell you this. He's the humblest dude I know. I wasn't really close to him when he earned his Medal of Honor, but I know what he did, and I know what the boys said about him, and I know the kind of guy he was. You know, I had a couple heavy drinking excursions with him in the past, and I had been smoked with him both on a mortar line. I think it was on a mortar line with Staff Sergeant at the time, Eric Phillips, and then again doing saw drum changes by Dave Barberet. And him and I always we didn't go out a lot together, but we knew each other, and we hung out here and there. And the funniest thing, as I tell people, is I was finaling out from the 173rd 3 or 4 days prior to my departure with my now wife, and she was walking around helping me get files signed or whatever, and Sal was probably on a stoop drinking with the boys or doing, I don't know what he was doing, and I introduced my wife to him, and I was like, this is Sal, so on and so forth, and I didn't say anything at first. And as we got to the car, him and I were like bantering as I was walking away, and I was like, he's gonna win the Medal of Honor. And he's like, I can hear you. No, I'm not, or something like that. And I was like, yes, you are. And I drove away, and I was like, hey man, hit me up. I'll be at Bragg. I'm gonna be a Green Beret. And I'm like, you're gonna win the Medal of Honor. And he's like, no, I'm not. And I drove away. And I remember thinking like, could happen. I didn't give it any thought. And then when he was awarded it, I was like, I'll be damned. And my wife was like, yeah. He did. He really did. And I was like, he did. And, I think we saw him, flipping the coin at the Super Bowl or something. And I was like, there he is. Really humble dude. And him and I both came from the Midwest, and I like him a lot. And my connection with him was mostly through Dave Barberet, who I respect. But I love Sal. Yeah, him and I remember one heavy wine drinking night. I don't remember what we were doing, but I remember we were in the same car, and we were lost. Because in Italy they have these the concrete barriers, the little yellow ones, and we were just like lost in this thing trying to figure our way out. But yeah, great dude.
You've mentioned a couple people on the podcast up to this point, but is there any other people that had a massive influence on you from that deployment, whether it's leadership or friendship or whatever? You talked about McDonough a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Mode. Mike Mode was a lieutenant, and he ended up going to another platoon. But Mike Mode, I just recently spoke to him, and I asked him a question because I remember my mind was so focused on the next ridge line, but I was trying to always gauge myself as a man. I knew I was immature. I knew I had a lot to learn. And I remember being on Rock Avalanche, the same one, when Larry Rugel died. And I didn't know Larry very well, but I had run into him he was a scout when I was in scout platoon, and he was very quiet and very humble. I don't know if he was like that with everybody or I was just a new cherry, but he was really important to me, being like, wow, that's what a stoic is. He was a Ranger Regiment guy, and I was like, man, he's the coolest guy ever. But anyway, I was on Rock Avalanche, and I think this was the day before he died and the day before Kevin Rice got shot, and Carl Vandenberg. Carl Vandenberg I went to basic training with, and I leaned over to Mike Mode. We drastically underestimated the cold weather gear we needed because we were going up another 2,000 or 4,000 feet elevation, and it was nasty cold there. So we were sleeping 2 guys to a body bag. We had body bags, zip up and the vinyl or whatever, and we zipped it up all the way, and then didn't realize that our breath, the condensation, was dripping in our own faces. But I remember leaning over to Mike Mode and being like, hey, is this like Ranger school? Lieutenants were Rangers. And he was like, what? I was like, is this like Ranger school? Do you think after I do this stuff, I could be a Ranger? And he was like, yes. That's the dumbest question ever. He was like, you're going to moonwalk through Ranger school. This is the stupid. And he kind of made me feel stupid. I was like, yes, I'm going to be able to do it because this is hard. Yeah, I'm going to stick it to Ranger school. And I have carried that tiny note of confidence that he gave me on my shoulders years on, because he told me that I could do it, and I was like, I can do it. And so Mike Mode was really instrumental. He was I don't have an opinion about lieutenants one way or the other. Young lieutenants, as a young guy myself, but he was always a really cool guy that would like talk to you and be like, how's it going? What's up with you? He was, go back to Band of Brothers. He was the dude that was invested in who you were as a man, and
So important.
Yeah. And Mike Mode was a solid cat, is a solid cat. And, he told me he let his son watch Restrepo and what his questions were on it. And him and I had a good conversation, but I owe a lot to him too, for allowing me to see the world in a bigger light and a little more clear, as a man. Yeah,
super impactful, man. Kind of off topic, but how many people stayed in after that deployment? Was there did a bunch of people get out or?
Yeah, a bunch of people got out. There was a few, I know that I can't speak for the battalion or the company, but I can speak for 2nd Platoon. A couple went to be instructors. A couple stayed in and did further deployments, but eventually got out or went National Guard. As far as I know, myself and McDonough and then Mike Mode ended up being in another platoon, but he ended up going soft too, 5th Group for a little while. I don't know how long he did there. And then McDonough, Josh, he went to Ranger Regiment and did very, very well. From what I understand, I have people that I run into, Rangers, that are like, oh man, Mac or Sergeant Major McDonough. Anytime I run into Rangers, they know him and they know me by default. And they want to know what Staff Sergeant McDonough was like, not Command Sergeant Major McDonough, which I find hilarious. And I'm like, well, yeah.
It is funny, like as we've gotten older, like my friend group, the officers I know are 06 or soon to be generals. Like, my friends are either, Command Sergeant Majors are retired. And it's funny because, you grow up and you guys are all younger together. Even guys I knew at the police department now, they're deputy chiefs. And you're just like, man, the dumb shit that we did. And now we're all, you guys are in charge of people, or we became in charge of people as I was climbing the ranks. Because you still have those memories of when you were, doing dumber stuff when you guys were always younger. So it's a weird thing sometimes to get older, right?
It is. It is super eerie.
Yeah. Battle Company had a 30% Purple Heart rate. When did your platoon take your first casualty, if you remember?
I mean, the first ones I remember while I was there. Obviously, Restrepo had died, and as far as further on, Vomoto had died, and we had, and the first casualty that comes to my mind is Kevin Rice and Carl Vandenberg on Rock Avalanche in that October. We had guys get medevac for different things, but those were the big ones. Kevin got shot in the belly, I believe, and Carl got shot in the arm, and I was covering them at this burnt out stump when they were evac'd, and they had given Carl a fentanyl lollipop. And he walked past me with his arm just gashed open, looking like a holiday ham, and like wrapped up. And he like had it sticking out his mouth. He like smiled and like waved at me, and I was like, "Wow!" And Kevin he was bloody here, and they moved him. But that was the first time that it really hit me hard, because up until that point, I think I was so immature and so out of touch with reality that I was like, "It can happen," but it's not going to happen. And then it was right on our doorstep, and that's when Larry Rugel died, and he wasn't. He wasn't in the platoon, but he was part of the scout team that was attached to us, and I knew the guys that he had brought with him because they were with me in scouts, and I don't know what they thought of me either way, but I knew Larry just by chance of being in scouts, and I thought he was the coolest dude ever, and when he got killed, like they say in the documentary, you're like, man, that's like one of our best, because like he was a Ranger, and he had tons of deployments, and you're like, Larry knew what was up. And then he died, and it hit a lot of dudes really hard. And I was thinking like, well, man, if he got swacked, and Kevin Rice, who I hold in the highest regard, got hit, I was like, it's coming for all of us. And it goes back to, and I don't want to sound cheesy, but it goes back to like you can't operate effectively until you accept the inevitable. You really can't. If you think there's a chance, then you're not going to give your full commitment to any one task. You have to be like, well, I guess I don't have to worry about the bullet that has my name on it. I probably should worry about the bullet that just says, to whom it may concern.
Yeah. That's a unique way to put it. I always wonder how people, how do you grieve when you can't really stop fighting anyway, right? So it's not like, I've said it multiple times on the podcast, and I was in law enforcement for a while. When a police officer dies, you wear bands around the badge and you get a couple weeks, and you don't do that at war. There is no, you know what I mean? Like there's no stand down for 2 weeks where you tell the enemy, hey man, we're in a grieving process. So I'm sure there's no time for grieving there. You either don't grieve or, you try to deal with it, put that in a tough box and deal with it, down the road. Can you talk a little bit about Rock Avalanche, what it was about, kind of what happened and your memories from that operation?
I mean, as much as I know, because again, as an E4, I was like, all right, my ruck was packed to the brim and it was heavy and we were getting infilled in a helicopter, which I thought was super cool at night. And we were going to make a push near the Avaskar Talazar ridgelines, I believe, and we were going to, push deep into the valley. Word has it, and I can't, confirm or deny this, but we were close to where the kind of the lone survivor thing was supposed to have happened. And it's funny because I remember them finding DVDs, like the anti-American propaganda DVDs. But once we started getting hit, it's surreal.
Was it a full battalion movement?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, we had the whole gambit was in there. I mean, I know all of BCO was in there. We had, and I knew where I was supposed to be, and I knew where my squad was supposed to be, and where they put me. And I'm carrying the saw, which is just terrible. And I'm walking up these rocky mountains, and we just kept walking and input in place in certain areas, and kept walking. And then one day it just lights up.
Were you guys in a blocking position or?
Yeah, kind of, but like a platoon blocking position. We were spread way out with different squads in different places, and it was like, and I'm not going to equate this, but it was set up kind of like, the Ardennes Forest scene in Band of Brothers. Like there was just little pockets of dudes, and then every now and again somebody would come by and be like, "How you guys doing? What do you guys see?" And then it kept going, and you were in your like little spot, like I'm good, I don't see anything, whatever. And it opened up, and it was kind of to my back left when it opened up. And I remember being really upset because there was a lot of fighting going on there, but I was covering this like valley gorge, and I was like, nothing's happening over here. And then I remember like looking down and being like, well, nobody's gonna climb up this thing. Like, this is ridiculous. That's suicide. They're obviously gonna come up the easier ridge line to do it. And I heard they broke through our lines pretty good, and that's how Kevin got shot. And they started pulling things off of him, and dudes started stepping up and saving lives, and it was awesome. And then the birds coming in, but we were up there for 8 days, maybe. I don't remember. The thing that hits me most about it is the only time I'd had a death in the family was when I was on that. So I didn't hear about when I came back down until I came back down. But being up there, it was surreal. I didn't bring enough cold weather gear. We were freezing. I have a bunch of pictures of me just being disgustingly dirty. Somebody took with a point and shoot. At one point they sent speedballs of ammo and water, and I think they sent like muffins. Those like spunk wire muffins.
Chocolate muffins.
Yeah, and that thing got dropped like way off, and it got crushed, and there was all these crushed muffins like rolling down the mountain, and we're like, no. Yeah. But yeah, Rock Avalanche was a huge deal. I remember the company commander being really, really upset that they were able to break through our lines and that Larry had died. And I remember him, it's in the documentary, being like, light him up, and telling the FOs and everybody to, we're going to push this and we're going to do that and we're going to maneuver on this. And I was like, oh man, it's getting serious. But again, I was so far removed from firsthand knowledge of what was happening that I was like, this is my job, and I'm going to make O'Byrne and Mac proud, and I'm going to do what I need to do. I'm going to be where they need me to be.
Well, I don't really know the story of Sal Giunta's Medal of Honor. There's been a lot of Medal of Honors in the GWAT. I've heard people talk about him. Johnny Wilson was here, and I think he, was there when one of the guys were evac with Sal.
Yeah.
They had to crack the chest. I think we cut a short that went pretty far.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about that?
So from hearsay, and you could see a little bit of what was going on the different ridge lines if you looked back, which I didn't do a whole lot because I was covering a different area. But apparently they got a near ambush, and he was at the front or close to the front, maybe a Bravo team leader. So pretty much all of Alpha team was hit and went down, and he laid down suppressive fire and just began dragging dude back and then going back and dragging him back. And to my knowledge, he took a couple rounds to different parts of his plate and stuff, and just kept going. And if you ask him about it, I'm sure he'd tell you, he didn't invoke a deliberate thought process, which I think is the right,
We talked about this off camera, dude. I really feel bad for some of these Medal of Honor dudes. They're out there, they're doing the thing, right, for the brothers, for the thing they signed up. Nobody, I'm sure, wanted to get the Medal of Honor, did it for the Medal of Honor. They're out there doing the thing, being a courageous American, like many people have done, right? And then, they get pulled off and, almost guarded and, almost separated, if you will. You become almost property of the U.S. government.
Yeah, I think you become the Captain America propaganda tool. And I'm not going to say it in a political way, but I know that a dude that wants to continue to operate with the boys and with the homies, doesn't have that option anymore. Like now you're protected. It isn't the days of the guy from the Pacific going back up. You have a barrage of people around you at all times, like making sure you're doing the right thing, saying the right thing, upholding the values, and honoring the medal and everything that's been given to you. And I mean that's a package deal. But I know that I would be really upset with it if it had happened earlier, and they were like, "Hey, sorry, dude, like your operational career's done." You're like,
you're nothing more than a talking piece.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's got to be cool initially. You get to throw a couple baseballs or whatever, coin toss, and then you're just like, yo, dude, I just want to be a normal dude again.
Well, yeah, and that's why a lot of them kind of fade away, and they just want to be left alone. I completely understand it, and more power to them. Like, enjoy your privacy, dude.
Yeah, we've been put in touch with a couple of Medal of Honor winners, and you'd be lucky if you can even get a response from them. I don't know if DOD keeps them from talking. I don't think I've heard too many of them talk unless it's some DOD sponsored talk. But,
for sure.
Were you anywhere near him, or were they on a different ridge line?
Different, like an adjacent ridge line. So we knew what was going on. We could kind of see the ruckus, but again, most of us are on the prone under the bushes and stuff. So you're like, what's going on? I did fire a law during Rock Avalanche, which I thought was really cool, and I thought I was covering something, and I think years have wisened me up to the fact that I just fired a law to fire a law during a mission, and it just sailed off into nothing.
What was it like when you found out he was getting the Medal of Honor? I know this dude.
Yeah, I was like super fired up, and like I saved all the articles. I was like, I know him, and at that time I still had I still have his phone number. But at that time, we still stayed in contact here and there through Facebook and MySpace back then. Yeah, that's how long ago. But yeah, I was like, oh man, it's like one of us, because he was the first living recipient for a really long time.
Yeah,
and it was like, yeah, he's one of us. That's what's up. Like, and whether or not he tells you he deserves it, whether or not other people tell you he deserves it, I don't know. That's not for me to say.
It's got to be a sense of pride, though. That's a guy that came from your company.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. We were like, yes, that's us. That's our guy, like the Goodfellas thing. Like, one of us is going to be made, and he was, But we also had Eric Phillips and Chosen Company, and then, Kyle White, Ryan Pitt, and whatnot. And, we had a bunch of them get it, for different reasons, and all well deserving. And I wish them the best. And
yeah, did you go to his White House ceremony?
I did go to his White House ceremony. We hung out a little bit. It's funny because I went to basic training, like I said, with Matthew Williams from 3rd Group, who got the Medal of Honor, and my bunkmate is really my bunkmate from basic training is really good friends with Matt, and he went to Matt's ceremony, which I guess all other living Medal of Honor recipients go to it. So my bunkmate sent me a picture of the three of them all flipping me the bird at Matt's, Sal, and I was like, this guy, dude. But I did go to Sal's. It was funny because I was invited, and I was like, really? I'm in SOF now, and I'm not too, connected with the company anymore. But they were like, you got to come. And I was like, okay. And it was the best time ever. Like it was
like kind of like a mini reunion.
Yeah, being back with the homies. I had a green beret, but I showed up and all my old NCOs were like looking at my uniform, be like, fixing my stuff, be like, who shined your boots? And I was like, I missed it, And
you grow up, but you're still our kid, bro.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And that's why I knew Sal was a little bit in a world that I didn't think he wanted to be in, just knowing him. Because he was kind of pulled away from an engagement with us. I went to give him a hug, and he had some other things on his schedule. So like some brass kind of pulled him away, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow." I was like, man, that's that sucks. I'd like to have seen him a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, and I got to go into the Oval Office, and I was near Obama when he was speaking about Sal, and I was like, yep, everything's true.
Oh, that's cool. I think you mentioned too, you met like an older dude talking about bayoneting like a Viet Cong.
Oh, man.
What was that conversation like?
Man, well, the Medal of Honor ceremony is like this huge deal where you do the White House thing where they give it to you, and then you go to the Pentagon for like induction into some kind of Hall of Fame or something. You go like down in the basement, and there's like all the photos and everybody. And then you have a nightly dinner at the Sergeant Major of the Army's house. And that was weird, man, because like,
do I belong here?
Yeah, somebody's gonna see this, but like, he has like butlers with like tails and shrimp platters, and I was like, what is going on here? There's like
a little bit different than Sebastian's bar. It's like drink as much as you want.
Like champagne glasses. It was like I was at the Batman, like Bruce Wayne's mansion, like walking around with champagne. And I was like, yeah, I'll take champagne. But we were all there in uniform, and you start pointing out the older gentleman with the Medal of Honor wearing it like a suit. And you're like, oh, what's up? And they make their way around. They give out their Medal of Honor coin. All the older guys have it, which I love. And they ask you your war stories. And they're like, oh, so you were with Sal in Battle Company. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like, oh, you did this and that. Yes, sir. Well, and I was like, sure, tell me about yourself. And this happened 2 or 3 times. Like, well, I was in Quezon or Dak To. And they go into this huge, unbelievable Vietnam or MACV-SOG story. And it lasts like 20 minutes. He's like, yeah, and I was shot through here and I had to put my guts back here and I was tying my foot on. And I was like, what? And then they're like, so tell me about your deployment, son. I'm like, no. I'm going to go over here and get some shrimp. Like, I'd rather not. Now I feel like I shouldn't even be here.
Travis Mills is coming on. Actually, I think he's the next podcast after yours. He's MACV-SOG guy. And,
yeah.
You talk to that dude and they're laughing and his, he's telling a couple war stories and you're like, bro, I feel like I'm watching a movie.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool, that generation, man. And we're really trying to snag a few of them, man, before we lose them. Cause those stories are, Jocko had John Stryker Meyer and they started this thing called SOGcast where they talk, it's a bunch of guys from MACV-SOG. And it's really cool to hear those stories coming out because different war, not that ours was any less, but theirs was very up close and personal.
Yeah, and think about it, no body armor, a helmet that didn't stop rounds.
Yeah.
Like, good Lord.
Yeah, MACV-SOG at one point had 100% casualty rate.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, what? Yeah, very. Let's talk about, you had a pretty traumatic event yourself during this deployment. Talk a little bit about, the patrol. You end up getting shot. Like, walk us through that day, if you could.
Yeah, it was a little bit more of a more higher profile mission. They had sent a guy out, and O'Byrne could tell you his name. Like, he was an Irishman from Boston, and he was with the Asymmetric Warfare Group. And I remember talking to him one time, again, trying to get intel on SOF, and I was like, hey, tell me about your experience at selection. And he did this. He goes, yeah, selection. He was an older guy. He was like, which one? Oh, man, okay. Well, never mind. So I was like, this guy's real. Like, he's in it. And everybody kind of gave him shit because he dressed like an operator. So he went out there with like a really low-vis kit and like 4 mags and a low-vis M4.
You're like, buddy, that's not even gonna last you
everybody
10
was
minutes.
like, hey, dog, like, you're going to want like 12 more mags. And he's like, nah, I'll be all right. And we're like, okay. But anyway, we were going to cover something, and you had to go down to Aliabad. So you had to pass by a couple villages. And then we went up into this mountain to watch. I want to say it was until like a KLE or some kind of enemy meeting happened. And again, I'm up there covering down this ridgeline.
Oh, so you guys are doing like an ambush?
Yeah, we're waiting for something, and nothing ever came. So the sun's coming up. We had infilled at night, stayed up all night. I remember because it was one of the few nights I got to have like the thermal, and I was like, sick. Like one of the Gen 1 thermals.
Predator.
Yeah, Predator sight. And I was like, awesome. And I had like a scary moment with it too, because I was doing something and like I was on the guard, and one of the rocks like moved and slipped, and I fell forward or like rolled forward, and it came out of my hand and started like rolling down the hill. Luckily it had a tie down on it, but I had unclipped it. So I like stuck my hand out and grabbed the loop on the tie down. It was like dangling. And I was like, they would have crucified me. I would have been dead, like for losing this thing. At that time in the war, those were like, that was it,
Gold.
So, yeah, so I had that thing, and I felt really cool. I was like, I'm a cool guy now. And the sun's coming up, and I remember there was a big, some of the other guys can probably talk more of this. There was a big fight over us exfilling during the day. I don't know who the fight was with, but I remember hearing a lot of people were not happy with the fact that they're like, no, pack it up, like it didn't happen, or they moved the meeting or something. And everybody was real vigilant because you're like, oh man, we're further now. And we infilled by foot at night. So now they're finding out that we were here all night. And you had to come back down off this mountain, go into Aliabad, and then cross this bridge to the river, this like rock bridge. So we're going, and I'm not thinking anything of it. And I'm like, yeah, cool. And you come down, you're going toward the cop on the road. Now you're at the base of the valley, but you're way further down the valley. And the road from the cop leads all the way to that bridge. And they were going to pick some dudes up with some Humvees and take them to the cop to let them walk up the back way. But they hadn't made it all the way out, I don't think. Again, this day is snippets of what I remember. But I'm coming down, And I was probably a quarter to a half away across the bridge when we started getting shot at. And they're like, oh, go, go, go. So we came across the bridge and then button hooked right. And there was like a little stacked rock wall of shale that it bordered a cemetery with like little trees in it. And we get down and we immediately start returning fire. We're catching it from like 4 different angles. Like it's coming from all over, Nipple Rock maybe to the left, but I can tell it's coming from everywhere. And there's this really distinct house on the hill right across the way, which I think we kind of passed around a trail to get onto the bridge. So I was shooting off in this direction and the wall's like on my left, and I was shooting, and Misha, the RTO, Misha, and then Tanner is the FO, and he's near me, and I don't remember who else was near me. And we're getting shot, and it was just chaos. Like I was counting rounds, but I was like, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds in this direction at the muzzle flashes, and then turning 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds in this direction. I'm like, I just have to alternate this, like time it right, just trying to keep it. And I'm like, I hope we get more firepower. And I heard the trucks were coming with the 50s and stuff. And then all of a sudden, I remember thinking the weirdest thing, because I looked into the cemetery, and they have these like jagged pieces of shale stuck in where people were buried, and they're just like carved on, and I could see them just crumbling. They were just getting hit like crazy. So all these headstones were like falling, and I was like, oh man. And I looked up, and then an RPG hit, and then a line of machine gun fire, what I assume was PKM fire, hit along the wall, and I don't know which one it was, but one of them peppered my face really bad. And it knocked me backwards, and my face was like smoky and black, and I was like, oh man, I'm bleeding. I kind of wiped the blood from my face a little bit, and I like sat back up, and it might have been a split second that I went to raise my gun and just looked at that house, and this is what I was talking about with the adrenaline. With the weirdest thing, I could see a figure of a man and a muzzle flash, and it was the last thing I saw. He was aiming right for my nugget, and it hit me, and I felt my head jerk back and went completely green spots for about a few seconds, and it went black. And I didn't know what happened to this day. Misha says I was out for a couple minutes. I don't know how long I was out, but it went completely black. But I know the first thing to come back was my hearing. And it's just like it is in the movies. It's like, whoosh, it comes back, and I could hear, first of all, I felt them because I had leaned over, down and bled kind of on my crotch area a little bit from my face. And then when I looked back up, so I knew I had some blood on my pants and down here. And I looked back up, and when I got hit and they came over, they started feeling me. And I remember thinking to myself, like, no, there's nothing wrong down there, but unable to speak. I was like, there's nothing going on down there. They were like checking under my kit and stuff, I think. And then I heard one of the two, which had a radio, call me up as KIA. And you
could like physically,
hear them. I could physically hear them. Steiner's hit. And then I heard like, I don't know if it was like KS, KIA or something like that. And I remember thinking to myself, no, I'm not dead. But fingers can't move, can't hear anything. And then it's straight up like Black Hawk Down. Like my eyes opened up with like stuff on it, and I was like, oh man, what's going on here? And then, Tanner's face got in my face, and then Misha's like, oh God. And they kind of lifted me up by my armpits, and or I sat up, and they're like, are you guys okay? Are you okay? And I was like, I don't know, am I? And I remember slowly like being like, and then I touched my head, and it was just like this huge blast, like, my Kevlar was all frayed and open. I was like, oh man, what happened? And like, brother, you just took it to the melon. And I was like, oh, okay. And they lifted me up, and my knees were like super weak. And I was like, and I remember there was this real slow down minute where I like looked around, and they were talking to me. And it was like going in and out. And I'm looking at these trees in the cemetery, and I can see the branches and the leaves like coming off of them. So they were still shooting at us. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And somebody turned me around aggressively, and they're like, are you okay? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, can you run? And I was like, yeah. And like, then run. And they gave me like a horse ass slap. And I was like, ah. And I just went in the direction of the road, and they were like pointed, and I ran and ran and ran.
Where were you running to?
So somebody had said something about a Humvee. So I knew the cop was down that road, and I was just running down this road for dear life, I think. And I got there, and then there's a really famous picture of Mac, I think was the one that escorting me, or he had come a little bit after that. And he was like, dude, and my face is all black and bloody, and I've got this helmet, and I take my helmet off, and I'm looking at it, and it had punctured the inside of the helmet, so that was kind of open, and I guess kind of like circled around a little bit on the inside and come out somewhere, non-kinetic, and I was like, all right. And Mac looked at me, and he like took my shoulders, and he was like, welcome to the first day of the rest of your life, brother. And you know what the funny thing is that Mac always was a very, very high authority figure in my world. Like I saw him, I put him on a pedestal, and I always felt like after that, there was like a connection that I had with him that was way deeper because he knew that I knew, like, man, like he almost lost a dude. I almost lost my life, and he was like, welcome back. And I remained really close with him because of that particular moment, that welcoming, and that quote stuck with me my whole life. Just him saying that to me, and I have a funny picture of me like smiling. Everybody always asks like, why are you smiling? He had just said that to me, and I'm holding my helmet, bloody black face. And I was like, yeah, it is what it is,
When your hearing came back and, it's like that, you're out, you're starting to come back to the world. Can you still hear the firefight going on? Or
not really.
Your brain's not processing
it. I'm sure. Yeah, I couldn't hear any actual thing. I could hear like snippets of people yelling at me, and it was like, wow, wow. It was coming in and out. And I became real quick. I was like staring at people's mouths, and like obviously their facial expressions and their gestures were like, it's like, okay. But yeah, like I told you, off when we were chatting, like my memory is getting so bad, and I have to constantly check with everybody on what really happened. And I don't know the science behind it. I've heard several stories about like you tend to put yourself in the place of somebody you were watching. So if you and I were in a firefight and you were over there shooting that way, over time I'll put myself in your position because I could see you and I forget what position I was in. Mm-hmm. A lot of that's happened to me, and dudes will be like, no, it didn't happen there. It didn't happen like this. It happened like this. And I'm like, man. And it's not me trying to be intentional. Like I really want to fill in these gaps.
Sure, your brain wants to process what happened, and you can't remember. And like you're a dude that that values like control and being tactically aware. And I'm sure it's got to be like it's confusing because you can't put the pieces together of what happened to your own life, and it's a very it's big incidents.
Well, yeah, and you concrete your own truth in your mind, and then when somebody's like that didn't happen that way, it kind of shatters your world for a minute. You're like, man, how messed up am I? So, but that was a very, very pivotal day in my life, and
I remember you were telling me when you got to the aid station, you asked for a cigarette, but you couldn't really smoke it because it was kind of soaked in blood. When did you realize how much you were bleeding?
Until then, because I couldn't really feel it. My face was like all numb, and I was bleeding from the face. And I asked, I want to say his name was Jones. He was the medic down there, and I said, hey man, can I smoke? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, just wait here. He like did my vitals. He's like, all right, just wait here. And they were prepping something in the aid station. So I like took my helmet off and like dropped it, and I like slid my back down the wall of the outside of the brick aid station or whatever. And I'm just sitting there, and I lit this cigarette up, and I like leaned my head back, and I got 2 drags off it, and then I was like really trying to hit it, and I couldn't figure out why. I'm struggling. I was like, oh man. And I looked, and the blood had run down my face and soaked the whole thing red. So I looked at it, and I'm just trying to drag off this like wet, bloody cigarette. I was like, damn it. And I want to say I didn't have another one. I was like, man.
What did the medics tell you about your wound?
Nothing. They like patched up my face a little bit, cleaned me off. I got the iodine, and they're like, did a couple tests, like eye tests and stuff. I was like, you all right? And I was like, yeah. Like, you seem to be pretty good. Not to discredit what they were doing. There's not a whole lot you can do, you know? And I was like, I think I'm good. And you know what, man? This is the truth of it. I wanted to go back with the homies, like so bad. I was like, hey, can I go back up today? And they're like, no. And I was like, you sure? Because I'd really like to just go back up there. And they're like, no. And I remember kind of making a tussle about it. I was like, well, when can I go back up? And they're like, just give it a minute, man. And I was like, all right. And they were like, just go sleep in one of the barracks rooms with the beds. That we had this plywood barracks at the COP. And I remember walking in there, and it was empty. Had a little bit of gear in there, but it was just like, the Afghan like foam mattresses, and I like laid down in it and like laid back, and my neck hurt so bad, and I had a raging headache. I remember my eyes hurting. You ever like stare at a computer for too long and your eyes are like crusty hurting? I remember being like, at some point somebody came and got me. I ended up spending a day there. Somebody came and got me and made me take this random test where they set up a computer at the COP. I remember sitting there, and they're like, hey, this is going to flash. It's a white screen with black letters, and it's going to flash letters. Hit the space bar for everything but X, except for X. And it like A, F, J. And it does that. And you're like, and then an X will come up. And inevitably you were like, and you did it. And I remember thinking I remember deducing like, maybe it's a left brain, right brain thing. So I had my right hand out and I was holding it with my left hand. And I was like, maybe if I can put my brain halves together, I could get this right. And I was messing it up so bad. I was like hitting X's, not hitting X's, hitting A. And I was like, and I was like, hey man, I don't know how I did, because it doesn't tell you how you did. And he's like, all right, thanks, we have it. I've asked people about that. And I was like, you never had a baseline for that. You don't know what my score would have been without the headshot. I don't know what it was for, and I don't know where it went. Now they have all kinds of cognitive tests. I've been cognitive tested so many times because people are pretty into the headshot survivor guy. Been to TBI clinics, and they put the little Ghostbuster electrodes on my head to see the waves and what connects and what doesn't. And it's always all jacked up. They're like, man.
So did that 7.62, did it pierce the helmet?
Yeah, it pierced the helmet. And so the inside of the helmet, I don't know how far it went, or if it rolled off, or how it went, because the inside of the helmet has Kevlar is like layered fabric. Yep. So the blast is huge. There's a tiny hole. You can lift it up and see through the hole, and then the fabric on the inside is not ripped, but it's like layered open and bubbled. And then it bubbles in a line a little bit, and then there's a tiny nick on the back side here. So my best deduction based on that is that it kind of went in and either circled underneath the Kevlar or just there, and came out right here toward the back of me. Yeah. So because I remember my hair was crispy up here. I remember my hair was real crispy, and I was like, oh no. And I had a buzz cut, but I was like, I got a patch. And remember thinking I hope I don't have a bald patch there forever. But yeah, right where it pierced me. And I spent a day at the cop sleeping in this bed, and I'm gonna tell you, it was one of the worst nights of sleep ever, because I just I lied awake, listening to my own ears ring and my own thoughts, and there's nobody in there, and I was like, this sucks.
Well, and you're used to being with people all the time,
yeah.
So it's almost like isolation, I'm sure.
It was just me in that room, and it was terrible. It was the worst 36 hours ever. I was like, can I go back up, please?
Did you have to walk all the way back up? Did someone come get you?
Yeah, no, I had to walk all the way back up. Some of the guys came halfway, if I recall correctly, and met me right as I left the wire, and I think it was a team or a squad. I don't know if it was my team or squad, but I remember, and this, when people talk about dreams and nightmares and stuff, this is one of the reoccurring happy dreams that I have, because it always brings me to a good place. But as I came in sight of the Hescos, they were all sitting on the Hescos shirtless, and as I came in the view, they're like, yeah! And that Mac had he'd tagged a tan hat with 2-1 headshot, my new call sign and all this stuff, and he gave it to me, and I still have it to this day. And they were super fired up, and I was the star of the show for a minute, and I did nothing but dumb luck. I survived something that the universe saw fit to spare my life, and you kind of realize at that time that you're kind of living on borrowed time. Once you've looked through the window of death, you're like, well, now I'm free. I'm free to just kind of live the way I want to live, because it's a little bit of borrowed time, and we can get into it later, because it affected my mindset a lot going forward.
Oh, I'm sure. I am curious, man, with as much time as you guys spent at Restrepo and as much combat as you guys seen, you guys ever talk about religion, or, you're surrounded by death? People are getting hit, especially after Rock Avalanche.
Yeah.
You guys are realizing you're not invincible. So mortality is in your face, whether you acknowledge it or not. Mm-hmm. Was that a conversation you guys ever had?
Not me specifically or personally, but I know it was had. A good number of dudes kept the Bible on them or whatever, and there was dudes that me and Misha talked about it quite a bit, but for the most part, you kind of kept to yourself. Everybody was just like, hey, you believe what you believe. It was very, very professional, in line with hey, I'm not going to get into yours, you're not going to get into mine. But no, you were so focused on the next step in front of you and what you had to do. When I tell you live minute by minute, step by step. Sure. Right now is guard. Right later on, I'm going to fill that Hesco. You didn't really get into the theological discussions all that much. I read a lot of books. I tried to become a millionaire, so I read every single Rich Dad, Poor Dad book in the series, which I still have to this day, all 32 of those books. I read books on body language. I read all kinds. I was just reading whatever I could read. So I read a lot. We would always talk about that. And then later on, you asked if we had stuff to do. When we got a generator and gas, dudes started being able to charge. They would get PSPs, things, the care packages wouldn't come to us. They were just care packages for anybody. But the pilots would bring them out to us and drop them off with us. We ended up getting some more magazines, so that was cool. And then we had other OPs that we had to man too on the way to Restrepo. OP1, which had the only porn magazine, the Buttman, the German Buttman magazine was there, and but OP1, but we didn't have those discussions. Everything was really lighthearted unless it was your job. Yeah. Which the NCOs made it perfectly clear and made sure we were prepared for our job, our piece of the pie.
It's fair, man. 16-month deployment, dude. That's long by any stretch of the imagination. Why was it so long?
I have no idea. I heard it was going to be 12, and then they were like, "You're getting extended," and we thought we were going to get extended to 18. And then, to be honest, as an E4, I have no idea why they went that long. I know that there were some doing 18ers and stuff, and I was like, "Ooh, good." And we were just hoping it wasn't that. People like at 10 and 11 months were like, "We're getting extended. Like, we're not going home." And I think that was the hire being like, "We just don't have orders yet, so let's just assume we're not going to." And that became to fruition. But there was you get caught in your own little world, and you end up believing these things that aren't true, that can't be true. Like, we're never going to leave. Like, they're going to keep us here till the war's over. And we all just came to grips with it until we got like a memo, and they were like, 3 months and counting, or 2 months and counting. And the boys would tell us the countdown. And then we were like, really? Is it really happening? And even then, some of us were like,
"Oh, you don't believe it until you're on the plane leaving."
Nah. What are they going to do? Who are they going to bring in to do this? Like, this is our world. We built this, But
when did you guys finally leave Restrepo?
Mid-August of 08. I want to say it was mid like August 12th or 15th of 08 is when we left. And if you watch the documentary, I was one of the last dudes, obviously, aside from I was like one of the rear von. I don't know why this was, but one of the last guys to leave after the replacements had come. And at the very end of the documentary, you see a guy like get up with a ruck and give a peace sign in the sun. That's me. I was one of the last dudes to walk out of there. And I remember thinking, like, so much relief, like being ecstatic. And then the minute I walked out of the concertina wire, the razor wire, I was instantly sad. I was like, man.
It's the best and worst days of your life, though.
Yeah. I was instantly sad that I was leaving the place that we built, that we bonded together. Nothing, a shared task and shared carried objectives together is what bonds men,
Yeah, especially in trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. What was it like walking down that mountain?
It was exciting and strange, because you wondered, like, what if this was really the end? What was next? It was, you were walking into white space. You had no idea what was next in your life, and man, did we not know what was next, because we assumed it was just like everything else. We still were a little hazy on if anybody else had experienced anything like this. I was ecstatic. And, the ecstasy grew as I got down. I'm like, ooh, I can't wait. I'm thinking about the things I'm going to do, this, that, and the other. And then when we got down to the cop, they had gotten a couple computers and phones. So, like, the dating website at that time was Hot or Not. So, like, dudes were, like, doing this stuff. And they're like, oh, my God. So you kind of got ramped up for it, But I wondered how everybody would take it, us coming home. And then getting on the bird and flying out for the last time, you could see it in the distance. And you're like, good luck to those dudes. And relief, but also a little bit of sadness. Me.
You said 2 World Series had happened while you were gone. Like that, you were gone that long. I think there was 2 World Series.
Yeah. Something like that. There was so many things that had happened while we were gone that we had, the catch-up period was insane, I remember the big one was Jessica Simpson and Nick Lachey had broken up. That was like the hotness then, the chicken and tuna of the sea, or chicken of the sea. And we were like, what's happening here? And then, all the movies that had come out, all the music that had come out, and then all the sporting events, different things. We were like, what's going on? We were in our own world. Now, Italy buffered that, because you were still far from the flagpole from America. So we went straight to Italy, and we were like, whatever. And we had a good amount of time before we were allowed to go on leave. Like, there was... The brigade and the battalion did it really well, because I guess they knew what we had seen. We didn't really understand it, but they were like, yo, give 2nd and 503rd, battle chosen and able, like, give them a wide berth for a while because they're going to need to decompress. And so, like, we didn't have formations. We didn't have a whole lot to do. We were just, like, wandering around, mostly drinking and acting foolish. Tons. That's where I met my wife, so.
So what was it like when you guys all came back? Did you guys, obviously did you get piecemealed back home, or did you guys go back as a battalion, or?
Yeah, we went back as a battalion on, like, the big airplane all at once. And it was weird, We went through Kuwait, and, it was all, like, very left, right, left, like, be in line, go here, get this, fill out this form, do this. And then we got home, and because of the amount of replacements we got, and they had done some shifting in Italy, there weren't enough barracks, so, like, most of the NCOs, I had made E5 the last week we were there because I asked, like, hey, can I be, like, frocked or promoted at Restrepo? That would mean a lot to me, and they did it. And I was really, really happy about that. So they gave NCOs just hotel rooms on the Italian economy. Oh, man, what a bad choice that was.
Why?
Man, we partied and just, it was, I mean, me and any other dude I know was just nonstop drunk for days upon days.
What do you attribute that to? Just trying to process or not wanting to process?
A little bit of both. I think more not wanting to process, but I think I read an article recently that said, women can sense confidence in men, and you're never more confident than almost dying and coming back from it. So dudes were on top of the world. Like, that high was so high. You were like, I'm invincible. I'm Thor. Like, you can't touch me. The world is my oyster, and I'm gonna make the most of it. Because we all almost died. And we did. We traveled everywhere. We drank nonstop. Like, we were I remember signing my leave form, and granted, this was, and all kinds of substances, were in the mix in that time. And I was shaking. I could not sign my leave form. And they were like, oh, man, easy up on the beer. And I remember thinking, like, it's beer and everything else. But, just being so out of control with everything that you just gave it up to the Almighty. You gave it up to the universe. You're like, yeah, I'm alive. Like, nothing can break me now. And we acted so foolish.
When did you guys start dialing that in and realizing, like, all right, dude, this is probably not good for...
The homies at their own pace, and I think a couple of them before me, quite a few of them after me, I remember having to go, and a lot of guys were getting in trouble at the time, and I was an NCO, and having to go and vouch for certain dudes for getting in fights or having alcohol-related incidents or missing formations because they're drunk, and me being like, hey, like, I don't, because leadership rotated, so a lot of guys didn't know our younger guys or our platoon mates, and I'd be like, hey, this is this for this reason, and, like, please, just
so you guys got new company commander, new first sergeant, all that when you guys got back?
Yeah, and I was like, take that into consideration, please, for X, Y, or Z. And we had to do that a couple times for each other, and then we got new replacements, and God, those poor guys got, like, just rocked. I mean, they were getting smoked in the laundry room with the dryers on and stuff, and I always felt bad about it because I was like, we're doing this because of something they couldn't control. They were born too late. Like, this is, he doesn't deserve this. And that I understand where corrective punishment comes into play, especially in the conventional army, but it influenced my decision to go soft a little bit of that because we really hazed a lot of the new guys that came after that deployment, and in a way that I didn't think was what we should have. I mean, maybe some of it was justified. I mean, I got smoked. I missed formation a ton of times. I'm out there doing, like, lunges with a plate over my head, looking like an idiot in front of everybody. As an NCO, by senior NCOs. I mean, we all did it. We all were just, I lived in a hotel in downtown Vicenza for like 6 weeks or 8 weeks, and just you had your own hotel room, and you were like, I went from being this young 18, 19-year-old dude that couldn't, string a sentence together. I couldn't lead anybody. I didn't know where I was at any given time, to this guy now I'm living in my own hotel, having people come and go as they please and just drinking nonstop and doing everything else under the sun, acting really, really disgraceful. And, but I think I needed that. I think I needed to experience that. A lot of people experience that too late in life. They call that, like, your midlife crisis or whatever, where you go off the rails. We went off the rails early in life. At least I did. And I was like, all right, this is messed up. I got to dial this in.
What was it like to actually sleep in a real bed? I mean, you go from living in, like, the most austere environments possible, eating food out of a bag. I mean, for those of you that have never eaten an MRE, it's fun to eat it once on a camping trip. To eat that for a year straight it takes a toll on your body. Talk to a little bit about like what it was like when you guys started eating real food and why you guys looked the way you did on the
Yeah. So I remember thinking like MREs, because my dad would bring them home and I'd have one here and there. And like you said, one or two, they're good. And so when we started eating MREs, when I was with PSC, we were eating MREs, and I started marking on this little piece of cardboard how many I'd eaten. You know, the hash marks. And I still have it. And I have it completely counted out to 1,244 MREs that I ate during that deployment. And I remember, and I don't have them delineated between LRP, the long range, the cold weather white ones, and the regular ones, but it messes your guts up bad. So as far as reacclimating to society, a lot of people watch the documentaries and they see these interviews of us and we're all like shiny and puffy and like we have like acne. That's because he did those interviews right after we got back within a couple weeks, and we hadn't eaten real food. So in any interview you see in me and Restrepo, I am hammered drunk, and I'm like 3 triple whoppers deep, and like whatever the restaurants they had in Italy, you know, like a Popeyes and a Burger King and something like that, and we were eating that stuff and like breaking out in hives, having acne, like getting real, not chubby because we weren't getting fat. We were like swelling up. Our cells were just swelling up completely from eating, going from MREs for so long to this crap, you know? So when you guys see those interviews, it's terrible, but I got like terrible hives and rashes and like acne, and I was like, ugh. And it's funny because those interviews, everybody's always like, man, look at you. And I'm like, you don't even want to know what I'm sweating bullets right there, and I'm completely hammered. I'm trying to like string together a sentence for Sebastian and Tim.
That's funny. What, any nightmares when you guys first came back, or did you guys have any, like, were you as an NCO, were you seeing like any signs of like stress or, you know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of dudes were having a lot of hard times trying to acclimate back. Like you said, the bed thing. Like, yeah, I know at least 2 or 3 dudes that would just sleep on the floor next to their bed for quite a while. I know I did for a little while, and then you drank to a point where you slept everywhere. I mean, we were sleeping outside of train stations before they opened up. We would go to a place, try to party, miss the train, and then you're just like outside like a hobo, sleeping under the.
Yeah, and I guess once you've lived on the side of a mountain for 16 months, dude, it doesn't really bother you, right?
Nope.
Like,
you pull up like a cardboard box, you'd sleep with the hobos, and you were fine. It was the pampering that kind of weirded us out. So the food and the pampering. But yeah, dudes had nightmares. Dudes had a lot of problems. Dude had a lot of aggression. A lot of aggression was coming out. And it was always up to one dude in the platoon that was there to kind of quell it. Nobody from the outside could do it, you know.
So did your platoon leadership change out, like platoon sergeant and all that stuff too?
Yeah.
So everybody that you kind of had deployed with and looked up to, and those guys all moved on to other things. And
yeah.
What was that like?
It didn't feel the same anymore. Like they tried to do it, and it's funny because they did it a couple times. They brought in a couple different people and then kept switching them out, and it wasn't just like, all right, one for one. It was like one comes in 2-3 weeks, like, hey, he's not working out. So we knew they understood it was a special dynamic. You had to get the right dude in, but it never felt the same. Once Gillespie and really once Mark Patterson left, it was never the same again. Mark Patterson like kept it going. I can remember the last time.
You get out of the Army or ETS or PCS?
No, he PCS'd somewhere. I don't know where he went. But he stayed around for a while because when I went to selection, he stayed there. He went to Rome to visit my now wife and hung out with her and they drank together and went out. And but he, you know, once he left, it just wasn't the same. You just didn't have the same dynamic anymore. And I can still remember the last time he put us all in the front leading rest from a window. I can remember it vividly. It's like it's a memory of endearment that I remember when it was like a joke. He was like, everybody, you know, on the ground, and we were all doing push-ups with our feet elevated, and he's like yelling from the window, and I think it was one of his last days, and it's a really good memory for me.
Yeah. What was it like when you started saying goodbye to people who were, you know, ETS and PCS and like that time that you guys spent together starts becoming a distant memory?
Weird. And it happened. It didn't happen all at once. It was like onesies and twosies, real intermittent. It didn't, like a lot of the platoons stayed together for quite a while longer. Now, dudes mixed platoons or mixed squads again, and it ended up changing up a little bit. I moved to a squad. I was a team leader over here, and I started doing this and that, but it it was weird seeing one dude move on and one dude move on. And a lot of dudes were like, I'm getting out of the Army. So you were just waiting for their ETS. But a lot of them thought they were going to be stop lost. So luckily for me, I ended up going to selection before the majority of the platoon kind of dissipated. And that's given me a propensity now for Irish goodbyes. I tend to, because like it hurt me to kind of actually physically say goodbye. So I was able to just fade away.
It really reminds me of the last scene from the last episode of the Band of Brothers, man. It's like this heart, like, you know, you watch that series and you go through this thing with them, and then like it's the end and they're playing, you know, baseball, and it's like this music playing. It's very interesting. When did you meet your wife?
I met my wife on Friday the 13th in October. And I met her. We still hadn't started doing any kind of military platoon activities. We were still just kind of like bouncing around, doing weird stuff, kind of partying. I mean, they gave us like 6 months to just act foolish. Like, it was weird. I ended up getting out of the hotel, getting an apartment with Chris Hoyt. And me and Dustin Henry and Steve Grafton, who was my NCO from the PSD, and ended up going to Able Company. Phenomenal NCO. We decided to go to a pub crawl. You know what pub crawl is?
No.
Yeah, pub crawl. And in Italy, you could you'd pay like €20 at the door at the first location, and you get a shot, and then you'd get to drink for free for that hour, whether it was beer, Belgian beer, or wine or whatever. And then every hour in the hour, they'd take you to another bar. You'd get a free shot at that door. And usually, I had done like 50 of these things. I'd done the Colosseum one. I'd done all different ones in Naples and Milan and Venice. And we decided to go to one in Florence by the Statue of David. And we had done that one before. It usually produced a good number of young touristy girls and students. So we were like, yeah, let's do that one. And we walked into this dead bar. Now, mind you, we walked up about 20 minutes late because I don't know if in Italy, they don't have toilets in every location. They just have the footprints with the hole in the floor. Yeah. And one of the dudes really had to hit the head, but he refused to do that. So he's like, we got to find this place for the toilet. So we were like late to the start of the pub crawl because we were searching for a real toilet. And then we showed up to the pub crawl. We walked downstairs, had our drink. The wine was almost gone, the beer. And the only people there were 3 girls. And they were sitting in the back corner. Well, I wasn't interested in it. They were already kind of being hit on by some regulars. And we walked down. Mind you, I have to preface this with a lot of us had bought Italian clothes to kind of look Italian, because a lot of clubs and bars you couldn't get into dressed like an American, mostly in Milan, like the fashion capital. You had to like kind of look, I won't say metro, but so I had Dolce & Gabbana jeans that had like silver rhinestones on the butt, and we had like flamboyant clothes. We looked ridiculous, and ridiculous for American soldiers, you know. We walk in, and my wife and her 2 friends are sitting in the back, and my friends go over and sit, like box them in, and I was like, well, this is ridiculous. So I sat at the bar, not facing them, and they were hitting on them. My buddy Steve had gotten in a fight the night before and just gotten rocked by the person that he to this day refers to as Bruce Leone, the Italian Bruce Lee. He had like a gash on his face, and my wife and her friends were like, what happened to you? And he's like, I don't want to talk about it, but he's the greatest ever. He's a champion. Yeah. You know, and they're talking to her, and my wife, all of a sudden, she yells out something. She's like, what's with your jeans or something? And she's like, you're blinding me with the stupid rhinestones. She's like making fun of me. And I like looked back at her and I was like, is she for real? And I continued to ignore her. And she continued to like poke me from afar. And I was like, who is this? I thought nothing of it. I wasn't going to talk to her. I wasn't going to do anything. She ends up going upstairs. This is in the basement, going upstairs, going outside. And Henry and Steve were like, hey, we want you to like go with us to the next bar. And I was like, all right. So I go upstairs and I realize that there's an Italian guy that's super mad at her right now for stealing his last cigarette or something. And he's like yelling at her in Italian, and she's like really uncomfortable against the wall. And then there's 2 guys that were on a boat. They're in the Navy. They were stationed in Naples on like whatever battleship they're, and they're wearing, do you remember the old like Kangol jumpsuits with the little Mr. Magoo fishing hats? And it's like felt, it's all one color. Yeah. They both have one of those on, and they're like aggressively hitting on her. And she's like super uncomfortable. And I like looked at her, and my buddies were like, yeah. And I like looked back at her, And I went over and I was like, hey, we're all leaving. And I kind of put my arm around her and walked her away from them. And she just kind of whispered like, thank you. And I was like, all right. And we stopped at a cigarette machine, got some Lucky Strikes and kept going. And that was it. Like we exchanged phone numbers. That was at the Michael Collins bar right near the Duomo. And we ended up, she was there. I found out she was there studying abroad. She was going to Cal Berkeley for her undergrad. She was living in Rome and her mother was there to visit her. So I met her mother and then, we made a date to meet up the next day. And this is when I knew something was up. I was with Dustin and, she's like, yeah, I'll meet you at this place at 10. So we sit down and we're hungover. We're like, oh man. And, we ordered drinks before she got there. We had like drinks like pineapples with mangoes sticking out of it. And she was like, what is that? And we were like, what's, it's a morning drink. And she like looked at the guy. She's like, I'll have a Guinness. And me and Dusty were both like, oh man, we look so dumb right now. But yeah, we ended up dating. She ended up coming back up to Vicenza a couple times to see me. And yeah, sparks flew.
Did you ever share anything of what you've been through or did she?
No. She knew we had been through something. She immediately fell in love with the cohort of homies. She knows everybody from Restrepo. They just made a joke on the, and I don't mean this to make anybody feel bad, but they were just making a joke on the chat. I'm the only one still married to the one that they all knew, that went to the premiere of Restrepo, that knows every single one of them. She still asks me how's Mark? What's Misha up to? What's Rudy up to? Have you heard from Walker? She knows all of them intimately because when we partied, she was there and she would bring another round of friends she was just trying to shove her friends. She thought being born and raised in Cal Berkeley, she had no concept of the military at all. Super liberal, super hippie. Everything was like Jenny from Forrest Gump-esque, and like, that's not who we were. But she always says, she's like, you guys were on top of the world. Like you had the ultimate confidence. Nothing could break you guys. And you were so fun to be around. She's like, I had never, and even she said she would bring 3 or 4 friends every weekend to meet my friends. And she's like, all of them were like, who are these dudes? Because we had ultimate confidence. So she was just distroing her girlfriends to the Restrepo boys. And to this day,
which makes her a great homie.
Yeah. She loves the homies to this day. And I'm still with her. So through thick and thin, but, yeah, but we never told her about anything. She didn't really know. She had come across a couple of videos on Hoyt's computer one time, and then we had pirated those propaganda videos where it shows like really bad stuff, and it shows like the Arabian sword like smashing the American flag, all that kind of stuff. And she would see it, and she kind of got an idea of it, but really didn't have an idea until I brought her to the premiere of the movie.
What when did Restrepo come out?
Restrepo came out, man.
2010 or?
Yeah, 10. I don't remember when in 10, but I know it came out in 10 because I had graduated the Q course, was on 786, and I went to see it as it premiered at Fort Bragg with my wife at the theater there, and I had already been in, and everybody was like, I walked into the theater and everybody knew who I was already. I guess they had shown some things, and like I got like this standing ovation. It was the weirdest thing ever. I have one picture of me standing outside the movie poster of the theater, and then I walked in, and everybody was like, oh, yeah. And then afterwards, we got a standing ovation. There was Matthew Simon was there with me, and so was Lamonta Caldwell. It was us 3 in there, I think. And but yeah, it came out in 2010. But we got to see it about 6 months prior when I said Sebastian flew us out to New York to preview it on our own private preview. And a lot of dudes brought their wives, which I don't know if they're still with them or not, but Julia was the one that was with me, my wife, and she watched it, and afterwards she's like, I had no idea. I'm like, holy crap, what the hell? And she always likes to say that I was holding her hand and she could feel the moments through my hand. I don't know if that, holds weight, but.
How long did you guys date before you got married?
So we got together in 8, and then we got married in 13. So, yeah, 5-6 years.
How long did you stay in Italy before you went back to selection?
We got back in August. I met her in October, and I went back to selection in February of the next year, 2009.
What was the decision point to say, hey man, I want to redo this again? What was that conversation in your head or?
Yeah. I had always thought about it, but man, even when I met my wife, we were so dumb, man. We just did so much terrible things. I like to tell people, like, I didn't do any substances and I really didn't drink before the Army. I had to join the Army to discover that stuff. We were rocking bad. And then one time something hit me. We were in my kitchen in my apartment, and it was just a blur of whatever was happening. And my wife was there, and she brought something up about I had an SF crest on my bedside table that I had kept. I think my dad had given it to me. And she asked about it, and I was like, it's just, something that I wanted to do years ago, and I failed, and it's not worth it now because, we're invincible and so on and so forth. But she, I don't know, in a woman's intuition, she prodded me, and she poked at me, and she prodded and poked and was like, well, tell me about it, this and that. And I don't know if it was the same day, but it was the same week, definitely, that we were I brought her to the shopette on Italy, brought her on base, and there was a Green Beret there doing something, and he walked in to get like Sbarro pizza, and like the whole PX stopped what it was doing. You don't see Green Berets in Italy ever, and you were like, whoa. And everybody stopped, and I was like, that dude, that's the guy. Like, you know how you look at him, you're like, he knows everything. He's the coolest guy I've ever seen in my life. And I told my wife, she was there, and I was like, that crest goes to that guy. And she saw how everybody looked at him. He had a Ranger tab and everything, and she saw how everybody stopped what they were doing, like parted the seas for this guy. And they were like, then she really started prodding me. You need to go again. You need to go again. Like, stop this. Like, man up and do it. And I really knew she was the one for me, and would always have my interest at heart when she started doing that. And I think it was an argument, actually, brother, that she was like, you're going to do this. And I was like, fine, I'll do it. And I submitted a packet, took a PT test, and it wasn't stellar. I was probably drunk. And I think I did like 1 or 2 rucks, maybe a couple runs with her. And I was like, yeah. And I went there straight like Rocky III, half trained, not ready to do anything. But it was her that forced me to go, really forced me to try again.
Were you worried about failing again, or?
Not really. I went there with a I don't give a fuck attitude. Like, I was like, they'll figure it out. Like, maybe I'm not in good enough shape, but I knew the shape it took to get there. And I was like, I can muster it when I need it. Knowing what I had just been through, I was like, I can dig it out of the trunk if I need it. And I was right. Like, the numbers weren't as great as they were the first time I went, but they were comparable to, I was pretty high in the pecking order of everything still, but I could tell my maturity was there. I had become an NCO. I had done that deployment. And then when team week came around, the week that really screwed me over the first time, I was like, hey, dudes, this isn't that bad, because it wasn't in my mind. I was like, hey, brothers, like, we can do this. Let's do this. Let's do that. I took charge while in charge, and I was a follower when I wasn't in charge. I did it the way that I think that my NCOs, Mac and O'Byrne and them would have been. I would have made them proud, and I did it. And yeah, I was selected. And they're like, hey, dude, you did a great job. You peered really high. Like, you knew what you were doing. And I wasn't the move out, draw fire guy.
Did people know your experiences, or did you talk about it at all?
Nope. Nobody had any idea what I had gone through or anything about Restrepo, because until that point, nothing was even, they didn't put together the Nightline and the Vanity Fair articles with us yet. They hadn't made that association. So nobody really knew. Like, yeah, I have a deployment. Like, it's not a big deal, this and that. But
because
nobody.
At that point in the war, there's probably a lot of dudes that had deployments.
Yeah, and nobody even cared. They were like, cool, man. Same story, different day. And but I knew what I was doing, and when I came in, some guys had heard about it. I remember in my tent, some guys had heard. They're like, oh, you were on that trip? I've heard about that trip, but nothing was confirmed. They were just like, I just heard you guys were in it. I was like, yeah, we were in it.
When you were in selection, you told a guy to quit. The cadre made you say it to his face. What happened?
I remember that we had there was a cadre there. I found out he was a 7th group guy. Shocking, because he was Hispanic. His name was JJ, and he's an abrasive dude. And we had a captain going through. I don't remember his name. I remember he's from the 101st, and he was just like a whiny bitch, and he was crying all the time, and he was making excuses a lot. From what I remember, my friends have confirmed this, but I remember walking, and I felt like I was Iron Man. Like, you couldn't stop me. And I remember turning my head and going like, brother, just quit. Like, under my breath. So he couldn't see me, but JJ saw it. And JJ, who I became friends with later in 7th group, he came over and he's like, what did you just say? And I was like, there it is. Like, I'm going to fail now because I'm not being a team player or whatever. And I was like, I didn't say nothing, Sergeant. And he was like, no, what did you say? So I said, just quit. He's like, okay. now I want you to turn around and say it to his face. And I was like, and I like turned around all somber, and I was like, just quit. He's like, no, say it like a man. I said it again. He's like, yell it in his face. And I was like, just quit. And he was like, why? And I was like, because he's not cut out for it, obviously. He hasn't trained enough, like, or whatever. And this dude, like, from what I remember, he like broke down in tears and like dropped his head, and he was holding an ammo crate like with the rope handle, and his hands were bleeding, and he like dropped that, and he was like, and then JJ turned me around and was like, good. And I was like, oh.
Did he quit?
Yeah, I found out later that he,
What did the cadre later told you he was doing?
He was just like, I remember him saying, you see weakness, you point it out. Like, he might, I remember him telling me he might not, because I talked to him at a bar at Bragg later. He was like, he might have been a good dude, but we can't take that chance. We have to know that a dude's going to push through and commit and endure whatever gets thrown at you to solve a problem. And we can't take the chance that he's not that guy. So you made the right call. I remember him telling me that at a bar later, and I was like, okay, right on,
Did that bother you in the moment or later on that evening, that interaction?
Yeah, but I tried to get social confirmation. I was asking some of the other guys, I was like, hey, was I in the wrong? And some guys were like, I don't know if I would have screamed it, but you're definitely not in the wrong. Like, they're like, man, if I could have told him to do it, 4 or 5 days ago, I would have. And I was like, all right, well, I'm just making sure I'm cool. But it did bother me in the moment. I felt like a real buddy fucker. I was like, man, I'm not like doing what I said I was going to do. I'm not like building up the team and being positive. Because like at this point, we had enough dudes to carry the apparatus. I was like, brother, you just need to stay off to the side and let us handle this. Like, because every time you come into the team dynamic, we just suck even worse.
Yeah. When they told you were selected, how did it feel that time around?
It felt really good, brother. But it also like it confirmed what I knew. The confidence. I was like, I figured, and I knew what it was. It was that I became a man. But like I had manned up, but. I was so on top of the world. I was so on top of the world that I didn't text my wife the entire plane ride, nothing. I showed up to the back home, and she's like, we knew you made it. You wouldn't not text us, And
did you go back to Italy?
Yeah, I went back to Italy and told everybody. And funny thing is that it was they had just done that documentary 21 Days in Hell, so it was like super publicized when everything was happening. Like a bunch of my friends were in that one. So it was the one right after that one. And so everybody knew what to expect, but it was going to selection was highly publicized. So a lot of people were trying it, but not many people were making it, And I had a super, super high number, if I remember correctly. And I think only like 90 of us got picked up, I think. And then of that, like 60 of us made it through the whole pipeline.
What was it like to go back and tell the company and the guys you had just spent like all that time at war with, and like what was the mood?
It was pretty cool. I mean, they all kind of knew that I wanted to do that really bad. I had probably talked about it a million times at Restrepo, I'm going to do this one day, and like, I'll go back, and you just wait and see. So they were like, yeah, we figured, but dudes were really ecstatic for me. And then they were obviously asking me what it was like, and like, oh, I want to go, at this time. And I was like, do it, man. I think that the SF regiment would benefit from every dude at Restrepo coming through and being on ODA, because you guys, we have what it takes. Like, we've seen it. We've done it. And I really encouraged them to. Not as many went as I would have liked, but I really encouraged them to give it a try, because it wasn't that hard. Given what we had been through, and maybe I have like this weird mental way of blocking things out that are hard, but I was like...
Did you ever run into guys in the regiment that you had served with in the battalion?
Yeah, just a couple, not many. There's only a few in the regiment, and then obviously McDonough's and Ranger Regiment, but yeah, nobody really came all that far into SOF, and I get it, man. They wanted a break, they wanted to take a knee, they wanted to go somewhere else with their life, and I get it. I completely, no hardship. I could
earned that right, bro.
Yeah, I was just I had such a chip on my shoulder from failing once, and then knowing what I had just gone through. That
for you it was way different, right? Like that's what you initially set out to do, and you rightfully so. I mean, by your admission that it wasn't the right choice early on, and that deployment. I'm sure. Oh man, I couldn't imagine what it was like to work for you, dude. I mean, you had this experience of, combat, but also, you've mentioned you had the opportunity to work for some really good leaders, and I'm sure that, that affected you later on in your career and the decisions you made and how you led others. And
yeah, dude. Well, the thing is when I went back to 7th Group, I ran into a bunch of dudes that I went to selection with the first time that had been in 7th Group from that time, all my time in the 173rd, and then came back. And they were like, whoa, what's up, man? Like, we knew you'd make it eventually. Like, good to see you years later. And then when they found out what I had been doing, you know, and I got a lot of like, oh man, like, sorry you didn't make it the first time. And I would stop them. I'm gonna stop you right there. It's the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trade that for anything. That was the best time of my life, and it was the most important thing in my life, and it should have happened that way. I wouldn't be in this position I am right now if it wasn't for that.
And I've talked to you. I mean, we've talked offline about, you know, your time as a Green Beret, but I know, you know, just in my short interactions with you, like, it's the time that you spent on that mountain that, you know, that was really important time to you. Not that your time in the regiment didn't matter, that we're going to go on here in a minute and talk about all the great things you did over there, but I know that shaped you, molded you, and, you know, I know there's a party that wouldn't take any of that back.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's cool. And everybody's walk is different, right? Like everybody, the guys that maybe made it the first time, that was where they were supposed to be. And, you know, you went where you were supposed to be. You know, we're not God. You don't get the benefit, but maybe you being on that mountaintop saved somebody that may have gotten hurt had you not been there, right? We'll never know. But, you know, the universe has a real way of working all that stuff out. So
it does. It really does, brother.
What was the Q course like for you, man? I mean, we've talked a lot about it on the podcast, and, you know, I'm not going to dive into every part of the Q course. But.
No, yeah, I mean, the Q course was fun, dude, because the Q course is like Ranger School and SUT. You know, SEER's obviously SEER, but and language is language, and the Bravo course is the Bravo course. But SUT, they're teaching tactics. A lot of it to 18 X-rays that don't know anything or soft skill guys. Man, I had been doing react to contact and squad attack nonstop.
In your sleep.
Yeah, and up hills and down hills. So I was like, this is the easiest, you know. And then people started to kind of realize who I was. It kind of got a little bit of notoriety. There were some things out about it. So people were like, oh, you're the guy from... And I was like, yeah. So it kind of started to catch wind in the Q course. And it really caught fire toward the end of the Bravo course. But I loved the Q course. I had a blast. My group of core friends, I still have them. A lot of them are still in 7th group. You know, Julia and I... she went back to Berkeley to finish up her degree, and I lived in Bragg, and then she came out and met me. But it was fantastic, man. SEER was it was everything I thought it would be. And I'm like, I'm on my way, you know, I'm getting goes on patrols. I had some surreal moments with some weird instructors, you know, and I was like, whatever, dude. But
like what?
We had a funny instructor that used to bring out 5W30 motor oil and tell us to pour it on the handle of our knife and like try to draw it fast because that particular oil has the same viscosity as blood. So when your hands are covered in blood, you'll be able to draw your knife. And we were all like, really? Like, that's super weird, man. But okay. You know, stuff like that. But I mean, me learning how to do raids and how to do ambushes, I was like, got it, check. Like, I'm in it. And a lot of people would ask me, and even some other people would be like, is this how it's really done in combat? The dudes that knew what I had done, I'm like, yeah, for the most part. I mean, this is flat in pine trees, but you kind of had to make do for where you're at. But I thought it was a cakewalk for the most part. There was a couple parts. We had some really good instructors, and obviously I still wasn't the strongest runner. I've never been the strongest runner, but, you know, we had dudes being like, it was a tough time. It was a tough time, but worth it. Had a blast.
Graduation day, earning your Green Beret, you made mention that you didn't really feel different. Why do you think that was?
I have no idea. You think you're going to put it on, and then a plate of armor is going to appear over you, you know, and you're just going to be like, ah. And I remember being like, am I wiser than I was yesterday? Maybe I am, I don't know. But I think, you know, a lot of that comes with the validation. Like, yeah, I am, you know, now I have the confidence. Same thing happened when I went warrant. You know, I went warrant and I was like, do I really know as much as the warrants before me? Like, they seem to know everything. And then as you become a warrant, you know, somebody asks a question and you know the answer. You're like, oh, it's this, and that. Like, how do I know that? You just do, you know? And so you don't realize it at the time. I felt no different. I felt even more of an imposter. And I was like, yeah, I'm still just the dude from Restrepo, still just the E5. Now my hat's a different color, but I don't really feel a whole lot different.
Who was there for you at your graduation?
My now wife and my mom and my dad. Those were the two that came out.
Super cool though, man.
Yeah.
What was it like to, you know, just to see your wife, man? She gave you that encouragement, you know, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't have, but, you know, she really pushed you to go. And just knowing that you have that support. Not everybody has that, dude.
Yeah, brother, my wife is my rock, and she's always been, and the light of my world, really, because, you know, early on in our relationship, I was not a great dude, and I've gone through my problems back and forth, like we were talking about. Like, I've been an asshat to her way more times than I'd like to admit, and but you know, we would get done with phases. I lived with another guy in the course, and she'd show up with cheeseburgers and beer. And then we came back from SEER, and she had like a SEER pizza or a SEER cake that she had baked for us. And we all said we were going to buy Harleys after we graduated Sierra. So she had like little Harleys put on it. She was there every step of the way, encouraging me, telling me that I could do it. And even now, coming on a podcast, I'm not overly confident in this kind of stuff, and I don't want to do it because I don't want to put shame to it. And she's like, you can do it. She's always in my ear telling me what I can do. And she's my biggest fan. And man, I couldn't imagine the world without her.
Love that, bro. Love that. Assignment to 7th Group. You knew you were going to 7th Group. What is 7th Group? What does it mean to you? We were talking in the car yesterday, man. Ever since I started the podcast, and I came from a different community, but touched special operations quite a bit. Man, there's a lot of dudes that go to the unit from 7th Group. A lot of the leadership at the unit comes from 7th Group. Made a big impact. You guys get to have fun in South America a lot too. But was it by choice or?
Yeah, so it's actually that I'm going to tell you right now is a series of the greatest stories ever. At Restrepo, when after Rock Avalanche, when we went down and did the memorials, we got called on a QRF to help Chosen Company. So we go out and help Chosen Company. It was the weirdest situation ever because we had to walk for hours, and I slept in this farm pen, and then we just kept going to assist. And I don't remember if it was Ranch House or Bella, but we get there, and there was an ODA there responding, and it was 782. And on that ODA was several dudes, and I remember walking in, and the firefight had kind of died down, and everything had kind of died down because the ODA had gone out to help. This is my recollection of it. And I'm looking around, and they're bearded guys, and I go into this chow hall that we're just building for this fob that we went to react to, and there's this rolled up vinyl that they were going to put on the floor. There's a little guy sitting on it in BDUs with a beard, and he looks up at me. He's like, MRE? I was like, yeah, I'll have an MRE. And I sat down and ate and just talked with him, and I was like, man, I want to be SF. You're the coolest guy ever. I thought he was an Afghan. He's actually an Iranian dude that just retired out of 7th Group. But I was like, you're the coolest guy ever. And then I met a couple other guys, and they were all from this one.
We know him. We're trying to get him on the podcast. He lives pretty close.
I know he does. I know exactly. And I know who he's working with. And I thought about it in the car yesterday. I was like, I wonder if I could call him. I have him on speed dial. I love him. Love him. I met him.
Seems like a great dude.
He is such a good dude, man. I couldn't say enough good things about him. But I met a couple other guys, and then fast forward to me going on leave. I'm in Jalalabad, waiting to go to Bagram to go on leave, and I'm sitting in a PAX terminal with Troch Pews, and I look over, and there's an SF dude. He's dusty beard and everything. I'm looking at him, and I look over, and there's these two females come in Army PTs, and they move some of the pews, and they turn on some music, and they start dancing in coordination. And me and this other guy, who I know is an SF guy, is I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at them, and they stop it, and they say, this is for American Idol Night on the FOB. You could get something started at your FOB if you wanted to. And he looks at me, he's like, are they retarded? And I was like, I don't know. So I got to chatting with him, find out he's on an ODA 781. So that company's in the area. Now we're going to go back to, in SF, I've passed selection. I am standing, they're assigning languages and in groups. And I'm standing in, I was assigned French. So I'm standing in the French line, and I'm looking around. I'm like, oh God. I don't want to go to French. I had picked Spanish. And I look over, and it's the guy from the JBAD PAX terminal, beard shaved, and he knows a guy that I'm friends with in line, and that guy's in Spanish. And I look at him, and I was like, hey, from the JBAD PAX terminal. And then my buddy's like, hey, do you know him? He's my friend. And he looks at me, he's like, what language did you get? And I was like, French. And he's like, do you want to be in French? And I was like, no. He's like, do you want to go to 3rd Group? And I was like, no. He's like, all right, hold on. And he grabbed a random dude from Spanish and just moved him to French and moved me to the Spanish line. There's a poor dude out there that was just randomly hucked over to French that's going to Africa. And he...
My bad, bro.
Yeah. And he just moved me over. I was like, sweet. It is a complete coincidence how I got into 7th because of that guy, because of that series of interactions that got me interacting with B37. So fast forward to when I get to 7th Group, I'm begging. I'm like, hey, 3rd Battalion. 3rd Battalion said they want me. And
why 3rd Battalion? Because you knew guys from there?
Yeah, because that's who it was. It was a B Code 3rd Battalion. And I was like, at this time, I had no idea of the CRIFs or SIFs. I had known a little bit of their existence, but I was like, whatever. B37, I know dudes over there. And they, I don't know who I swindled into giving me 3rd Battalion. And then I roll down 3rd Battalion, step 1 done. And I'm talking with the Sergeant Major. At this point, he knows who I am from the deployments. He understands. He knows the breadth of what we've done. So he knows who I am. He's like, oh yeah, you were at Restrepo. Okay, blah, blah. And I go into S1, the paperwork people, and I'm like, hey, have you given me a company yet? And they're like, no, you got to talk to Sergeant Major, but he's leaving for Columbia to go visit the boys, so you might catch him out in the parking lot. And I was like, okay, like go talk to him and see what he says, and we'll let you know. And I was like, all right. So I ran out of the parking lot. I run into the Sergeant Major. I was like, hey, Sergeant Major, and he's like, Kyle, like I know what you want. I know you want to go to BCO. It just might not work out. We might need guys in ACO. Let me think about it on this trip. And I was like, Roger, Sergeant Major. I ran back into S1. And they're like, hey, what's Sergeant Major tell you? Hey, man, he told me I'm going to BCO.
Got him.
Got him. And I end up in BCO by a series of like tall tales and like swindling my way into the place I wanted to be, where I saw all the dudes I know. And I was like, yes. And that's where I started my career. I was on 786 and 781.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love how the world, like, for all the early on in your career, the kick in the teeth, like it's just cool to hear the wins. You know what I mean? Sometimes on this podcast, we don't always talk about, all the wins, right? That's what makes a good podcast. Cause if your life's some peachy story, I don't know that it doesn't always play out good people to listen to. So, but it's cool. It's cool to hear that you got some wins. I want to go back to the documentary, man. Cause we've alluded to it when it came out. So you were kind of in the Q course, like towards the backside of the Q course when it came out. I don't want to overstate this, but what was it like? And not from the fame perspective, just to, you went on, right? You meet Julia, you're going on to the next thing, to your next horizon, your next ridge line. And then this documentary comes out, right? And now you're, reliving those experiences with these people that, really obviously mean something to you. You and I have talked heavily on and off camera about it. But, for all the good stuff too, it was traumatic. What's it like to go back and relive that in your, in this next phase of your life or this next chapter, and now all these guys you're serving with, because you're a humble guy, man. I mean, I didn't drag you on this podcast, but you and I talked like even before about how, we're going to tell the story to, make sure that it's good for the boys and, it's a good look, because a lot of these guys don't come out and talk, right? And so what's it like now your life's on like display, this thing that you went through, and a lot of people don't, a lot of civilians don't understand war, right? And rightfully so, bro. If you haven't gone to some crazy ass, whack ass country in the middle of nowhere and got shot at and lived in a hole, it's kind of hard to tell people, because they either look at you like you're some weird superhuman, which is not what we expect, right? And it's the overly thankful for the service, or they look at you like you're a crazy lunatic.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, I guess to answer that, you have to answer it in phases, right? So like when it came out there, we didn't think anything of it. And then it started to blow up. It was in the Oscars. It was up for an Oscar. It won an Emmy. We all have an IMDb page because of it. Like it says that we're an actor and we play ourselves, which is hilarious. With an Emmy award, no less. So I think it's hilarious. But when it came out, it took the Army by storm. And it took all the services by storm. We didn't expect that. So it really put us in a weird spot. And I did want to mention this, like, we became military famous, most of us, real fast. They started showing it at 30th AG and basic training on a loop, when you get your gear and stuff. And I was walking through the airport as soft later on with a beard and like really long hair, like Thor hair. And I got mobbed by these privates. And I remember like looking around, like different platoons of privates going to their units in uniform. And I was like, what the hell? And I went up to the drill sergeant and he like looked at me and I was like, hey, what's going on here, man? And he was like, oh man, they've seen you like 9 times, dude, with their duffel bags, like waiting to get on whatever. And I was like, oh no. So it went like that, and the bartenders would know everybody. And I had social media at the time. I ended up closing it all down pretty quick. But
so you were getting noticed everywhere.
Everywhere, man. I mean, I did a Halo workup trip in Elo, Arizona, and we decided to go out and drink for a night in Phoenix, and just some random bartender dude was like, "Hey, dude." And then it spread like wildfire. So I would go to another bar and the bouncer would like look at my ID and be like, oh man, you're the guy, dude. My brother just joined up. He saw you. And I was like, oh. It got so bad, dude, that I started doing the old Aaron Rodgers thing. Like, yeah, I get that a lot. That's not me. Like, I look like the dude. Or like, everybody's always like, man, you look familiar. Where'd you go to high school? I'm like, Wisconsin. And I would kind of lie about it. Like, no, it's somebody else. I just was tired of it, man. And it went on and on and on like that. And, up until very, very recently, I had only ever seen it twice. I saw it with Julia the first time and in the theater at Bragg, and I didn't watch it again. And then I watched Korengal one time. And then recently the Intrepid Spirit TBI clinic and PTSD clinic made me rewatch it and write down like my feelings. But revisiting it now is really surreal. But I did this not for any accolades or anything. I did this because I restarted social media to be honest with you, to find Chris. I did that and to find my other friends, but more so to just re-link up with everybody I had broken contact with over the years. And in doing that, people started like reaching out to me being like, are you that guy? And then I started getting like, hey man, I joined the Army because of you and your platoon. Like, I want to say thank you. And that's what ignited it. So allowing me to pass that on to people it's been really an honor. I hope that I can do the boys justice. I hope I don't get like called out on the chat being like, you said this wrong, which I know they'll probably say some things, which is fine. I just don't ever want to do anything to dishonor them and the homies, because I have, like I said, I love them, and I would.
And that's obvious. And I'll let a little off camera, secret. Like even before we were starting this recording, dude, you were kind of nervous, and you're studying. I gave you kind of a little bit of a read ahead, and you started like making me nervous. And I finally just told you, I was like, what is it? And I asked you, I'm like, are you worried? Because I've had other people, they come in here, they're telling stories about people, friends, trauma. They really want to do. They want to do the right thing. And I wouldn't say that I talked you into coming to the podcast, but, I pitched you. It was a long form thing. But it was like I was telling you last night, I mean, we're documenting history. I mean, what you guys did, what happened, it's part of history. And it's an honorable part of history. And, look, man, we can talk about the politics of war. None of that mattered on that hilltop. You were there for the boys. You've made it obvious. You and I have talked a lot off camera about, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And, you were there for the brotherhood. Ultimately it's for the country and whatever, make Afghan a better place. But that's not what happens when you get stuck on a hilltop with your close friends, right? Yeah. And, you've made mention multiple times to me, before we recorded too, that, you still want to get it right. And we'll get it right, dude. And I think they'll know that. Like, people know your heart. I don't think, dude, you can't remember everything that happened in 16 months. I mean, even, I haven't done a podcast. People don't even know my own story. And sometimes when I hear these podcasts, I go back in my own brain, like, do I remember certain events? Can I remember what happened at this time with this or that? And I think anybody that expects you to have some photographic memory, it's not realistic, dude.
Yeah.
Unless you're telling tall tales, that's a whole nother story, or writing a book that, of things that may or may not have happened a certain way and you're intentionally misleading people. And that's not who you are. And we wouldn't have had you on the podcast. So
yeah.
And I'm glad you did, and the people that don't want to talk about it, that's their thing. But I think it is honorable, man. I think it's honorable to tell the stories, to tell the sacrifices. I've said it before on this podcast. I think a soldier dies twice on the battlefield, once when they get killed and again when nobody ever speaks their name again. And so that's why anytime we talk about anybody that somebody comes on here and talks about that we lost, if there's enough meat, we make a short video to remind the world. I mean, we've had, we made a short clip about Bob Horgan, who was in the unit. I mean, his daughter responded to that. Thank you for keeping that memory alive. We did it for Pat Tillman. So I'm glad. I'm glad you were bold, right? I think there's a way to do it. There's a way that goes into how we make it. And I'm super glad you're here. And I can only imagine, right? Like, I don't really watch my podcast. I can't stand my voice, dude. Like, it's weird. And there's this, my buddy was telling me the other day, there's this thing that happens in your jaw when you heal yourself, when you're talking to yourself, that it doesn't. But when you hear yourself on an audio or a video, it sounds different to you. So it sounds foreign. And so you're just like, I'm still like that. I don't listen to my own podcast, man. I live through it, and it's not like you need to watch that movie to relive. You live with it every day. So that makes sense to me. What was it like when the guys on your ODA and 7th group really started figuring out, like, this is the dude? Did you catch a lot of shit, or?
A little bit, or early on, yeah. I mean,
because that culture is just not going to let you live that down.
No, it's not at all, man. And I got there. It's funny because it got released within a couple weeks of me getting there, either a couple weeks before. And I show up, and I interviewed for the dive team, I interviewed for the DA team, and I interviewed for the Halo team. And by some luck of the draw, I got put on the 6th team. Great thing. I didn't care. But I knock on the door, and I get treated like the new guy. They're like, what the fuck do you want? This time I'm here and like grab my packet, and I had to stay in the hallway for a couple of days. They're like, fill this out and closing the door. It was the old doors with like the really push button key locks. Yeah. And so I was on the outside and I was just kind of hanging out. And every now and again they'd open the door and say something to me, and I'd be like, okay, or go get this person or do this. I was like, okay. And then I don't know who it was.
This is all like some hazing shit.
Yeah. It's just hanging outside the team room door, and I was like, cool. And it was, 3, 4, 5 days into it, one of the guys opened the door and he was like, he had an article or a picture and he was like, "Is this you?" I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, you were at Restrepo? I said, "Yeah." Hold on a minute. And he shut the door. And I could hear them like mumbling. And then he opened the door and he was like, "Sit down." And they made me sit down. And like nobody
Outside of the door or inside?
Inside. Oh, yeah. And I finally got to go in. I was like, "Yeah." Made it. Yeah. And I sat there in the chair and like nobody really said anything. I got a couple like, "Oh, you think you're cool now?" Like this and that. And I was like, whatever. But a couple of the nicer guys asked me about it. Like, "Man, what was that like?" It was crazy. And like, "Well, probably won't be doing that here." And I was like, "All right, cool." And then as time went on, I got other hazing things where they were like, "You think you've done this stuff and this and that." And I remember it was probably a couple months. I ended up like talking back to one of them, and I was like, "Look, like I know I don't fast rope onto moving trains and all this cool guy stuff, but have you eaten MREs for 15 straight months?" I remember saying like, "If you want to know about suck, I can teach you about suck because none of you have sucked like me." And I remember thinking that because at that point I knew nobody had. I knew that there was not. I mean, very few like the invasion guys. Very few dudes had just no support, no help, no acknowledgement for a long time, and just kept going. So I kind of was like, and it was funny. I took an article clipping of Restrepo and I pasted it next to another clipping of a fob in Vietnam, and they look exactly the same. And I was like, I had this game where I was like, which one's from which war? And you couldn't really tell. And I was like, exactly. I lived old school, dude. 1,200 MREs. So I kind of earned my keep pretty quick with that. And they kind of figured that I had some combat experience. And it bit me in the butt later when we were fighting for deployments later on. And I got the whole like, "Yeah, man, you sit this one out. Like you got enough experience." When they were trying to get dudes experience, I was like, oh, what?
Yeah, that's not why I joined, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not the let's sit out type.
Yeah.
They sent you to Ranger School. How old were you when you went to Ranger School?
Maybe 25, 26. It was funny because my team sergeant at the time, 18 Fox, and then went on to be my team sergeant. Really good guy. One of my best friends. He you gave him like a schools list, and he was a former RI, and he like leans over it and he was like, "I better say Ranger 5 times." I was like, "Okay." And I just wrote Ranger 5 times. You don't be putting Halo on there. Don't be putting Sniper. Just put Ranger 5 times. I was like, "Okay, Ryder." I ended up going to a couple schools prior to that just by chance because they opened up, and I did what somebody had told me to do, where I kept a physical packet ready and a packet for every school that I could because I was a single dude. Julia was going to school, hadn't moved down yet, and I was just kind of like, well, if you like lean out the hallway and say like, "We need one for this," I was gonna be like, "I got it," and I was gonna do that. I was gonna volunteer for everything I could. But yeah, I went to Ranger School and it was awesome. It was 61 days. A lot of people knew me from in Ranger School, man. My Ranger buddy ended up going to the unit. He was an FO. He was an E4 FO and 4th ID, and he was the only dude to have a Ranger tab. CSM didn't have a Ranger tab in the unit, and he wanted to go SF really bad, and he ended up going SF. I was super pumped over him. He got his Ranger tab with me, went SF, made it the criff with me, ended up leaving and going to the unit. Like, really solid cat. Like, I like the guy, but I still remember when he was a little E4. Like, I'd be like, "What was Restrepo like? What's SF like? I can't wait to do all of it."
Oh, when you guys were in Ranger School?
Yeah. And now he's like, totally seasoned in the unit. He's an awesome dude. And I'm like, look what you did. I feel proud. I feel like I have a little bit to do with that. But I thought Ranger School was a cakewalk, dude. I thought that was like...
So you moonwalked after all.
Yeah, man. I was like, man, even mountains. They were like, "Oh, you're going to mountains." And I like got to the line. I was like, shut up. Like, get out of here, dude. You kidding me? I remember thinking like, this is just remarkably easy. But I mean, you had to walk that line of doing it the Ranger way, you know, and I knew that. Yeah. So I was like,
it's the game, man. You
it's the game, and it's fine. And, you know, I graduated, and I had a really high peer rate until the very final thing. Well, I started digging into some lieutenants and some foreign soldiers that were there. But yeah, everything was gravy, man. I was true blue 61 days. I went through, and, you know, I know you want to know that I'd either just gotten to mountains, and back then, I don't know if they still do this, but before each field exercise, the RIs will give you a vignette. Somebody will give you a combat vignette. And this dude who I knew from the 173rd, but was not at Restrepo, started giving a vignette. And they started, and I don't know if he did it on purpose, and I don't know if it, you know, neither here nor there, but from what I remember, and this is, again, my memory, he was like, you know, reading his cue card and his vignette. He's like, there I was, you know, Korengal Valley, and he gives this whole like combat vignette to apply it to whatever we're going to learn in Ranger School. And it was a vignette about Restrepo, specifically a vignette about, I believe it was specifically about either the patrol to go in after I got or before I got shot in the head, or coming back out, like that one. And he's giving it, and the dude next to me is like, "Is it not you?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "That's you, right? Like this is your story." I'm like, "Yeah, it is." And I was being blocked by some dude's head. And he's like way down. We're up in like these bleachers, and he's way down at the bottom. And he's giving it, and about 3/4 of the way, he's about 80% done with it. I like lean my head over so he can see it through the crowd. And he like looks at me and stops his speech immediately. He's like, "And that's how we're going to apply it, in mountain phase of Ranger School," and just stops it. And I knew that he knew, and he knew that I knew. Like, "Hey, dog, that's my story." And he knew that I was he didn't know I was in his class. He came over later and was like, "What's up? How's it going?" But it's funny. And maybe that he just had to do that to find a vignette proper to associate.
Was it about the one you getting shot? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I was like, he had to find a vignette about cover or whatever, but
you showed up to Ranger School with long hair and a beard. How was that reception?
yeah, it was weird. Well, I went to pre-ranger first, and they're like, "You're going to have to shave that off," because I didn't know if I was going to get in. And my team had deployed just recently to, they called them a rat mission, one of those missions out in Fatherhood. And I was set to go on it. So I didn't know if I was going to get in. So I showed up wondering, I was on like a standby slot. So I wasn't going to do this, because if I wasn't going to get in, I was going to deploy right away. So I like showed up looking like Lieutenant Dan, dude. And like leaned into like the pre-ranger office. I was like,
it's the opposite of Ranger.
yeah. And I was like, "Hey, are we cool here?" And they're like, "Who the hell are you? And what are you doing?" And I gave them the whole spiel. I'm like, "Hey, I'm sorry, man." And they were cool with it. I was like, "I'm with 7th Group. My team just deployed like a week ago. I need to know if I can get in this. If I will, I'm going to go shave this, and I'll be good to go. If not, I got to leave." And they got me in. They're like, "Good." So I went like shaved everything off, looking like an idiot. But like the looks I got, it's funny because I had to pass by air assault school first, and they were all in formation, and I got just...
Were you in uniform? Were you in BDUs?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
I had a memo.
Yeah. After all you've done, what did Ranger School teach you? And I'm not trying to say like you knew more than Ranger School.
No.
And I know
Ranger
that's how
School,
you are. That's how you talk.
it's a leadership course, dude.
Yeah.
It teaches you how to motivate dudes, which like, I think it's unique in the fact that it motivates dudes when you don't have the intrinsic motivation. At Restrepo and at those type of places, you have the intrinsic motivation, A, because your life is really on the line, and B, because your homie's life is really on the line. You're going to carry that rucksack because it's what has to be done. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's absolutely what has to be done. So there's no finding the motivation or the discipline. It just has to exist or you die. You fail. Out there, it's a lot more testy. Like, "Hey, I need you to do this. I need you to stay awake." Like, we stayed awake because we were just like, "What's happening? Something's happening. They can touch me," Out there, it's like, "Oh, I'm in the mountains." So the leadership course about motivating dudes that are just so sleep deprived and so food deprived, that is cold. That's what it was about, man. Motivating foreign soldiers, that some of the foreign soldiers would be like, give them the machine gun. They'd be like, "I'm not doing that. That's enlisted man's work." Like, be like a foreign officer, and he'd be like, "Hey, bro, like, this is what's happening," because the foreign, they have a much more tiered system. And he's like,
"Bro,
I don't." Yeah, I'm like, "You're gonna carry this big ass gun, or I'm gonna put my boot in your ass."
I'm gonna duct tape it to your face.
Yeah, But motivation, getting the most out of dudes.
I remember you telling me, like, you mentioned being careful to ask, like, "Hey, how would you do this as a Ranger?" Why was that important?
Because I didn't want them thinking, I didn't want to make the same mistakes I made when I first got to Italy. And I didn't want them thinking I thought I knew best, And I knew that there are 100 ways to skin a cat, and I knew that an ambush up a mountain on blocking position 1 in the Korengal Valley is different from an ambush in Southern Pines, North Carolina. It's different from an ambush in Vietnam. It's different. It's all different. So I was very, very careful to be like, "Hey, man, like, us in SF do it this way, but how would you do it?" Kind of fluffing their ego a little bit, but also being like, really, like, what's your guys' tactic? And it worked out really well for me. I ended up burrowing out with a lot of the RIs. A lot of the RIs would bring me back to the formation, be like, "Yo, thinking about going to selection." And I'd always be like, "Send it, dude. I think you can make it. You look tough as nails. Let's do it," especially at mountains. But like, they would ban me from like being a squad leader, and they'd make me like the all-time RTO. So I just had to like wander around watching Lost Lieutenants with my stupid radio. And they do that for a lot of SF guys that end up taking on too much work. They'll be like, hey, just stay there. And you're like,
It's just so intrinsic to.
you just have to do it, you know?
I mean, hell, by the time you got to Ranger School, dude, you'd been gut check after gut check.
Yeah.
You know, at some point, you get to the point where you're like, yo, bro, I don't know if we can gut check this dude anymore.
Yeah. And you know, and it's about a common sense application. I remember getting a Major Plus because a young Ranger was trying to figure out how to do a scheme maneuver, and he wanted it by name, by position, where they were moving. And I stopped the kid, and I was like, come here. I was like, get everybody's ID card. So, you know, on the sand table, I was like, because he was like, you know, PFC so-and-so is going to move to a security position. I was like, get everybody's ID card, stick it in the sand, sticking up. And then as you brief, you're going to move, you know Sergeant Steiner is going to move here. PFC so-and-so is going to move here. You move their ID card so they can see it. And he was like, that's amazing. And like our eyes were like, who thought of this? And I remember thinking like, this can't be that big of a deal. Come on, man. Like,
who did you learn that from?
It's just common sense. I remember getting briefed things and having dudes, we all had like, when we would do rock drills, we all had our own rock. You would like paint your own rock. And at Restrepo, so you'd come out and we had our little dirt area where we did stuff, and we would always move our own rock. And I remember thinking of that and being like, this is easy.
That's a great idea. What was that graduation like? I mean, you know, it's a weight loss program.
Yeah, it was awesome. I ate like a fiend, looked ridiculous. I got puffy. My now wife was there, and so was my mother and father. And you know, I have a shirt that my dad got me at Fort Lewis when I was about 5, and I have a picture of it. I think you have it, and it's me, and I'm eating an ice cream cone. I sit on a couch, and it says, "I'm a little Ranger" with a Ranger tab. And I used that. I hadn't seen that in years. My parents gave it to me, and I was like, "See, I was always meant to do this," you know. So I was ecstatic. I was so pumped to be a Ranger. I was almost more pumped to be a Ranger than I was to be an SF guy. And the reason is I almost didn't go back to selection. I re-enlisted at Restrepo to go to Ranger School. I just found the re-enlistment certificate. It's signed. Yep, Rangers lead the way. Going to Ranger School or any school from Italy was really hard. Plane tickets, everything. And they ended up being like, hey, it fell through. That's when I decided to drop a selection packet also. Because I was like, man, you guys promised me Ranger School. Like, I re-enlisted for Ranger School, you know, and you guys didn't give it to me. So it was always in the back of my mind, like, I have to do this.
How did Ranger School compare to, in your mind, like just being at Restrepo?
Yeah, it was other than taking a knee a lot, I was like really perturbed by taking a knee because a lot of times at Restrepo, you couldn't take a knee because it was at an incline. So you had to like prop yourself behind a tree. But I had no problems at being at Restrepo. I had no problems with the sleep deprivation. I really had no problems with the food deprivation. I was just like, hey, it's another day. My lessons learned from my first team week and selection of being positive and moving forward and being that positive mind for the boys, it carried to Ranger School. I was like, this isn't that bad, guys. Like, we got this. We're good to go. Other than one lieutenant that I dug into, like everybody was like, hey, he's always in a positive frame of mind. And I'm always telling people, and I've carried this through my entire SF career, I'll crack like, not a joke anymore, but like I'll make like a little funny anecdote when times are tough because I'm like, you know, hey, like could be worse. You know, we could have to be walking back, you know, because literally everything was always worse at Restrepo. You were like, God. I mean, it snowed one winter like a lot, and we were like, yeah, no patrols. And then right afterwards, a sling load of snowshoes was brought to us. And we're like, oh, yeah. So I always tell people, like, be in a positive frame of mind. And I think, and I hope people will say that about me. Like, man, the dude's always positive because I'm never like a Debbie Downer. I'm like, hey, it could always be worse.
Not only that, it's a frame of reference, right? And it's a choice. You get to decide to. I tell my kid, man, I think I just said on the last podcast too. I tell my kid when he wakes up, you get to decide if you want to be in a good mood, bro. Because every now and then my son will wake up, he's in a bad mood, bro. And I just like, hey, man, this is a choice you're making. You don't have to be in a bad mood. You know, I understand you're tired. I'm tired too. You know, I got up at 4:30 this morning to go to the gym. I don't love getting up at 4:30. I do it because I need to, because I won't get it done. But I could wake up in a bad mood and be a jerk to everybody, or just be like, yo, man, got to get this done. So, you know, to your point, man, I think like being having a positive mindset, I don't care what you're doing, man. That's a choice you get to make.
Yeah.
And sometimes people don't. I think sometimes people forget that. Before we kind of dive into a little bit more your SF time and, you know, your deployments and stuff, let's take a quick break.
Yeah.
Kind of talking about some of, you know, your career in special forces. Where was your first deployment as a Green Beret?
It was to the south south portion of Colombia. It was just a counter narcotics trip. It was cool, man. But like, I've since kind of lost how it goes because they change units and the way they're structured so much and how they run missions. So, it was like an anti or counter FARC thing, counter narcotics thing, counter cartel thing. And what we were doing was, it was a training trip in all reality, but we were getting these rotations of dudes that were going out to do missions, coming back with their AARs, and then we were helping them target dev and then training them up for like, hey, we've got this, there's a, something here, and we would kind of tailor our stuff to whatever they were doing.
Just kind of help them with their targeting cycles and like exploitation stuff.
Yeah.
Is the Colombian military, are they, they're kind of special operations, counter narcotics? Is that a military or police function down there?
It's a military function. They do have some police that run it, but for the most part, it's a military function. At that time, it was called the Bacoa. I've since been back and worked with the AFAU and some of the real top tier 1 units because, when their tier 1 units want help, they don't. We do their HR and DA stuff mostly, the CRIFs and the CIFs. But yeah, it's mostly a military function. It's funny because I ran into some Brits and some Aussies doing some training with like parallel units, and we're like, what's up?
Oh, down there all at the same time?
Yeah.
Are they pretty, the Colombians, are they pretty squared away?
Yeah, they are. They're one of the more squared away units in Southcom. I'd say they're top 2 for sure, especially their tier 1 element. They take it very seriously. They're highly underfunded, and unfortunately, they're stuck in probably a worse political war than we are at any given time,
Well,
at any given time.
Trump's definitely been talking about Colombia after since we've smacked Venezuela. So I'm curious to see how that comes out in the next couple of years. How long was that? We done for like 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did that compare to being in some foreign land?
Yeah, I mean, I was like, oh, the hot jungle bugs, like big, huge butterflies, but like it wasn't anything compared to a combat trip. I was like, oh, whatever. But I remember thinking like, all right, this is what SF does. Like, this is part of what they do. And I was like,
would you guys consider that a JSET?
No. A JSET's usually 30, 45, 90 days at the most. And that's kind of for your own training coinciding with the other teams. And I've done dozens of JSETs to different places, but this was the first one I got to go on was considered an operational deployment. And as far as I know, only 7th at the time and 1st group were doing things like that, where you were actively trying to change the dynamic of that country's strategy towards crime or what have you, or stuff like that.
Yeah, because I know the 1st group was working a lot in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Back when they were still hammering. They had like a real problem in the Philippines too with the terrorism stuff. And I know that South America, I spent some time at SOC South once upon a time, dude, and there was a lot of shit going on down there.
Yeah, there's always stuff going on down there, man. I mean, think about it. There's still little communist armies just like assembling in the woodline everywhere. In Paraguay, we were like, oh man, I had to like Google who they were. I was like, oh my God, seeing them. And they're better equipped than some of the armies. Yeah,
and then you throw the terrorism nexus in there with our adversaries going down there to sneak up. It's
Yep.
I think you deployed to Middle East, Central America, South America. What was some of your most memorable, or what was your most memorable SF deployment that you can talk about?
The most memorable one I did, I did some intelligence work in Colombia, in Medellin mostly. I was pretty much lived in Medellin for pretty much the whole time, and it was just me and a couple other guys, so slightly less than a singleton, but really interesting stuff, and just a lot of interaction with people in the human intelligence domain, and it really opens your eyes to the dynamics of information operations and stuff like that. I was super pumped to be a part of it.
Yeah, you've gotten an opportunity to do like full spectrum operations between being in the infantry, coming back doing traditional SF work, and then going on to do the intel side of it. So it's kind of cool that you've been able to get exposed to all these different aspects and probably really round out your career.
I think so. And people always kind of pegged me for like the Bravo smash kind of guy, even when I got first to SF. When I went to 18 Fox as an intelligence term, they're like, oh man, like you're just a Bravo. And I kept doing things like that to try and see. But it really gives you a wide breadth of understanding of way more domains of not only the combat space, but the geopolitical space within the globe. And it's amazing to have your eyes open up like that.
You spent 5 years on the CRIF, the Crisis Response Force, which I know that name's changed a couple different times. To the point to what you can talk about, what is it and what does it do?
Yeah, so it started as the CIF, the Commanders in Extremis Force, and for many years it spawned from Project Blue Light, which was the predecessor to the unit. And because when the unit was being stood up, they didn't have a counterterrorism force, so they stood up Project Blue Light, and I think it was Fifth Group that did it, and then each group subsequently did it and maintained that counterterrorism, that CT force, so your direct action, your hostage rescue, stuff like that, and then they maintained it, and it became the combatant commanders, essentially a quick reaction force. So you belong to whatever your combatant commander was. So in group, you were kind of tucked under them more often than not. Your training guidance and stuff like that, and your deployments kind of came through them and not the normal channels of 7th Group and so on and so forth, 1st SFC and stuff like that. It was interesting because the training is just out of this world for the regiment. I know there's a lot of tiers out there, but for the regiment, I mean, you get your training guidance from the big dogs themselves. So and then they come out and evaluate you on what you're doing, and you get told hey, you're messing this up, or this is good. And it's really awesome. You get a lot of funding from different sides of the table that some of the big dogs get that some of the white sides don't get, and some of the normal ODAs kind of don't get a chance to participate in some of that stuff. But in order to get into it, it's a pretty lengthy process. You typically have to do a hefty physical event, something like a UBR or some road marches. You have an interview. Usually they'll put your picture on this whiteboard in the hallway, and then people kind of write about what they think about you or if they know you, and then you go through a shoot-in portion in like 3 weeks where the guys evaluate you, and then you go to Sephardic, which is like a school at Bragg, and what I understand, the unit vets the whole thing and like gives them, hey, this is how you're going to run it. So it comes from the best. But you come back really being able to shoot fast and accurate and like process targets a lot faster. I was really proud to be a part of that unit, and you get to do a lot of cool training, like rural, realistic urban training scenarios and all kinds of stuff. I heard they just did some training on a football stadium, so like you get to do some of the really cool stuff.
Are you guys doing ruts similar to other SMUs where you're going into cities? Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. You get, you're not considered part with them, but a lot of us, and it's an honor to be considered, co-aligned with them, that we could be considered in the same sentence as them, and we like that. So we like the chance to be able to do some of the training and see their side of the world. It's fun.
What's that interaction like with just working with the SMU, coming from the GB? Is there egos involved, or is it just really like is it just good training?
Yeah, it's always really good training. I've done a couple things with them, and they always have really good things to say. They're always really funny. I think there's probably a little bit of animosity from some dudes, but like I've never seen any of that, man. I wouldn't say anything bad about them. I think they're hilarious. They make a joke out of like the more funding that they get. Sometimes you're out there like trudging through the woods or like crawling, and they like roll up on the silent like Mercedes electric mini bike. What's up? You need anything? Like, where'd you get that? I've been crawling for 4 hours.
That's funny.
But no animosity. I love great training. They're always really, really, really squared away. Really professional dudes. And we have a lot of friends. A lot of friends that go there. Man. I did a training with them, and one of my best friends had gone over there, and we were rotating in and out of doing some housework, and he like called down. He's like, that's the guy who was in Restrepo, and they wanted to talk to me, and I was like, that's me, and I was super cool. I was like, yeah, it sucked.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of those guys at the unit, man, they came from the Army.
Yeah.
So they know what it's like to. They know that a lot of those guys came from the big Army, and they know what it's like to to be where you came from.
Mm-hmm.
Are you? My understanding of the CRIF is you guys are on on call, right?
Yeah, we run the same way the SMUs do. Like they call it the beeper. I don't know who the last dude to have a beeper was, but they call it on a beeper, and you're on a recall. And it's changed as our name has changed and as responsibility has changed over, because it's gone back and forth with the wars, and then turned off, and then some combatant commanders wanted it turned back on. And at one point we're on a 2-hour recall if you're on the cycle that's up, and then sometimes you're on a 6-hour or 12-hour. But it changes. From what I gather, I think they're on a 6 again. I don't know. But and then you get the blowout call to get ready and to go, and sometimes it's real, and sometimes it's a rehearsal. And if you had your leadership, sometimes they'd call a rehearsal call on like Mother's Day, and you're like,
come on, bro.
Damn.
It's like being at Restrepo again. Can you just not shoot at me
just
today?
Man, just give me a minute here, dude. The wife's mad.
What's the fastest you've gotten on an aircraft?
Man, it was really fast. I want to say it was probably about an hour and a half, and that was for an emergency Secret Service augmentation. That ended up, it was funny because got the gear ready, got everything, and it was me and like 2 other guys, and we got on an aircraft, and we flew down to Sauk South, and then they're like, all right, ready to go. We picked up some other guys, and we started the flight back, and then halfway through, they're like, hey, we got to turn around. POTUS canceled. And he's sending somebody else like VPOS, which we weren't going to go on, or maybe Sex Date or something. So it turned around and then landed back at Sauk South. They're like, all right, download all your gear. I was like, okay. And then the dudes, the State Department guys or whoever got out, like, well, we have to go somewhere else. And they just took off and left me on the airfield with like these 2 other guys. So I had to I told this like brand new guy to SO, like, you stay here. I have to go rent a rider truck. And we had to drive back to Florida, to where we were based. And I was like, damn it. But that's the fastest I got on one to not do anything, to be in the air and turned around.
Without getting classified, obviously, what kind of missions does CRIF do, or what's anything that you can talk about that you guys have done? And there's tons of Instagram pictures of CRIF dudes with travel with POTUS.
Yeah, most notably, it's POTUS augmentation. We like to do that a lot. It's a good thing, or VPOTUS augmentation. Down south, anything that's big name that the SMUs don't have the bandwidth to hold. So we did Olympic security when the Olympics were in South America, World Cup security when it was in South America.
Are you guys doing mainly like the U.S. side of things?
Yeah, but you also do a lot of the infrastructure around there. But if the U.S. was there, obviously it was a big deal. Any of the summits down there, the G20 summits, the BRICS conferences, we do security for that kind of stuff. And it's really fun to be a part of that stuff. And sometimes the SMU guys come and sometimes they don't. Our JSETs are a little more pointed toward a crisis that may or may not be going on for that partner unit at that time. And they're like, hey, we have this problem right now. Let's get ready to, attack this problem right now. Something's happening over here. So we'll analyze all their intel and be like, all right, well, this is what I would do. Let's get a little training POI set up so you can practice these things that you're going to need in 3 weeks when you do this thing right now, And we work with mostly the CRIF works with their tier 1 forces, so their SMUs. And the one in Brazil is fantastic. Like as close to near peer and Southcom as I can even say.
Is that BAPE or is that another one?
No, it's the
no, it's all good.
I can't remember what it's called.
Actually, the BAPE is the police guys.
Yeah,
not the army guys. The boys go to Venezuela.
I've heard that some of them are there right now. Now it's all clear.
What a good trip that was, man. I'm sure that was well planned for quite a while.
Yeah, well executed, clean.
That's going to be. You're going to see that in a documentary coming up soon. I don't know how soon because I don't think that's over yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting. 5 years is a long time, especially in that type of unit. Is that normal? People normally stay there that long, or?
It was actually closer to 6 years, but no, it is. How do I say this? It used to be common. Now the rotation to be an instructor and stuff has gotten a little. It's reached out and touched some people that didn't. I was able to formulate my career in a certain way. I really dug into the non-commissioned officer pipeline early on and figure out what I needed to do to not move back to Fayetteville. And whether it was me, going from being on the assault force to going to the Rec E teams, or being in 18 Bravo going to an 18 Fox, and getting different schools, changing different duties and responsibilities in order to stay there. So it's pretty common if you know how to work the system. I hate to say that for lack of a better.
No, you got to make the system work for you,
bro.
Yeah,
I wanted to stay there. My wife is a lawyer, and she had been barred in Florida, and there was a waiting period to be barred elsewhere. So I was like, hey, if you move me, I can't. My wife won't be able to practice, or we'll be separated. So I kind of did what I could to stay in that area and make it work.
I would probably do the same thing, bro. Did you do time as a team sergeant?
Yeah, I did. I was an acting team sergeant. I made the E8 list, and it was almost simultaneously. I had dropped my warrant packet because it was, will I make it? Will I not make it? I really want to go warrant. Hey, this might be your last chance to go warrant. Everybody was chirping in my ear. And I really wanted to be a warrant because I knew I had already been an acting team sergeant for 9 months or whatever. And I was like, okay, if this goes on and I don't do this might be my last chance. Then I'm relegated to a desk after this, and I don't want to do that because I still had, 7, 8 years left. And I was like, ooh, yeah.
Were you team sergeant on the CRIF?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
We can't do that. Now, I had been actively kind of, because at that time, the CRIF had kind of wound down doing combat rotations, was back to covering a lot of Central and South America. So I was really trying to get back to combat. And that was another factor because I knew I was going to be a team sergeant in the CRIF and I knew they wouldn't move me out. And I was like, I really want to go to combat one last time. So I had gone with some other ODAs a few times and I was like, okay, well, and it had normal, decent deployments and whatnot, but I wanted to get on the last train. So knowing that I didn't want to go to a desk, I wanted to stay on a team longer because it extends your team time like 6 years. And I was like, yeah, I want to hang out with the homies some more. Like I'm not done with it yet, you know. And all my friends that were in line with me are all, you know, E9s, CSMs, and stuff like that, which is fine, you know. To each his own. I just wanted to be with the bros.
Did you get a chance to go to combat as a Green Beret?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a couple times, and it was good, man. I had one really memorable deployment, and then one that was, you know how the war went like this, and sometimes you hit good pockets and sometimes you didn't. I was on the docket to go like 3 other times, and for one reason or another, it was like, oh hey, this doesn't need it. They don't need this or they don't need that. They need a Fox. Never mind. But you know, I did go. My most memorable deployment with 7th Group was I want to say the 13-14 one where we lived in a British castle, a British fort in Kandahar province called it was like a Maiwan. You can Wikipedia it. The Battle of Maiwan was the Afghan forces and the British forces in like the 1800s. It was a wicked fort, and it was super cool, big old huge like castle with like big iron rod doors, and that's where we stayed in like jail cells with like blankets over the doors. It was super cool, man, and it was a really good trip. I did lose 2 very, very close friends on that trip, and that really hurt me early on in that trip. But all in all, a really good learning experience for me, learning the ropes of what SF does in that role.
Were you guys doing VSO or
VSO?
commandos? Yeah,
VSO, and we had some commandos with us, but mostly the VSO stuff, which, I mean, it was kinetic. It was kinetic as shit, but I was still really confused at the VSO mission. Like, what are we trying to do? What are we trying to accomplish here? You know, and they would rotate CSTs into us and stuff. So I spent a lot of that deployment in study about, like, what is the overall aim of the VSOs? You know, because at that time, too, SFs and CJ were tucked under battle space owners at that point. So now you had like a big battle space owner, and he wasn't really read onto what you were doing, and you didn't really know.
Really? So you didn't fall under a SOTIF?
We fell under a SOTIF, but like the battle space owner would always be like, hey, you know, this, that, and the other, you know, you're doing this. What are you doing here? I remember standing up in front of, I don't know how many stars he had, and he was briefing something, and my buddy was like, hey, you know, we need that area for the partner force over here. And he didn't even bat. He was like, okay, Roger. But sometimes it wasn't that amicable, you know. But we fell under a SOTIF that at that time they were tucking us under I think this is right, under a total battle space owner, which was a conventional dude. And I just didn't know. I didn't know like what the aim of a VSO was. I understood like, hey, we're being here. We're going to make ourselves known. We're going to kind of integrate into society. That doesn't work, dude.
Yeah, for those of us, you know, we're probably talking in code, but VSO is Village Stability Operations. I mean, the general, you know, ODA mission is it's hearts and minds type things. But you know, in a area like Afghanistan where you're dealing with tribal differences and you know who knows who, and then you have foreign influence. You know, and as the war, people were, I think come 14, people were starting to get war fatigue too.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know 3rd Group had a really rough year in 12. I know 13 and 14, I think 7th Group started ripping in. And,
yep.
Were you guys getting ticked up a lot? That trip?
Yeah, it was a pretty good trip. We did have, I mean, it was nowhere near, Restrepo stuff, but we were getting quite a bit. And, a decent amount from what I gather from other soft deployments, because that had been my first one, and I was like, okay. But we were in the vehicles at that time. It was the RGs too, so we were just rolling around those huge vehicles, and IEDs were the big scare because Kandahar's pretty flat, you know, and then you'd cross over into Helmand area and the Lashkar area where all those poppy fields are, and the orchards where the Marines were getting smoked up at. So it was definitely a testy time, and then 2 of my friends over on the dive team in the same company got schwacked, and they were 2 very good friends of mine, and it's still, you know, that.
You want to talk about it at all?
I don't talk about it too much. I wish I did more, you know.
Just about those dudes. I mean,
you
don't have to.
Yeah, you know, Alex Viola and Rich, Rich, I just found some pictures of them too, and they run like wads, and I don't have a whole lot to do with their families, but the pre-deployment training, you go to like New Mexico or wherever, and you do like a big workup. And me and those two dudes were left on Rear Vaughn at Fort Bliss, I think it was. We were going to New Mexico to pick up all the gear and bring it out to the training site. And I ended up hanging out with them, like maybe in Juarez, maybe not.
Maybe. It's hard to remember.
I may
El Paso and Juarez, they run real close together.
Yeah, I may have a huge sombrero that says Juarez on it. I don't know where I got it. But they got killed around Thanksgiving of that year, and that hit me hard. And then I was like, man, what are we doing? But to each his own. It was a really good deployment. It taught me that side, the combat side of SOF, and it really opened my eyes toward bigger things.
What did you see, like the differences? Maybe they're obvious, maybe they're not to people that are listening, depending on their military background. But you had a pretty conventional but very kinetic deployment as a conventional dude. What was the difference, and what did you like, and what was different, or maybe what did you miss? I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's funny because Restrepo is not your normal conventional deployment. We had such anonymity being that far away and nobody really having eyes on us. Technology wasn't that big at the time, so there was no tracker systems for what we were doing, So it's the closest thing to an unconventional deployment you can get, or a soft deployment while being conventional in that time frame. So when I got to soft, they were like, oh, other guys were like, we're allowed to do this, or we have this amount of freedom, and I was like, we could do whatever we wanted at Restrepo as long as we kept working towards our main objective. But the big thing in soft was the amount of support, the amount of eyes on you, the amount of like, hey, we can't even go over there without 3 birds overhead, medevacs, this much time on station. I was like, really? Because we were just walking everywhere with nothing, we didn't they're like, oh, maybe there's an A-10. We hope so. So soft is like, hey, they throw the world at you, which is great, and top trained dudes, and they get it. I just remember feeling like spoiled. I was like, wow. You guys get this, you guys get that. When we had a target, whether it's looking at signal selectors, like, oh, his phone's on. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What?
You guys can track people?
Yeah. I was like, that his phone's on? I'm like, wow. And you're like, all right,
we used to just recon by fire.
Yeah. I'm like, is there a guy in there? Let's see. Hold on. We're like sitting in a waist deep river waiting for them to come out of their house for 6 hours at Restrepo. Like, there they are. And so now they're like, hey, we've got overheads telling us he's there. He switched on his cell phone. This person, you're like soaking the target. And I'm like, wow.
Did you really feel like at that point, like, man, I made it to the varsity?
Yeah. I was like, holy crap. Like they know that he's there. They know that it's him,
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anything major from those deployments, or anything funny, or, just whatever?
There was a really big tick that some dudes and my team sergeant had a thing about not letting you go out on a mission on your birthday. He didn't want you to die on your birthday, and it happened on my birthday. And I remember being so mad that I couldn't help the bros, and I was like trying to call assets for him, and I was like,
he made you stay at the FOB?
Yeah, he made me, and Candy Crush had just come out, so I had for Gen 1 iPad, and I'm like sitting there watching them on the trackers, and I'm like listening to the radio, but I'm playing that, and I'm like, all right. And then they get into a huge tick, and it's a really good tick, and they save a lot of villagers, a lot of civilians that ended up getting killed, and our 18 Deltas should have been put in for commendations for sure. We're just like digging live people out of there and saving people. Really, really good, and I was really happy for them. Upset that I couldn't help the bros out for that. So that's a part that I remember. And then I had 2 really close calls, and this is just hilarious because people don't believe me when I tell them, like, I was in an RG on that trip. And, it had those old hatches that you move the little ball thing and you open, and it's heavy as hell to get it up. So first, and this was within a couple days of themselves, I get up on the roof, the gun was jammed, and I get up there and I'm fixing it, and they're just hitting the side of the vehicle. And for some reason, I didn't register it. But I think my time at Restrepo and stuff, it kind of made me numb to it. So they were like, you could see the water jugs getting hit, 5-gallon water cans, they're spitting out water. And everybody's like screaming at me. I'm like, what? I'm just fixing the gun. Fast forward 3 days, I go to do the same thing, and as I open the hatch gets shot back down, and it closes on me, and it hits my nugget and just kind of knocks me down into the thing, and I was like, oh, and my head was right in line with it, and it hit and closed the hatch. And I remember the dudes being like, you just got to stop, man, because your head's obviously too big and everybody wants to shoot it. We don't know what's going on.
So did a round hit it or something?
A round hit, yeah. Somebody shot the hatch as it was opening and it closed. I hadn't gotten time. Remember how they had that little hook to hook in and stay open? I hadn't gotten it there. So as I was going, I had it up. Luckily, I had my helmet on, but it was like, and it hit the hatch. And the hatch kind of came down, hit my head, knocked me down into it. I think I like hit my ass on an ammo can. I was just laying there like, ah. And people were like, "Did anybody see that?" Because like his head, he's got to just stay in here.
That's funny, dude.
I got this like funny nomer of like they're aiming for your head, dude. We don't know what you're doing.
You went to a whole bunch of schools, man. You're Ranger qualified, Halo qualified, Combat Diver qualified, Sniper qualified, Sephardic probably. What was, obviously we talked about the Ranger school, but what was, I think I know the answer to this question, but what was probably one of the toughest schools you went to in the regiment?
Yeah, dive school was terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. And it's an interesting story how I got involved in dive school. When I got to B37, I wanted to be a diver so bad. I'd heard they're the toughest. I tried to ask for it in the Q course. They weren't giving it. I wanted to be a diver just bad. And I went and interviewed with Mike Perez, and I was like, hey, I want to be a diver. He's like, we want to have you. Didn't work out. They didn't need a Bravo, whatever. I went to 786, and then all my best friends were on the dive team. I don't know why. I just got along with them. The two guys, one of the two guys I was telling you about, Alex Viola, he was a diver. Later on, John Worka was a diver, and he passed later on. But I'd always wanted to be a diver. I had gone to a pre-scuba right when I got to group, just because they were like, who wants to go? You might go to scuba school, you might not. And I was like, yeah, I'll go. I went, and a dude I respect a lot, had a lot of combat. He was a diver, and he was running it, and he's like, hey, I would bet my dive bubble that you'd pass. And I kept that with me. I was like, really? No way. So fast forward, I never got to go. I had different things getting in the way. I never got to go. And finally, when I went to the warrant course, I was like, yeah. I was in an interview with the command chief warrant of 7th Group, and he was like looking at his manning board, and he was like, I need divers, guys. Warrants just don't want to go to dive school. And he's like, who wants to go to dive school? And I was like, oh, here's my chance. Luckily, the rest of the room didn't. So I was the only one that even like made a peep. I was like, well, he's like, I like it. And he gave me like a little bet. He was like, if you win the Iron Man award at the warrant course, I'll send you. Plus I knew that the two dive teams that were open were in the battalion that was going to combat next. And I was like, that's my end. So I went, and by the luck of the draw, I won the Ironman award, which they weren't really giving out anymore because they were switching to the new PT test. But I had the highest scores of everybody there. And I beat a 3rd Group diver who's now in an SMU, and I'm pretty pumped about that. But I won that, got back. He's like, all right, you're good. You go to dive school. And I was like, sick. And I met a friend of mine who I'd known for years. He was the team starter on the dive team. And, I get in the pool, and the first time I was like, damn. I'm like 37 years old. This ain't for me, man. I don't know if I can do this. And I'm like trying to do the underwater 50, and I'm like coming up, guppy, and looking like a fool. And everybody was giving me all these tips. And
did you get a chance to prep at all before you went to dive school?
Just a little bit, a couple days, and then they put me through a MAC. Yeah, they did put me through a MAC. I got a couple days, and then a MAC, which I passed the MAC.
What's a MAC?
Maritime Assessment Course. And it's just a thing that local guys do to kind of get you ready. I did go to a free dive course. I paid for myself to go to a free dive course to learn how to kind of hold my breath and do all this stuff. And it was glorious. I loved it. So I got free dive certified. And then one day my buddy Jay Jolly he's the team star on the team, and I'm doing the 50 and I keep popping up. And he looks at me and he knows the kind of guy I am. And I know the kind of guy he is. He ripped me out in Afghanistan one year, and great Bravo, good dude. And he was like, I don't know what to tell you any more than anybody else has told you. Just quit being a bitch. And I was like, all right. So I did the 50. I just gutted through it and sent it home. And I was like, if I pass out, I pass out. And I did it, and I never was not able to do it again. And then I gained a bunch of weight because I knew that chubby guys were more buoyant. So I just kept my running up, and I got kind of rotund. So I would float. And I went through dive school. It was terrible. I blacked out on my first official test, my one-man test, blacked out. Woke up on the side of the pool with like the oxygen mask on. It was funny because the dude kind of poked my pride a little bit. He's like, yeah, you blacked out. But I think before you blacked out, you called the out of air sign, which is like the I give up. And I was like, no, I didn't. Did I? And he was like, I think so. You kind of made a motion. And then somebody else was like, well, maybe his arm was just floating up. And I was like, did I really do that? Did I really like give the, no. So the following day I was like, look, if this happens, the one-man comp. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I just need to give it up to the universe. If not, I get to go watch my boys play t-ball. Like, we'll see. And like, I just didn't even care. I was like, well, I'll see what happens. And I ended up making it to the end of that test and passing dive school, but terribly hard. I was like one of the slowest dudes. I was like in the back of the runs.
We've talked to quite a few people, man. It's the toughest school at DOD.
It's terrible.
Well, how would you rank, this is just a fun conversation, how would you rank SF dive teams against the SEALs?
I have talked to a couple different people because the Air Force, the PJs and stuff, they get to go to a bunch of different dive schools. There used to be an L&O position where a SEAL would be at Key West and a GB used to be at Buds. And at the end of it, if they did their L&O time, they were able to go through both. I've only seen it twice where a dude has a trident and has foreign awards and a US dive bubble. I've seen it twice. And I was like, huh. And I have talked to one of the dudes, and he was like, hands down, CDQC is harder. And a lot of other people say that because it's not a pipeline school. And you have to fit so much more into Buds, I think, than just diving. Yes, it's diving is their main portion, but they want to train you on how to do it efficiently. Whereas, like, I went with 37 dudes, GBs, and 14 of us passed. And I was like, this is terrible. Terrible. You know, I mean, it's a smoke fest every morning. It's runs for days. It's like, dude, this sucks so bad. You're just, whether or not you're in the pool with your fins, just passing that brick, you know, it's nonstop smoke fest, but with no air.
Is there any like documented GB dive missions in the last, like where, because you hear, I mean, I know most of the battalions have them, or actually most of the groups have them. I'm just curious.
I don't think so. I think what I've heard, and this may be right or wrong, but a lot of it has to do with riverine stuff. They want to keep them around for riverine ops for whatever reason.
Well, that's all. I guess it's probably always good to have the capability. You never know we're going to need it. The way we get in and out of wars, you just never know where we're going next, bro.
Yeah.
I was glad to see we hit Venezuela because at least it didn't end in stand. Venezuela stand.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, we need to start hitting a couple, islands or something like that. Somewhere that's not a crap hole, man.
Yeah.
Halo school, man. What was that like? I mean, people think of Halo as like, oh, you're skydiving. I'm like, no, you're skydiving with a locker attached to your body.
Yeah.
How was that training and what's that mindset like jumping at, 30,000 feet at night with 100 pounds of shit?
Dude, like Halo school, I was so excited to go. I was like, yeah, I knew I was getting moved to Recce, and you have to be Halo qualified to be on Recce. And I was like, yeah, this is going to be awesome. When that ramp opens up for the first time and like clouds are passing by, that was 100 times more scary than airborne school. I was like, oh no, what have I done? And
yeah, because you can't see through the cloud barrier.
No, I was terrified. I was like, holy crap, what are we gonna do? And of course, your first jump is like, I don't know how long your free fall is, 45 seconds or a minute and a half or something, and it's over in 10 seconds, not even. And at the time you didn't have the BOC, the ball throwing. You had the wire with the handle, and they're like, hey, whatever you do, don't throw your handle. You get counseled if you throw your handle, you have to put them back in. Yeah, dude, I'm like, it just drifts off into nothing. And I was like, oh, but yeah, it was over.
Oh, so you have the handle and not you have both?
No, you don't have back in the day, you didn't have this.
Oh,
it was just, you traced down and it had a handle right here, and you pulled it out, and pulling it out exposed just a long cable that was then just flapping on your hand, and you were supposed to put your hand around it.
Oh, you just tossed it?
Yeah, they're like, don't toss your handle. We need to put them back in the chutes. And I was like, whew, all right, you just don't know what you're doing. And
I was getting my AFF, man, and I'm a big dude, and I've had both my shoulders operated on, and I remember I kind of panicked the first time because my back's trashed like an old dude. And I remember I didn't arch hard enough, and I couldn't find the ball behind my back, and I was like, yeah, I had a hot panic moment, dude.
Yeah, you're always afraid you're gonna like tilt a little bit and go into a spin. But I was spinning all over the place, potato chipping. I got it down pat, and I passed decently after a while, and got a lot of jumps under my belt. But I did have some really close calls during my free fall career. And that Halo class, the banner of it, if anybody goes down there, it's we got to jump during a solar eclipse. So I have a day-night jump.
Oh wow.
Yeah. While like the moon was going in front of it. It was super cool.
I bet, man. You had a video?
Huh? Yeah. I don't have a video. Some of the instructors do.
Yeah, that's cool. We had an AFSOC guy on the podcast, and he's a Halo freefall instructor. So we talked a little bit about it. What's the coolest course you went to during your time in the regiment? Or maybe one that you enjoyed more than other? Because, I mean, all of them seem like they're...
Yeah, they're super cool. I mean, a lot of them... I mean, sniper school was really, really cool. It's sucky, but between that and Sephardic, I think, you're learning to shoot fast. But sniper school, I was not a good stalker, and you just start learning the ins and outs of, like, field craft and, like, being invisible. Man, it was super interesting. I'm really thankful to have gone to that and become a level 1 sniper. And but I was not a good stalker. I was getting called out like crazy. I'm like, I got to figure this out, dude. They see me from a mile away. Maybe it's the fact that I have a big head. I don't know.
Well, you're like a pretty big-sized dude, man.
Yeah.
So you can't really hide behind a tree.
Bushes are moving. I'm like, oh, man, I look terrible. But, you know.
You went on and became an 18 Fox, which is an intelligence... well, you became an intelligence sergeant and then later a warrant. How did you like that role?
The intelligence sergeant, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be at first. I grew into liking it, but I thought it was going to be more adaptive thinking. And it is in some ways, but a lot of it is still, this is how you gain the intel. This is how you translate the intel. This is how you analyze the intel. It's very, And later on, you kind of find your own methods. But I enjoyed being 19 Fox. I really did. I enjoyed doing target dev. The warrant course I thought was phenomenal. Man, the warrant course is, I think I told you, it's like a PhD in unconventional warfare. And a lot of people don't understand that. And I guess a lot of like people that want cool guy stories, like SMU stories, don't understand it. But unconventional warfare is such a strange thing. How insurgencies are built, how populations are manipulated, how subversion is undertaken is just so interesting to me. Kind
of like Minneapolis.
Yeah, 100%. That is a case study for subversion and insurgency. It's a case study, and like it can be done in any form or fashion. Whether you're studying the American Revolution, where we had 7% of the population behind it, everybody else is a Tory, and you can make something blossom from that. And I read a story about, I don't remember what regime it was in Eastern Europe, but them toppling a government by frustrating a guy so much by making fun of his wife. And his wife would wear ridiculous hats, and it was, a Bosnia or Serbia type thing. But they would dress chickens up and put these hats on this chicken to make his very vain wife upset. And then they would put these trash cans out and put the hat on top and put a picture of her. And then they had $1 to hit the trash can with a bat. Not a shot was fired. Nobody was ever hurt. But they annoyed this presidency so much, or this dictatorship, that they caused a regime to collapse based on just that. And that stuff is so interesting to me because people don't understand there's always going to be a place for blowing up doors and shooting and all the violence of action. There's always going to be a place for it. There's always going to be a place for drones and dogs and robots. But when it comes down to it, if let's say that the infrastructure in the system collapsed, UW is where it's at. It's the person. It's the person. The human domain is so fragile. What people think, wow. and how you cultivate their thoughts and their beliefs to coalesce with our nation's intent is phenomenally. It's crazy.
Yeah. Doing that job and understanding how unconventional warfare works, do you see things in the world and the news different?
Yeah, I do 100% because I can see it in phases of, I'm like, oh, they're doing this. Oh, they have this done. I mean, Robin Sage. Robin Sage is a huge UW exercise. It's one of the best exercises in the SF pipeline. And it's an entire UW exercise based on completely coercing a government to do what's in the best interest of the United States or us, And it's crazy. And you can see it. You can see it domestically and you can see it, outside of the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, there was an explosion recently at a munitions plant in Tennessee, for sure, and I think that was the only munitions plant that was being used to make certain rounds that we were sent to the Ukraine. Mm-hmm. And 100%, man, I'm sure that's a FSB GRU hit. They hit a refinery in Houston, it's never not talked about, right? And you start looking at what we've done in other countries too, and so it's just infantry. I think once it's kind of like the jingle truck thing, man. I mean, we got a report one time at a place I was staying in Afghanistan that our FOB was going to get attacked and they were going to use jingle trucks to ram the gate. And so, we get up on the roof one morning and all of a sudden, you're watching the Afghan highway. Well, you're not switched onto it, but now every third car is a jingle truck, dude. But your brain wasn't switched on to look for it. And all of a sudden you become aware of it and you're like, oh, everything's a jingle truck. Kind of like, once you see things, it's hard to not see. That's why I don't watch the news, man, because sometimes my brain will run wild because once you know too much, you know too much.
Yeah, it's the same reason I don't watch the news, brother, because you remember, I don't know, it was a couple of years ago where all the trains were derailing and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
I see that, and that was one of the main tactics in Lawrence of Arabia, which is one of the first manuscripts of UW. So you start thinking about this, and I don't like going down that rabbit hole because I'm like, well, what are the odds that 3 trains within this vicinity just derail? Like, are our train system that bad?
The switching systems that those trains use to switch tracks, that technology and that software came from China. Weird. What a weird coincidence. Kind of like the ship that hit the bridge in Baltimore.
Yeah, that's my one major complaint about any one population, not just ours, but anyone, is that don't take anything at face value, because there's always something deeper.
Yeah. What? How important is the warrant officer on an ODA, a 12-man team, and kind of what is that role?
So you're like the chief of staff, and you're the continuity guy. So typically you've got 5-6 years on a team. A team sergeant will switch out every 18 months to 2 years, and a captain a year to 18 months. So you're the middleman, and a lot of it has to do with their progression in training, what the gaps that need filled, stuff like that. So we've done this X amount of training here or there, whether or not you're focusing on, let's say, radiological, nuclear, or chemical, biological, or we just did this, now we need to switch to this. What are we fresh on? What are we not fresh on? These are lessons learned. We've been to this place. So you're a real continuity guy. You're also the chief of staff. So you're making sure everybody's doing what they're doing in their S functions, S1, S2, and I really, really liked it. All products have to go through the warrant. You're also the manager of relationships, which is pretty important, because I had this book of just business cards back in the day. And then what you would do is, hey, we need to do this training. This is how it's got to be. This is where we got to go. All right, hold on. Let me call all the pilots I know. Hey, are you doing something in this area at this time? All right, I know this National Guard pilot. Everybody was a contact for something that we could do, whether it was mutually beneficial or we needed support or whatever they needed support, That's why when a new pilot gets vetted in 160th, they do the flight leads, where he gets to do a flight lead and we get to do an exercise with him, because they need a ground force just to validate that next pilot. And I loved hopping on those and making those coordinations. Dude, the warrant is the most fun job ever. I had a blast doing it. If I could have done that for 20 years, I would have.
Yeah. One of the things I thought that was interesting that you said, a couple things actually, is you're not an email guy, you're an in-person guy. How does that work out, balancing, being the in-person face, but still having to do, electronic communication in this world that we live in now?
I would go out of my way. It's hard to balance it, but I would go out of my way to make a face-to-face with people. I really will, because I really feel like, A, a guy is much more likely, if he's going to blow you off, he won't do it in person. He can't do it in person. And B, you're more likely to get a genuine response from a guy and that's maybe points to a problem with the newer generations of everything is done over a phone or a tablet or something. But I would be like, just send an email. And even the younger guys, just send an email. Like, no, I will send an email, but I will go down there in person. So he'll probably open it up while I'm standing there.
When you look at communication and it's 80% nonverbal, and you're sending an email, message sent doesn't always mean message received, right? And you're missing a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll have to put, I've even put in emails before, hey man, emails don't convey tone. I send this with a smile and a hug, man, because you say things, and we live in this world where it's quick communication. And I mean, I can't tell you how many times my wife has sent me a text or I sent her, and it gets just totally missed because it's just a couple words, you're in a hurry, but you're missing a whole context. So to your point, that's why we do our podcast in person, and our podcast isn't for everybody. A lot of people don't have the time, don't want to make the time, but the connection in person versus online or whatever. And no shade to people that do that. There's a bunch of guys that are doing it well. But that's kind of why we've done, because I'm kind of similar to you. I value that human interaction, and it's a different conversation. You had a 06 commander who said he trusts you to lead his children in combat. Tell me about that, and tell me about what that meant to you.
I was getting letters of rec for something recently, and I had a lot. I had like 30 letters of recommendation, and I reached out to him. We had been in combat together a little bit when he was a major, and he's a very well-respected dude in the community, and I love him, and I think he's a fantastic dude, but I could not believe he wrote that about me. And I was expecting, Kyle's a good dude, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And when he wrote that, I said, man. And him and I had been in some firefights together, so I think he knew a little bit that I was serious about it, and I could hold my own. But when he wrote that about me, my sense of pride just boomed, because I hold him in the highest regard. And for him to say that about me, I was like, well, then I've made it. Then I've been a good dude, generally a good dude. Not everybody's gonna say that you're a good dude. Not everybody's gonna like you, and that's okay. I know there's dudes out there that don't like me, but I know I've done my best, and he saw it. And for him to say that just lit my world up.
Oh,
I
that's cool.
I have it.
Yeah, that's awesome. We're gonna kind of transition into the next phase of your life, kind of this next chapter that you're going into. But before we leave this chapter on to the next, is there anything about your time in the regiment or being a Green Beret, kind of what it took you to get there, or your teammates that you want to leave the audience with at all?
I mean, it's what my wife always talks to me about. I came to fruition in wanting to do more because of dumb luck. I survived. I saw through the window, and I was on borrowed time, and I was like, well, I'm going to make the most of it. So the adversity of me being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but having the right hand on my shoulder and surviving, it meant the world to me, and I knew I wasn't going to waste it. So I've gone through life being like, if I have to do this, and I'm going to give my best, because I'm here to do just that. Like nothing else will suffice.
I got two questions. What do you say to the young kid that's listening to this that wants to go in as an 18 X-ray, maybe 18, 19 years old like you, maybe doesn't have all the life experience? What do you say to that kid?
I take a hard look at yourself and think, would you be value added to the regiment? I know you don't know a lot about it, but you have to ask yourself, because I would not have been value added. And it takes a mature man to know that. I would not have been value added at that moment. In fact, I probably would have gotten somebody killed or myself killed. So you have to take a hard look in the mirror, Would I be value added to these guys? Am I mature enough? Do I understand enough about the world? Can I make it through? Just wanting to do it for the sake of doing it, or for a piece of cloth or a green hat, it's not enough, And that's something I learned long ago, that it's not just about that. This isn't a video game. Like, you have to be value added, because your life really is irrelevant once you've crossed that path. It's everybody else's life that's more relevant now.
In that same vein, what do you tell that E5 or E6, little salty, got a little time under his belt, decided he's ready to take the next step? What do you tell him?
Do it. Go for it. Like, you have nothing to lose. You will, if you fail, you will know. But if you don't go, you will always wonder. And that will haunt you. The amount of dudes, it's a running joke. I mean, the SMU say, everybody says it, oh, I would have gone, or I was supposed to go, or I should have gone, or, I got hurt. Like, no.
I almost joined the military.
Yeah, it's always that. If you don't try it now, you will always regret it. And we need dudes like that. When I went to Jumpmaster School, I went with a bunch of Rangers, and I don't know what their deal was at regiment, but they were like, we don't like you guys. And I was like, what? And they're like, you guys don't like us either. I was like, no. We like you guys a lot. Like, regiment dudes are squared away. Like, we'd love to have you. And they're like, you do? I'm like, yeah. Like, no. We don't like each other. Like, I don't know where you're getting this.
That's some shit Ranger first sergeant say, because they don't want to leave good dudes for the regiment.
Like, I don't know what you're talking about, because I would love to have you on my team. Same with the salty E5. Like, we need dudes like that. We need dudes that have that grit already and that are ready for the next thing, a bigger challenge and more responsibility. Really need them.
Yeah, awesome. I want to talk a little bit about TBI and PTS. I don't want to skip that as much as you've been through. You were shot in the head in 2008. It's 2026 now. Do you still suffer from like some of those symptoms, headaches, any of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I have headaches on the reg, dude. I said, I don't know what parent company owns Goody's headache powder, but they should be giving me a check for how much I pounded.
I didn't even know that was a Goody's headache powder. That's a thing?
Yeah, it's like a caffeine, ibuprofen, Tylenol, aspirin mix.
Wow, I didn't even know that exists.
It tastes terrible, but I take it and it gets me going. But I'm really good at deciphering my headaches now, whether it's a hydration headache, a caffeine headache, or
because those are real things too.
Yeah,
right?
or it's the real deal. And I'll usually get them in the right spot, but I get them pretty regularly, man. And between that, my eyes kind of messing up my hearing. But yeah, headaches are nonstop.
I was gonna ask you, bro, how do you pass your hearing test?
Not anymore. And the funny thing is, yeah, I don't know. We talked about this. I actually forged my hearing test in Italy.
Sure, dude.
Because back then it wasn't like logged on an online database, so I completely had a dude like passed him a 20 and got me a passing score to be able to go to selection, and I got to selection, and then I took a real test. And they're like, "What the hell?"
Q course, bro. It was really loud.
Yeah. Nobody had any idea what happened. I actually got med boarded for that and for the headshot, and then I fought it and got to stay in the regiment. But
do you wish you'd done more to take care of like your hearing, or what would you have done differently now?
The selfish answer is yes. I wish I would have put some earplugs in, but in reality, like, we were responding so fast and so hard. Like, there was no, There was no hold on.
They ain't giving
Taliban.
Peltors to the infantry, dude.
Yeah,
Although they should.
It is what it is. I had my ear pro. I was at the range the other day and I bumped my ear pro and it kind of, made a void and I shot one round and it hurt so bad. And I was like, how did I do this for so long? Just railing around.
I mean, I didn't do 16 months of sustained gunfights, but I've been around guns and a lot, man. And I can't even go to bed without like either waves or a white noise machine, just because my, that ringing in the ear is just nonstop.
Yeah, I read lips really, really well because if I can't make out what they're saying, I'll look at the mouth. And I know a lot of guys get upset about it because some people will be like, you don't look people in the eyes. More often than not, I'm staring at a mouth.
Yeah. We watch a lot of subtitles in our house because the low level for me to be able to hear is too loud for all of them. So, half the time they either listen to it super loud or I read subtitles on Netflix. It sucks. Have you been diagnosed with any kind of PTS or any of that stuff?
Yeah.
Do you still how do you deal, and this isn't a counseling session. So I just want to, how is it, or what are the things that have benefited you or helped you with some of the stuff that you've dealt with?
My wife helps me a lot. She's always there for me. She understands because, people always have, I get in these trances, and I don't really have traditional nightmares either. I have you ever had a really bad, fever and you hallucinate? I get in these waves where I'll wake up and I'm not really awake and I'm reliving any one of a number of combat scenes, but I can also see my dresser in the background or my dog. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's happening Simo. And I'll have to snap myself out of it and be like, I'm in my bedroom. I know I'm in my bedroom. I can see my dresser, but other things are happening. So my wife is pretty good at it, man. My kids, I redirect my attention. Like you said in the intro, my wife gives me a 15-second hug every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And I know what it does to my kids and I know what it does to my wife and I like it, but there's a small part of me that hates it because I'm usually rushing to another task and it stops my momentum. So I'll be like, oh man. And then, trying to remember what it is I'm doing. I keep myself extremely busy, dude. Extremely busy.
We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, I cannot stop doing stuff. I have to be doing stuff. And if I'm doing something and something else catches my eye, like I told you, we just moved, I will be doing something and I'll see the DVD boxes haven't been unpacked yet. So I'll be like, I gotta go do that thing and do that. Or I gotta go unload the medicine cabinet and do that. I have to keep myself moving, whether it's projects, that's how you do it. And now I'm starting to learn that, and we'll get into this later. You have to find your tribe because I'm losing a lot of connections and it's starting to bug me, and I want to keep those.
Yeah, and you said something to me when we were talking yesterday, and you've got some land and some property now, and you're super focused on the family, and I think that's awesome, and that's how it should be. That should be the primary. But Sebastian Junger wrote that book called Tribe, and we have this idea. I don't know why it is. But a lot of us, as we got long in the tooth of the military, I was like, man, I'm just gonna get out and I'm gonna get some land, and I don't want to talk to nobody. I just want to raise my chickens or whatever. And then the guys get out and do that, and then they start struggling, right? And I think a big part of that is we were never as a tribe meant to be by ourselves, right? It's the group in Restrepo that helped you get through that deployment, or your ODA, the guys on the team. And I'm not sure how we get out of the military and why we run from that, right? The thing that helped keep us alive overseas is the group, the cohesion, the unit. We get out of the military and we don't want that anymore. And I think I've come to think that it's not that we don't want that anymore, it's that we're leaving that and it bothers us, and that's our way of dealing with it. But I tell people all the time, man, find your tribe, like you just said it. Find your people, whoever that is, whether it's church, jiu-jitsu group, wrestling group, coaching, because I think it's important, and I know you're about to hit that transition period, and so we found, and guys on the podcast have come and talked about how it's helped as you're starting to transition out of the military. Is the military getting better about alternative therapies and helping guys, especially, I know SOF probably has more than the regular military, but is there things that are available now? Because I know it's constantly changing. I've been out for a little bit.
Yeah, there are. They've got different programs for us to kind of sample as you go, and you kind of pick and choose what you go to. I'm fortunate enough to have had enough TBI to where a lot of those places are open to me.
Like NICO and all that? Or?
Yeah, NICO, Intrepid Spirit, those kind of TBI clinics that allow me to go there and really dabble in a lot of the brain mapping stuff to see what's up and help you out. They play they play music and then watch your brain mapping, and they'll blip the music and have it break off, and you got to kind of continue it in your mind to see if you can reconnect some of those things. But also I've tried ketamine therapy, the stellate ganglion block, nerve block for aggression and stuff like that. All fantastic therapies. I'm excited to keep going with them because I can tell when they help, and as long as it makes me a better person for my kids and my wife, and I'm just chill, because there are times when I'll get like super high strung. Yeah, and like I just bought a chainsaw. I'm like, I'm just going to cut wood or whatever, but I'm really excited. But I did do ketamine, had a fantastic experience. I used it, and my wife helped me with this, to kind of rewrite some of my neural pathways. She said this was possible. So to try and convince myself, like, hey, I'm not just defined by being a soldier, by being a Green Beret, by being shot in the head. I have further purpose, so you can kind of give yourself these affirmations. So while I was doing ketamine therapy, I had these affirmations playing with this music, trying to like get myself into the frame of mind of rewriting my psyche moving forward.
So important, man. I was just reading something very recently that talked about, self-talk and how it's so important, and how it, what you say to yourself can affect outcomes, man. If you're super hard on yourself, or you're super negative in general, you're going to lead yourself in a negative direction, whereas positive stuff, it's funny. It's all the hippie shit that we used to make fun of people for. And then you start getting older, you're like, maybe they were onto something. Dude.
Yeah, dude, meditating. I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, yoga, meditate. Dave Romero was on the podcast early on, and, he's into all that. And it's super helpful, man. It was really cool, and it's been really cool to learn some of that stuff myself. One of the things you talked about is, your therapist made you rewatch Restrepo and write down your feelings. Anything crazy that came out of that?
Yeah, it was really weird because I went in there and I was really on top of the world. So it wasn't a good insight to how I feel in the day-to-day. I was working out every day, getting ready to get out of the Army. My businesses were kind of booming, and I was like, yeah. And the therapist was like, how you feeling? I was like, pretty good. And she was like taking it back. She's like, well, I'm looking at your file and all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm on top of the world right now, and things are happening. And in order to poke me, that's what she did. She's like, well, here's what I want you to do. She knew about Restrepo, and she was like, I want you to watch this movie again. And then she gave me like the emotion wheel. It's got like a whole bunch of colors and tons of emotions. And she's like, study it good, and then I want you to, as fast as you can, when they come to you, write down your emotions as fast as you possibly can. And just keep it going like that. And I said, all right. So, I had a good number of emotions on there, and a bunch of doubles and triples. But what I found, and what she found, was that I really do miss those guys, because a lot of it was endearing emotions. Like, I had some sadness. Didn't have a whole lot of fear. I was like, yeah, I'll be back up there in a minute. I had a lot of sadness, and I had a lot of like, hey, I really like loving feelings. Like, I miss those dudes. I really enjoyed that time with them. Wonder what they're doing, things like that. So they were overwhelmingly positive toward my feelings towards the guys, especially during the joking scenes and stuff like that, and just us bullshitting and hanging around. I was like, man, that's amazing, like how that came about, because you'd think it would be the opposite, and it wasn't.
That's super cool. You were part of a wearable monitor study that SOF was doing. I think they were giving you guys wearables to track cortisol. What were they measuring, and did you participate?
Yeah. I had done a couple, actually. They've done whoops. I did the Aura and the Cora ring, or Aura and
Aura, yeah.
Yeah, and I did 2 rings, the whoop, and I did one other one. I don't remember what the other one was called. I've done a couple of them. The one had the 2 like silver prongs, and it was supposed to like measure whatever's coming out of your skin. Mm-hmm. And the adrenaline doesn't do a whole lot, because they had me wear it for like 6 weeks, and they're like, we want you to do everything you would normally do. So I did a bunch of range work, a bunch of live fires. I tried to hop on other team stuff, seeing like, hey, can I do this? Got on a couple free fall jumps. It wasn't like one of my emergency jumps that was terrible, but a couple of dives and stuff. And they were like, man, you kind of like just flatline, like nothing really changes with you. And it's funny, I wore it during a youth wrestling tournament when my boys were wrestling, and I had a spike on like Saturday morning at like 9:30, and they're like, what is that? And I was like, it was a close match. I don't know what to say. But, whether it was a couple free fall jumps, a couple static line jumps, a couple dives, a lot of range time, some housework, they were like, I think I did the fast rope tower a couple times, or rappel tower, and they were like, yeah, you guys obviously have an adrenaline cortisol problem, and we need to get that sorted out.
What do you mean by that? They were seeing spikes, or the fact that there was no spikes?
No, there's not a whole lot of spikes at all.
So what were they saying?
They were just saying that you've kind of from what I understand, you've over-regulated completely. And
your CNS and all that? Yeah.
And so like, there's a lot of different things you do to kind of get your CNS back on track. But
like what?
The stellar ganglion block is one of them. That's supposed to like kind of reset you when you're like all amped up. But they say that you run the fight or flight thing, right? They say that you just kind of run in this zone always, kind of higher than you should always. And that's what they tell most dudes. I always imagine SMU guys are pretty high strung. And they're like, yeah, you're just always running, not in the red, but like close to it. And that may be a defense mechanism so that when you need to go in the red, it's easier. It's not as much of a shift. So they give you a lot of techniques to try and like slow down and deregulate.
But that's super cool. I hadn't heard of that. Any techniques that have either helped or, because that's new to me. I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, I've been doing breathing stuff. Like I said, I like yoga. I read yoga meditation for the fidgety skeptic. That's
Meditation for the Fidgety Skeptic. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's a good book. And just getting into the fact that deregulating, so breathing in order to slow your heart rate down. And I already have a really slow heart rate. It's like wicked slow. Typically, my resting heart rate's like in the low 40s usually. So it's like nasty low, but they're like, hey, but you're still kind of amped up. So it's funny. I can get it. I've done a lot of good breathing. So I love the breathing technique stuff, man.
Box breathing?
Yes, box breathing.
What kind of time frame?
So I'll do like, if you're doing normal box breathing, I just do 4s, but a lot of times my exhale will be longer. So I like to do like a 4, 2, 6, 2, 4. Yeah, my exhale could even go to an 8 or 10 to where I'm really letting it out slow, and that'll slow you down quick.
Does that help you go to bed at all, or what do you do to help sleep?
I do the breathing stuff a lot. I try to get off. I try to get off my phone as much as possible. The blue light and all that crap is terrible, but I try to really stretch it out and just like calm my mind, and I try to put myself in a frame of mind that like my happy place, my happy thoughts is what my wife says. And with that, with the breathing, it really gets me going.
Yeah, super interesting. You've been with your wife, 16, 17 years?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think I don't know if secret's the right word, but what do you think has been some of the ingredients to your marriage success with as much as you've been gone and the high adrenaline, high tempo that you guys have had?
When I tell younger guys what the secret is, and this is the honest to God's truth, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but it's the independence and the shared objectives, right? Like her and I, we're not overly religious, but we knew getting into this, like, hey, there's no getting out of this now. Like we're not ending this at all by any stretch. So we're in this for the long haul. And it's funny because a lot of people are baffled when I would deploy for long periods of time. I would talk to her once a week, once every 2 weeks, and I would call her and I'd be like, hey, what are you doing? And I'd kind of get like a pissy answer. She's like, what do you mean what I'm going to do? I'm taking the kids to practice. I'm making dinner. Like I got chili on the stove. She's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, just calling to talk. She's like, well, I don't have time to talk. I'm doing this. Very, very independent because our shared objectives is parenting the children. So I understood that that's her thing and like it's her lane. So cool, doing it. And independent. She can stand on her own. Like she plowed snow on the Razor the other day and like called me and was like, hey, how do I do this? And I went through it. The day I flew out here, they got snow. So the fact that she can stand on her own 2 legs, she's not helpless. And you got to find in our line of work, a woman that doesn't lean on you for everything, right? One that can stand upright. And she's my biggest fan and I'm her biggest fan. She went to law school and she didn't think she was good enough. And I take this as a personal win for me. My wife went to Harvard Law School and when we were dating, she had only had a bachelor's from Cal, Berkeley. And I said, I was thinking about, I'm going to be a Green Beret soon. Like, don't you want to do something? Like, did you have anything? She said, well, I took the LSAT and I wanted to be a lawyer, but I didn't do as good on it as I wanted. So, that's out the window. And I remember thinking about her pushing me to go SF.
That's where my brain went.
Yeah, I was like, well, hold on now. How'd you do on it? And she was like, I got this score. And I was like, is that a good score? I don't know. And she's like, it's all right. It's, top 3 or 5% of the country. I was like, what does it take to get to where you want to go? She's like, top 1%. I was like, well, you need to study your ass up and do it again. Let's do this. You pushed me. Let's go. And she buckled down and she went ham on it and got the top 1% in the country, got one of the highest scores on the LSAT in the country that year and was one of the first accepted to Harvard Law School. So when the acceptance letter came, she had applied to like 10 schools. Harvard was the first one to come. And I didn't really know she was applying to Harvard. She just said some schools. She had mentioned Michigan, Penn, different schools like that. She had never really mentioned Harvard. Being from Wisconsin, not leaving Wisconsin with a degree, having to get it later in the military, we get the letter and she opens it up. And I think I was gone and I came home and she's like, I've been accepted to Harvard Law School. And I might have been like, I'm sorry, what? She was like, yeah. And she's like, I don't know. I was like, what do you mean you don't know? Like, hold on a minute. Harvard's not a real place to people like me. That's like Hogwarts. You're speaking Chinese. That's not a real, does that actually exist? I'm like, fuck yeah, you're going to Harvard? You got in? Like, don't even say that. Well, what about us? What about our marriage? Like, say no more. Like, we'll be fine. You go. And we were. She would go up there for a semester, come back, live with me in between, live with me in the summers. Like, it was great. She met, her best friend who's now married to a GP. But the fact that she went there and did that and crushed it and graduated, magna cum laude with honors and
Harvard?
Yeah, Harvard Law. It's baffling to me. And she had me read one of the questions from a practice test for that LSAT. It's all like crazy roundabout logic, brother. I was like, yo,
where do we plant the bomb?
Yeah, I was like, what is this, man? And she got the top 1 percentile of the country in that test. So I think finding somebody that has shared goals and will climb that ladder with you and push you, you have to be the same. You have to reciprocate. Stuff when you don't have that, you breed resentment. And she's my biggest fan, and I'm her biggest fan. I'll be like, hey, I'll tell everybody. And some guys take it as like I'm dogging on myself. They're like, oh, you need your wife to like look at this? Like, yeah, I do, brother. Like we were talking about like those forms. Like
There was an implied task. As soon as I gave it to you, I'm like, hey, man, have your wife check this out.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah. And she's like, yeah, check. The same thing with anybody else. She anything else, she'd be like, hey, you want to look at this? Like, yeah, sure. I know what's going on. Timelines. She's like, hey, we got a family vacation. And I'll do like a con-op timeline. I'm like, got it. This is what we're doing. She knows what I'm good at. I know what she's good at. She supports me. I support her. And we just feed off each other. And it works really well. 17 years I've been with her, and I can't imagine life without her.
That's awesome, dude. And yeah. I think dudes need to hear that, because so often we hear, my wife doesn't, my wife can't. But I think some dudes, they dig their own pitfalls, right?
Yeah.
It's all about me and my career. And it didn't take me a long time to realize it, but, we spend a lot of time away from home doing the things we want to do. Boy Scout trips, whatever you call it, going to war, man, it's fun, dude, for those of us that wanted to do that. And then the training, the women had it the worst, dude. We get to go hang out with the boys, chow's provided, you're doing cool stuff. The women are stuck running the fort, taking the kids to and from, and they don't get the credit they deserve. So it's really cool to hear you not only cheer your wife on and she's cheering you, but just hear a good success story. There's not tons, I don't want to say there's not tons, but it's divorce in our career fields have been the norm, but I don't think it has to be. But I do think sometimes there isn't that cohesion up front with, hey, this is what I'm going to do with my career and this is what I want, and hey, what do you want? How can we meet in the middle? Somebody's got to give, but I think, I heard this thing one time. I always thought, you always heard people say marriage is 50-50, but actually marriage is 100-100. If both people are giving 100, you're not always going to be at 100%. So when you're not giving your 100 and she is, that's how you lift each other up. And it sounds like that's what you guys have, and it's really refreshing to hear, to be honest with you. You guys got 3 kids. You talk about them all the time. They're a big part, like even on your, your social media. It's a big part of your life. I think it's really cool. Your sons are into wrestling, and you've got this 4-year-old daughter that's got you wrapped. That's what happens when you have girls. You guys had kids a little bit later. What was that thought process of you guys waiting?
We wanted to be mature about it. And I think that it goes into what you were saying just a moment ago. Like when you pick your spouse, and I say pick because people are like, you can't help who you fall in love with. No, but you can make a logical decision. Like, does this person have shared values? Are we going to build something together that's greater than ourselves, right? And then bring people into the world that are going to fall underneath that tree of values and whatnot. So her and I waited a long time until my career was kind of set, and it was still testy at all times, but we wanted to wait. She was out of law school. We were on our way, and we were like, all right. So yeah, we waited, into our 30s to have kids, which I always thought I missed out on a lot, but I don't think I have. I think now, having waited and deciding to get out of the military while they're still young, and what you said, I'm sure that, one of your questions is, what made me decide to, and it's just what you said, like 20 years of being selfish for just you. I can't do it anymore. Like they've earned this time. It can't be all about me. I could never live with myself if my kids graduated high school and only knew me in this life, in this light. I could never live with myself because then they'd be like, well, he was here and then he wasn't. And now I'm 22 and I'm getting married and I barely know him. Like, no way.
Yeah, and your kids don't give a shit what you did.
Exactly.
All they know is you were there or you weren't.
Yeah. You know, my kids barely know I was in a movie, and I only do it from, you know, a couple of clowns here and there that have been like, have you seen your dad's movie? Like, he's super cool. And they're like, what's he talking about? I'm like, nothing, man. Because at 10, they're not ready for it. And I would prefer it to be later down the road. They don't care. They don't care how cool anything I ever did was, how cool anybody ever did, you know? Were you there when it mattered? And the cool thing about SOF is, granted, you do get a lot of days off, right? You get your 4-day weekends, I got us, you know, hey, I got to do this. But they're not always aligned with the days that matter.
Yeah.
And Agata might be a random weekend in February, but it's not a birthday. It's not a T-ball game. And that's what really started hitting me hard.
Yeah. There was a time in my life when my wife was quick to show pictures of all the birthday parties that I wasn't there at.
Yeah.
So now when we have them, I make sure I show the pictures like, hey, I was there for these.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you know, and there comes that time where you gotta make that time shift, and it's good that you recognize that, and you're going on to the next chapter in your life. You know, how do you stay present as a father with your mind in this operational mode, dude?
It's really hard, man. But you know, and I would say this to all fathers or upcoming fathers. I am a part, like we were talking yesterday, of everything they do. I want to know about their day, their sports, their interests. I'm not interested in Pokemon cards. I could care less. But if he likes it, cool, man. Tell me about it. Let's talk about it. Let's dig down into it. Do I get mad when they're all over the house? Sure. But I want to being present I think it means listening, right? So like they want to vent, man. And bedtime, we do bedtime a really weird way because a lot of people are always like, get in bed. Mom and dad want their alone time. And we've made it a point because that's when they really need the connection with you. So we up there and we review their day. Hey, what did you like? What did you not like about the day? What was good? What was bad? I always ask my kids, what new thing did you try and fail at? Because I'm always pushing them to fail at something. I'm like, hey, what have you tried, you know, in the last couple of days that you really just failed at? And we're going to try again. And they'll be like, well, you know, tried to climb that tree out there and I can't only get this far up. I'm like, sick. Let's try it again in a couple of days. So we review the day, and I'm sure that I'm listening twice as much as I'm speaking. Just tell me about what's going on in your head. And I can always tell, it was hard at first, but I can always tell when they're saying what they think I want to hear and what really is coming out of them, you know? And I'll be like, I'm going to stop you right there. I know that's what you think Dad wants to hear right now, but I want you to really just tell me what's going on, man. You know, because they'll be like, oh, you know, it happens a lot in sports or chores. Like, I'm just frustrated with this. And I'm like, no. You know, let's dig deeper. What's really going on? Because they're going to want to make you proud. And they're going to tell you what they think Dad wants to hear.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we have a habit of lecturing, and I've had to really break that, right? We've got all this wisdom we want to impart. We've had all these experiences. We want to keep them from having bad experiences. But to your point, man, sometimes they don't want to lecture, dude. There's times when they need it, but sometimes they just want dad to listen. Girls especially. Like the boys, maybe it's a little bit different, but girls, man, sometimes they just want to talk. And sometimes that's hard. I've had to, you know, check myself as well. So that's cool that you're hyper aware of that. There's a lot of dads out there that are learning. And I meet guys now, man, they're trying to change. Like we grew up in a different generation. You know, our parents growing up, they were raised in a different generation, but times have changed. And if you don't, you know, if you're trying to raise the kids the way you were raised, that world doesn't exist anymore. And you're preparing your kids for a world that doesn't exist.
For sure.
So, you know, I remember I used to say things like, oh, I'd be friends with my kids when they pay their own bills. And that came to bite me in the ass at some point. So, because you want your kids to trust you when there's bad stuff. But if you're the constant disciplinarian and they're scared of you, they're not going to tell you those things when it matters. And this becomes very apparent when they're teenagers. So that's cool.
Yeah, one of the things you said, I think ultimate success is when your adult children want to hang out with you and you want to hang out with them.
Yeah, so true, man. We were talking statistics, and I think it's I think 80% of the time you're going to spend with your kid is before they're 13, and 90% of the time you're going to spend with your kid is before they're 18. Mm-hmm. And so if you screw those up, you may not see your kids later on in life as much as you wanted to, right?
Yeah.
So that's cool that you're super present about that and that you're pushing that message, because I think more dudes need to hear that.
Yeah, I pushed my wife to try homeschooling for the next year because I'm like, hey, I would love to take it, and I'm taking lessons, and I'm having a blast with it because.
The studies are showing, man, like homeschool. You know, there was a time when like homeschool kids, I was like a weirdo thing.
Yeah, you were a weirdo.
But now, man, like I've become hyper present of how much time is wasted at school.
Big time.
study halls and lunches. And look, man, I guess you need to have that stuff, but you start realizing you can. My friend that was just on the podcast last week, I mean, they lived on a boat for 3 years, and his kids are stupid smart. They would get up in the morning, get on the Starlink, knock their schoolwork out for 2 hours, and then go scuba diving and spelunking and history lessons, all these different places. And I'll tell you, those kids, you had to force them to come back to land. They didn't know that they missed anything.
Yeah, dude. It's been me homeschooling in the past couple months. Has been so much fun because my oldest son now is starting to like history. He got really into John Adams because he's like, how come nobody talks about him? But they talk about the other ones. I'm like, well, let's talk about it. But his idea of the timeline of history is not really good yet. So he's like, how close is he to like Genghis Khan? I'm like, all right, well, hold on a minute now. So I had to buy this like huge timeline, and he's talking about history. It's great, dude.
You apply team room communication to family life. What's an example of that type of mindset?
Well, it's like accountability. A lot of it is accountability with the kids. I do stuff with my wife. Me and my wife have really mature communication where it's like very short, very quick to the point of our family objectives. But as well as like when I do team room stuff, like we do AARs, like how was the day, what went well, what didn't go well. We live kind of like way out in the middle of nowhere, so it's like, hey, the mailman won't bring the mail if this much snow is out there. And I'm like, all right. So at the end of the day, we kind of come together and we do our little AARs and our little like call out sessions where like you didn't do this or I didn't do that, and we just vent a little bit. And more often than not, 90% of the time, it's nothing negative. It's like, hey, things were good. But every now and again, you'd be like, you told us both to load the dishwasher and Nick wasn't doing it. I'm like, all right, well, let's split the task then, so you guys don't have to fumble through this, But everything as far as accountability, expectations, and your discipline, it all comes from the team room, and I think the kids are responding to it well.
Nice, man. You co-founded Niceville Wrestling Academy. When did you do that, and what was the thought process behind that?
I wanted to get my kids into wrestling really, really bad. They had seen a VHS of me wrestling years ago. I don't know why my wife did this. Nostalgia, I think. She bought a VCR at like a Goodwill and a bunch of like the old puffy Disney movies. Remember they came in the puffy case?
Oh, yeah.
And she was like, yeah. And I happened to have VHSs from when I wrestled, and my son popped one in and was like, what are you doing? And I happened to be wrestling with an extremely famous wrestler now, and he fought like a mixed martial artist, very, very famous guy, runs a youth academy now that they go to. But I was wrestling him at the I think it was the 2003 regional championship or something, just getting sloshed. He ended up being a national champion for Missouri twice. But my son was watching me just get housed by this dude and being like, what is that? What's going on? And I think he was like 4. And I was like, that's wrestling. And he was like, oh, I want to try it. I took him out for it. He didn't like it. He wasn't good. He didn't like it. A year went by. We were at a Packer game in Jacksonville, and somebody mentioned something about a wrestling tournament. We went and watched it, and he's like, I want to try it again. And I don't know what kind of speech I gave him in the car that day. I wish I could bottle that speech and sell it for $1 million, because he went out the next season. I think he went like 50-5 and just rocked it. I gave him the speech about, hey, lions versus lambs. Like you got to do what you got to do. You got to make a commitment. If you make a commitment, you go forth. It requires discipline. If it's hard, that means it's working. It's not for everybody. If it was easy, everybody would do it. I do things like that. But I started the Niceville Wrestling Academy because I got him into the club there, and it closed down. We had a big fight with the high school. They didn't want to help us out. So me and some other guys that were really passionate about wrestling, and our kids were like, well, what are we going to do? So we went door to door, founded a nonprofit, and just sprang this thing from the ether into nothing. I've since handed it over to my friend Dave Giunta, and he runs it in Niceville, Florida now. But it's a big source of pride because I got to I took no pay, none of us took any pay, and we just did it because we wanted to help the kids in the neighborhood. And since then, several wrestling clubs have springed up, but in Northwest Florida, it's not very big. So, but doing it, learning how to start a nonprofit and just help people, learning how to source money so I can get training aids for the kids, mats and stuff. I mean, we were driving all over Creation to get mats and things, and just figuring this out as we go, piece by piece, fundraisers, car washes, and it really fruitful experience that I got to do with my sons, with my kids.
What do you think wrestling teaches that other sports don't?
I think that it teaches grit and perseverance and resiliency more than anything on earth. I attribute a lot of what I've become, the toughness that I've had forged from my basic start in wrestling. Like, keep going. Chop wood, carry water. Like, you might not see the end result, and it might be right in front of you, and it might be miles down the road, but just follow and trust the process. If someone, I saw this the other day, I was talking to my best friend about it. If somebody told you that you were going to fail 10,000 times but succeed on the next one, how quickly would you fail 10,000 times to get to 10,001? And that's kind of the thing I tell to my sons. And I do a lot of analogies with my kids and the wrestlers, and I put on the sink with a tub and I let it drip. And I'm like, that's your effort. It may not seem like much, but you just give one drop's worth of effort more than everybody else, and eventually this bucket's going to overflow. Just all you need is one drop a day. It's the consistency to keep going. And I love how wrestling pushes that. It teaches you to get off your back. Like life's going to knock you down. I'll go back to like the Rocky quote. Like life is going to knock you on your ass, and you've got to get up. You're going to get beat. It's part of it. Good job. You want to find losses in that sport. You want to get your butt kicked. You want to find the competition. So I think there's nothing better for boys in this day and age. I know a lot of dudes are pushing jiu-jitsu, and I would say that I think starting in wrestling a little earlier is better, just because jiu-jitsu is kind of a slower thing and it's more of a technical thing. When they're 5 and 6 and hyped up, man, wrestling, I'll just be like, all right, we're going live, and it's terrible technique, and they're not, they're just like hugging and swinging each other around, but it's everything they would do in the house with all that pent-up energy, just as much as they want to do, because they're still getting the basics down. I think wrestling is the way to go.
Great analogies. You mentioned the hypocrisy of demanding excellence while not being excellent. Can you elaborate on that thought process?
Yeah, that's my viewpoint on youth sports, brother. It's like, man, I didn't realize this until I became a father, until I started running around and coaching people. And people, I have kids come up to me and be like, you lift weights and stuff. If you are pushing your children to be good at something, or to be disciplined, or to eat the broccoli and the chicken breast, and you are not leading by example, get out of fucktown, dude. Like, stop it right now. Don't bring your kids to extra practices and not at least display some of the intestinal fortitude and discipline that you're demanding of this 10-year-old. Do not do that, because now you have put yourself in the ultimate hypocritical position, and you're going to breed resentment on you for the rest of your life. Trust me, because if you're not doing it, they're not doing it. And that's why I stand by this. If my sons are doing push-ups, I am doing push-ups. When I was a wrestling coach, if it was like, hey, you're not listening, all right, 25 push-ups, you better believe I'm in the front leaning rest doing them with them. It doesn't matter how I feel, I will do it with you. If they're running, I'm running. And anything, when they get to any kind of adversity, it's just like any good combat leader. Don't, like Dick Winter said it, don't tell them to do anything that you wouldn't do or haven't done. It's like anything you won't do, right? I will never do that. So these dads that are like, oh, he's this and he's that, and he's got to make weight, and they're just not living the example. They're talking the example. No, I give you no validity,
Yeah, I mean, dads, to your point, I think dads demanding discipline from kids while being, undisciplined. It's, you see it a lot, right? And you see it from coaches too. Like coaches smoking the daylights out of their kids when we all know that coach wouldn't be able to run around to do anything.
Yeah.
And, I'm kind of the same way. And it goes back to something you said earlier on in this podcast. Kids aren't paying attention to what we say. They're watching what you do. Mm-hmm. I mean, I got twins, man, and they are super athletes. But when I was deployed, my wife would get up in the morning, put them both in car seat carriers in the living room while she did P90X, because she couldn't even go to the gym because there's nobody to watch our kids. And so my kids have seen that displayed from a very young age. And it just goes back to your point. My kids, it wasn't an option growing up. We do hard things, we move things, and kids need that. Not only do kids crave discipline, but they need exercise. It's part of their growth. And so, yeah, I love that. I love that philosophy. How do you want kids to learn from you as a coach?
I want them to understand that winning and excellence is not an accident. It's a choice. Everybody, there's always like, well, he's got a super fast 40, or I hate the word gifted. Like you say, these people are gifted. No, it's not. You're not gifted. You put in the time, you figured it out, you went through the adversity, you hit the pitfalls, you tripped up, and you kept going. You trusted the process. So I want kids to learn that you're going to have bumps in the road. Trust the process and move forward. You need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. It's as simple as that, because that's what it takes.
How do you teach kids resilience who haven't suffered?
That's the hard part. That is the ultimate question, brother. That's what I'm searching for. I talk to youth coaches across America. I try to figure this out, because to teach resilience, you have to induce some sort of suffering. You have to. There's no other way to it. If there was another way, Ranger School wouldn't be the way it is. There's no shots being fired. The Q course wouldn't. There's no shots being fired. But you have to induce discomfort, whether that's food discomfort, sleep discomfort, cold water immersion discomfort. So we do cold plunges. Me and my 8 and 10-year-old son do cold plunges. They hate it. When it snows, they run outside in their singlet and they roll in it. They saw some Dagestani wrestlers do it, and they think it's really cool. But
those dudes are getting shit done too, man. So
yeah,
there's something to it.
Man, there's something to it. We eat healthy. Do I want, a Snickers bar here and there? Absolutely. Will I ever tell my kids, preach to my kids that a Snickers bar is bad and they shouldn't eat that and then eat one? No, I can't. I could never live with myself. So how do you induce it? You induce discomfort, stress, but you do it with them. If you're in the cold plunge with them, it's not as cold. If you're eating chicken breast and broccoli with them, it's not as
And I think
bland.
there's something I've tried to really instill this in my own kids. I've learned to push them through their mental barriers. Small ones. You start small, cold water. They see me do it every day. I don't love getting in there. I force myself to do it because of the health benefits, but it's much easier to ask your kid to do something that they've seen you do a bunch of times than asking your kid to do something they know you wouldn't even do, right?
Exactly.
What's the difference between building mental toughness and traumatizing kids? Where do you draw that, that balance, right? Because you got to push them, especially in wrestling. It's a tough sport. How do you draw the line? Is it individual based on kids or?
Yeah, I think it is individual, and I think each kid has their own barrier. But going back to what you said, you have to push them through a barrier. I call it the wall, and I talk to my sons about it. I'm like, all right, you've hit a wall. Now let's push it further. That wall will always be there. But if we can make the wall move further down the line, right, and you're going to induce suffering, And I do it sometimes punitively, which I don't like to do because I don't want to get them to have a bad taste in their mouth for physical fitness. And sometimes I'm like, hey, today's going to suck. I tell them, I'm like, hey, today's going to really suck. I'm going to do all 100 of these burpees with you. It's going to suck, and we're just going to do it. And, it's give the best effort you can. So I'll hey, your burpees are looking kind of sucky. But I've learned now that my oldest son will throw it back at me. He's like, these burpees are, you're sagging. I'm like, I am sagging. Thank you.
We used to work out with our kids. COVID was big. My kids were in elementary school. They were younger at the time. And I remember one time, they'd been sitting at the house a lot, and I caught them throwing rocks at the neighbor's house. And I'm like, all right, dude, you guys are going to get smoked for a minute. Had them do some front back goes and some burpees, and I will never forget. I smoked them for 2 minutes. And they were done. They're like, hey, Dad, can you turn some music on, and can we do that? Can you just design a little workout for us? So I turned some music on, and they smoked those, they worked out for another 30 minutes. They enjoyed it. I'll never forget that because I don't put my hands on my kids, man. That was something that happened to me growing up, and so I found Artemins. And so again, man, my kids would do burpees. I got in trouble, burpees, push-ups, because I figured, and then they became super good at it. And then they actually started liking doing it because they got good at it. And it goes back to your point. I think you got to know your kids, and I've got multiple kids, and I got to discipline them all different ways. And I don't think there's some rule book. I think it really depends on your kids and the environment. But I always love to talk about parenting and fatherhood because I think we're all trying to figure it out, right? We're all trying to do it a little bit better than what we had growing up. And if you had a great example as a dad growing up, then good. A lot of us came from, I don't want to say broken homes, but dad's trying to figure it out, right? And we're all trying to figure it out. And I think there's strength in numbers, right? And I tell people all the time, I don't give, marriage advice or parenting advice because I've never been great at it, but I'll tell you everything I failed at. And then as a group, we can learn, hey, what works for you? And, unless it's hooking your kid up to a car battery, which I'm not a fan of. But I think we can all learn from each other. So it's cool to hear your ideas and your thoughts on that. You're about to walk away from a 20-year career. Not walk away, you're retiring, right? And I think that's important. When did you finally make that decision, and what was that decision point for you?
In 2022, I was deployed for 253 days, off and on, and I think my youngest son was 5, or about to be 5. So a point where they should be able to remember you. You got a newborn or a toddler. Granted, they're probably gonna kind of look at you funny when you come back, but he knew who I was, and I was still calling them on the TV. But I think I showed up maybe with a different haircut or looking a little bit different, and he stood behind the counter just staring at me for a while, and he asked my wife, I don't want Dad to come up and read me a book or put me to bed. And it was heartbreaking, dude. He didn't recognize me as that figure, and it hurt my soul to the core, man. And I was like, okay, as soon as I can, I'm done with this. Like, I'm not going to have this be a lasting impression on him ever again, you know? And I've tried to, and like you were saying, different kids, he's my emotional one. So, like even this trip, he's like, well, how long are you going to be gone? And I'm like, but I knew from that point on that it had to end as soon as I was able to make it end.
Were you ready mentally other than your kids, man? I mean, you know, it's one thing to do it for your family, right? But when it's a big part of your operational identity, how do you wrestle with that, knowing that you're on to this next phase in life?
Yeah, I thought I was. I really, really thought I was. So I had a little bit of a scare earlier in the year. I had a tumor right on the back of my head, my spine, kind of where I got shot, and that kind of came out of nowhere. And I was like, oh man. So I got that removed, and I was like, all right, this is starting to wind down now. I knew it, and I thought I was getting disgruntled. My ODA time had ended. I was about to take that desk job, and I was like, man, relegated to the desk. And it almost hit me. And then by a series of fortunate events, it kind of bypassed me a little bit, and I ended up going and working with the dive locker a little bit, helping guys get ready for dive school. But I knew I was ready to be done. I was like, I'm ready to leave this behind. Like, I have other priorities, you know. And then I got on this fellowship. I'm in Wisconsin doing a work release fellowship while I retire with Mission.
I like how you say work release.
Yeah, we're like prison. I'm at Mission Specific Worldwide. It's a gun store in Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin, and in a indoor range training center. It's really cool. And I've been there since Thanksgiving, and I've been getting increasingly more down because of the tribe thing. I'm like, man, I miss the dudes. Do I miss the training? Yeah, like it can come and go. Like, I'll watch Halo videos or whatever videos I have, and I'm like, oh man. Sometimes combat videos, going through pictures and stuff, and I do miss that. But I just miss the team room banter, and I can't. I don't have it. I don't have the bros. I'm calling dudes more than I ever called dudes while I was there, because I always had it. I always had that mildly inappropriate joke to make me chuckle from my computer, and I don't have it. So for your question, I thought I was ready, and it's kind of hit me hard recently.
You actually already alluded to it, but you said getting out, it's kind of like getting out of prison. Kind of explain that. I mean, is it because we've become institutionalized?
Yeah, 100%. It's the Shawshank thing. I told the therapist right before I got out, and I was like, I'm really nervous because I don't really have a plan, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I know I have a lot of skills and abilities, and opportunities will be open for me, but I'm going to be standing at the gate of Shawshank with my suitcases when they slam it shut. Now it's hilarious because I've created a new analogy in my head. And it's like, you have become such an important role. And granted, I'm not a cog in the Army that makes anything run. Like, removing me does not cripple the Army in any way or any one person. But you become an important man, a man that knows how to get things done, a man that knows people. I know who to go to for what. I know what tactics and techniques work for what situations. And now I'm on the outside. It's like, all right, well, this is that. They give you a book that says how to speak civilian fluently when you get out of the regiment now, and it's hilarious because it's like, this means this. Don't say this. This is too aggressive, and you're like, oh man, really? So, yeah, it's like you probably couldn't get a library card if you tried. It's a completely different world, and I'm getting increasingly frustrated with people that are like, oh yeah, I know what you're coming from. I changed careers a while back. I was a plumber, and now I'm a carpenter. I'm like, no, player, like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the only thing I've ever known, completely ending, ever known. I don't know the first thing about the first thing of anything else other than this world.
My second question to you would be, though, who are you without that green beret?
Well, that's what I've boiled down. I'm a father and a husband. I'm a family man. Simple as that. Like, I don't want to be known as anything else. And if I could be remembered for anything, it would just be an awesome father. I would love for, when somebody says to my sons, you're just like your dad, I want that to be the greatest compliment ever. And I want to build them into the greatest generation of my legacy. So that's who I am. I can't tell you that, well, I'm going to be a carpenter or I'm going to be a businessman or whatever. I'm sure just like you, like, you're a podcast host, but a father is way more important.
Yeah, man. And this wasn't on the bingo card. So, starting a podcast. And I spent my entire, life. I just came out on the internet probably like a year ago. Not came out of the closet, just came out in true day. And it was weird, man. It was uncomfortable. But there's a lot of guys. We talk a lot about transition on the podcast. There's this idea Because you're not a Green Beret, you're not a Ranger, you're not the dude from Restrepo. Those are things that built you. But you can't spend your whole life looking. I tell people all the time, man, the rear view mirror is a lot smaller than the windshield for a big reason, right? I think sometimes too many people spend time staring over their shoulder instead of looking what's forward them. And I like that about you. We were talking about at dinner last night about, this next phase. And I think it's normal to be. I was nervous. I mean, dude, I transitioned out of my identity and it was really hard at first, and there's a lot of dudes that go through it. I always use the analogy, you're on the party bus, hanging out with your best friends, having the best time of your life, and the bus stops, you get out in a cornfield in the middle of nowhere, and the bus keeps going, and you're like, what do I do? But like everything, man, I mean, you're presented with a choice and a mindset, right? And I know, we're going to talk about your next phase of life now, but, for everybody out there listening to, you get a choice. You can sit there and man, I love to look at pictures. And in my career field, pictures weren't a big thing, so I don't have tons. But it's good to go down memory lane, and I had some great times. But there's other things out there to do, and time heals things too. I think I was telling you yesterday, man, I miss a lot of the monkeys. I don't miss the circus for certain things, right? And being in control of where you're going and when versus somebody telling you where you're going and when. It's much different. And your kids. I was telling you, this time mattered. I didn't know when my kids were younger, especially my oldest. I didn't know when she was younger that those younger years were so formative. And so I think a lot of guys, men, way more than women, we kind of check out of the younger years because we'll link back up when they're 12. You know what I mean? But it's those formative years super matter. My oldest didn't get the best version of me. And I have a much different relationship. My twins, I made the transition like you did when they were younger, and it's paid dividends. So good on you for realizing that. You cringe sometimes when people ask service members to stand up for events. I'm kind of the same. What's your thought process behind that?
Well, I think people put too much emphasis on it. Nick asked me some months ago what I say when people thank me for my service, and I said I don't have an answer. I just kind of look at them blankly. And, now I just say my pleasure. I don't like to stand because I don't want people to clap for me because I hate that feeling. I hate that feeling so much. The whole, they look at you and clap, and we'd love to thank us. It's just, I just.
What I always tell people, man, when they're like, thank you for your service. I always think, hey, thanks for paying taxes, man. We couldn't have done it without you. We're a team, because it's this awkward thing, man, especially for humble people, especially guys like you that have done a lot, but you didn't do it for accolades. It's like the Medal of Honor thing, man. None of those dudes did what they did to get a medal out of it. That's what was the job. And, I know you're a lot like me in the fact that, if we had a chance to do it all over again, we would. It was good times, man. They molded us. And, I just wanted to ask that. The us versus them mentality with civilians, I know you have been caught in that trap. How so? And how are you adjusting to that?
I'm working through it, man. I always like to think when I'm on a plane or whatever, you see cars driving by from a distance, you see them and you're like, I wonder, what worries they have. What concerns, what's stressing them out. I think about those things because everybody's got their own thing. There was a time, the us versus them mentality, man. I told a therapist some months ago, she was like, well, what triggers you when you see civilians? And I said, have you ever been to the zoo and you go to the penguin exhibit and they're not doing anything. They're all just standing there staring at you. And then as you walk by, they all just look at you. There's rows of them. I'm like, that's what civilians look like to me. I don't see a drive. I don't see a purpose, but they probably do. They're probably just weighed down by the same stuff I'm weighed down, just in a different capacity. And I used to see that because we never stop. I'm just like, I got to do this, this, and this. I'm here for this. I've got this much time to get a sandwich at this supermarket deli. Now I got to go here, and I got this guy asking if that comes with ham or not. And I'm like, brother, we've been here a long time. But he's probably got a lot of things on his mind. I just saw a recent video of people, and it said, what are people in the gym for? And it had, fake bubbles, this person just got broken up with, this person just lost a family member. You never know, So I've learned to take a step back and be like, everybody's dealing with their own stuff right now, and I should probably be cognizant of that.
How do you define success outside of the military? Have you started to think about that?
I have. I mean, obviously, what we talked about with family and stuff, but man, my goal in life is to live on my 30 acres. Obviously, have my tribe. I have a couple people that live in Wisconsin. I want to be able to take my family to them, have them meet a lot of my friends, but I want to wake up and do absolutely everything with my family as much as I can. I want to have animals, and if I had the means right now to wake up and feed the chickens and the goats. And I'm not talking about like a huge commercial farm, something small, like a greenhouse, and some bees, and just do that by myself and learn how to have a beehive with my kids and be like, hey, let's go get the honey and stuff like that. And that's what I was doing on the day today, like learning a new task, spending time, every minute of time with my kids while they're not wrestling. Like that is heaven for me. And I'm going to do everything in my means to make sure that happens so that they remember that. Like, yeah, I made honey with my dad. We did this, milk the cow. Like, I want that so bad.
That's awesome, dude. What would success look like for you in like 5 years? Just to is that kind of...
Pretty much that. Like, I hope that I'm able to live that life. I want to be able to, at some point, buy my wife out of being a lawyer. I would really love to do that. Like, I feel like that's the ultimate success for a man is when, unless she wants to, continue doing something else. I know she'd like to do something more passionate than being a lawyer. So if I could buy her out of that at some point, that would be the ultimate win for me as a husband. I'd be like, yeah, dude, I was able to buy my wife's, not happiness, but freedom to do what because, like I said, she's a super hippie. So like whether it's, making weird tea concoctions or playing with crystals in the moonlight, whatever it is she's doing, whatever the flavor of the hippie day is give her the freedom to do that. I'd love it.
I haven't met Julia, but we already like her. You're kind of going into this next phase of life, and you've been working on something called the operator mindset. What is it, and where did it come from?
Yeah, it actually spawned from a thing. A couple of kids, when my sons were wrestling kids, you can be a coach and be like a freelance coach, right? On these on the Facebook websites and stuff. And kids started requesting me. I wore a headband when I coached my sons, so I would be referred to as the headband coach. And I overheard something one time, and I heard it multiple times. Dads would refer to my sons. My sons were very good in Florida here, but a lot of fathers would refer to my sons as like, the kids would be like, well, why can't we do that? Or they're doing that. And just give you an example, they do little contests during practice, and it's like if the loser does 10 push-ups. So I tell my kids, like, you're going to let them get 10 push-ups upon you even if you win? I'm like, no. So they'll do it no matter what, right? Kids would question that stuff. And I heard dads starting to say, well, like, he's different. His dad's an operator, or he's different. Like, they would make excuses because, like, I was built, cut from a different cloth. And it started to really get to me. And I was like, no, absolutely not. I am the young E4 that got shot in the head and continued forward. I stumbled, I failed, I got hurt, and I continued to move forward, and I trusted the process. So I started operator mindset because people kept being like, well, he's an operator, you're different. Even my friends would be like, well, you're an operator, like you get, like other wrestling coaches. I'm like, no, brother, that's not the way it goes. You can be that too. It's a set of standards. It's orienting men back to the standards that were once for men, despite your title, right? So I started that, and it came with an online community called Operate Different. If you were ready to operate different, a lot of people like to dog on the term operator, like, oh, operator this, operator that. It's a term for the OSS in the 50s, spawned, and the Green Berets were actually the first ones to hold it. But you operate at a different level with the French resistance and the Belgian resistance and whatnot. You operate on a different plane, and men should do that. If anything, for their family, but for themselves. And that goes for everybody. That goes for a street cop. That goes for a CEO, C-suite businessman, right? You might be hyper successful in the outside world, but are you operating at the level you know you're capable of for your family and for everybody else, for yourself?
What is it that you're trying to give with this type of mindset?
Yeah, I'm trying to give calm in chaos, clarity of purpose, right? So you've got a lot of these programs that dudes will yell at you and they'll run their Bud style thing. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to enforce a way of leadership, leading your family, stewardship of men, sons, daughters. Is your daughter going to marry the kind of man that you are? Would she be proud of that? Would you be proud of that? With your sons, if you look in the mirror and you're not, like we talked about, if you're not happy with what you see, would you be happy with your son seeing the exact same thing? Because that's what's going to happen, right? He's going to follow your lead. He's not going to listen to your words and stuff like that. But I want to build self-trust, real self-trust, not hype. I'm not a hype man, I'm not going to be like, you're the greatest and this and that. So we started this program, and we're kicking it off with in May, we're doing a retreat, not a retreat, it's a leadership workshop, teamwork leadership. A lot of these programs, you have these different things that bring normal people in and they smoke them and they do these things. I'm not aiming to do that. I'm aiming to incorporate range training, survival training, different things like that. But I want to put them in leadership roles, much like Team Week. Much of what I failed, right? I failed Team Week the first time because I was immature. I didn't know where my purpose was in that team dynamic. And a team dynamic can be anything: family, community, your church, whatever, right? So I aim to just induce a little bit of stress, but put them in leadership and decision-making roles and be like, hey, are you thinking about second and third order effects on subordinates, on kids, on wives, on extended family members, things like that. That's what I'm aiming to do. So yeah, I'm kicking it off with a 4-day retreat. I'm coupling it with Business Sergeant, which is a really cool company that I've been working with a lot. They just run some business classes aimed at veterans, soft veterans, open to all veterans, but it's got a lot of soft veterans. And then they get them ready to go into the business world and kind of placement. They do placement stuff. So soft guys can go to them, take some classes on civilian business, and then go into the business world with a clear set of a clear understanding and set of guidelines to, all right, this is what I did in the military. This is how it translates to the civilian workforce in the business world. So it's a really cool thing, but we're holding it at Mission Specific Worldwide, which is the company that I'm working at in Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin, and it's a training area. We've got force on force wars happening. We've got tons of range training, auto fire, sniper fire. We're gonna do some survival, some animals, and some meat roast over an open flame. We're gonna do some good things. I'm gonna talk about leadership, like what it took to continue on. Real purpose,
real man stuff. That stuff that every man from every kind of walk of life, doesn't matter what you do, can benefit from. I love that, man. Who is your ideal client or customer?
I want I want the guys that feel like they're accomplished, but know that something's missing, right? You're going to the business meetings. You have the Mercedes with the G-Wagon or whatever. You probably got the big mansion on the water, but something's missing. You're not the man you want to be. Even though to the outside world, you're just coin in pocket, looking good, but there's something more. There's something more. I'm going to help you find what that is because I found it myself. And I was rebirthed to be like, all right, I know what I need to do. And I tell my sons this all the time, like, nothing is written in stone about you. You can be the man you want to be. You can write your own destiny. You know what I'm saying? So you can look in the mirror and say, I want to be a more honest man. I want to be a more forthcoming man. And you can be those things. It just takes a little transformative pillars to get good.
What might be one of the problems you're helping men interested in this type of training solve?
I want to help them solve the lack of efficiency in their life, and I want to help it through self-discipline. A lot of people have outside standards and outside sources of motivation and different reasons to do things, but the intrinsic value is gone, and that shows most notably with physical fitness and taking care of yourself, and we talk about it. You can't be addicted to something and then talk about the dangers of addiction. You cannot walk that line of do as I say, not as I do. So the lack of self-discipline, finding your efficiency within yourself. And that's what I really want to find, because everybody, the C-suite exec can go to work because he's making $750,000 a year. Good on you, dude. Like, I would do whatever for $750,000 a year, but can you do it if you were making nothing, And I think that's where operators really hit the nail on the head, because we do this stuff for pennies.
Yeah, and I think to your point, I think real men want to be tested, right? Like, I think, we got the opportunity to get tested in various capacities in our career fields, and some men haven't had that, and I think a lot of men are still craving that. Maybe that guy that wanted to join the military but didn't for whatever reason, right? And I think, whether it's a mental test, a physical test, shooting test, even just, some C-suite executives don't have to gut a deer, right? But it's still a very basic manly type survival skill.
Yeah, you learn a lot about yourself. And when we talk about fathers and taking the lead, can you imagine being in a police unit, or me being on a team and having the other side of the leader that won't do the stuff and won't participate, but you have to do it. Do as I say, not as I do. He would have no validity in a life-saving environment. He would have no validity. He'd be like, I'm not listening to this dude. I'm not following him into the fire. And that's why when that 06 said that, I'm like, sick. Like, he knows I'll do it. I'll do it no matter what.
Yeah. You mentioned bridging the gap requires finding secondary purpose when we were kind of prepping this. What does that mean? I mean, that finding that secondary purpose.
Well, nowadays, everything is what we talked about, finding your tribe, but everything is externally motivated, right? Everything is external motivation. So if you can find it in yourself to do this because you know it's what needs to be done, and it's for the smallest change, right? Not for $1 million, and not for the notoriety, and not for the absorbing this business or making this merger happen, but you can do it because it's what needs to be done, And it's as simple as in a team room, most dudes, there's a pecking order, but if the trash needs to be taken out, you take out the trash, Like if the toilet needs to be cleaned, you clean the toilet. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nothing is above you, nothing is below you. You just do what needs to be done because you know that it needs to be done.
Yeah. And I think, teamwork, regardless, is super important. It's something that you probably learned a lot. That's why they call it the teams.
Yeah.
And I think that's important in the workplace and teaching, leadership core values. That's why I really liked, talking, and I like this thing that you're building because I think it's applicable, right? Because whether you're leading a Fortune 500 company or you're running a shift at a fire department, like, we take some of the leadership stuff that we learned in the Army for granted.
Yeah.
It's so applicable to the civilian environment. It's the same principles, right? But just maybe a different outcome.
Yeah, and that's why veterans, soft veterans especially, do such a good job at these managerial roles of managing people, and they're getting hired like crazy, because if I can motivate you to do something when you're getting paid pennies on the dollar and you're hungry and you're cold and you're wet, you know how easy it is to motivate and to get dudes on task and on time when you're comfortable in an office. Like, come on, cake, easy day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why they're excelling at that, because it's like, hey man, I know how to pull the best out of people when times are really hard. And let me tell you, you got a bagel guy. Times are not hard.
Yeah, that's true. What's the difference between chasing validation and building meaning?
I think chasing validation is external and addictive, and meaning is internal and stabilizing to your life.
Yeah. You started to coach some pretty highly successful men. What have you seen that you think they struggle with the most?
I think they struggle with the most because they always have people around them and an audience. So it's internal motivation and discipline without your audience. Can you do it in the dark?
Yeah. And then what is it that you're really teaching them to do? Is it problem solving? Is it motivation, resilience, or is it all of that and all those things and how they commingle?
Yeah. Self-commitment, decision-making under stress, self-resilience, physical readiness mostly. I mean, it is the ability to make the decisions in real time and consider secondary and tertiary effects, second and third order effects on what is going on with your people and yourself, right? It's not at the expense of your people. It's not at the expense of yourself. No team in combat would operate like that, right? No team would. It's always what is for the betterment of the group, and you're going to look out for yourself. So I think the self-accountability and the physical readiness is big, and then just decision-making under stress.
What do you think would be some of your biggest things that you can teach on as far as leadership management, right? Like teaching folks that have, a large company or run a shift or, whatever, man. It could be the dude that owns a plumbing company or the guy that owns a Microsoft development company. Leadership is leadership, right? I don't think some people get caught up in the differences in the different career fields, but I mean, leadership is leadership. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be running up a hill to take an objective, or, you've got to motivate a sales team to do 10% better. Mm-hmm. What is it that you really think that you bring to the table to teach those kind of folks on this leadership scale?
Well, I think correlating it to some mild stressors, like I said, I'm not running a BUDS program. Mild stressors incorporated with the range, incorporated with moving them around to different leadership positions and understanding what they bring to the table and what other leaders bring to the table. You can always take something from a leader. Every leader I've ever had, good, bad, or indifferent, I can take something and learn something from them. And let me tell you, dude, nothing brings out a stressor like the range, like a firearm, right? So you start inducing those stressors, and now a dude that was super confident in the boardroom is now shaken. He's fumbling through his stuff. It will it reveals all fallacies, right? Right then and there. So the range, I like to put the range in. I like to do the different drills where I'm like, all right, hey, his gun's going down. You have to pick up the fire, right? We're covering for our dudes, right? Simple as that. Top cover. You know, whether it's malfunction drills, that's when they get, I like to induce malfunctions, and then they get all flustered, right? Granted, it's not a fastball question in a boardroom, but it'll show you something about yourself, how you react. Do you react the right way? Are you staying calm, right during that time? And then we do a force-on-force exercise with smoke, bangers, everything. And I like to be like, oh, are you freaking out right now? Because think about it. You're safe. Like, calm down, slow your breathing, listen to your heart rate, and make a decision and go with it. And that's the biggest killer right now is indecisiveness, right? Indecisiveness kills everybody, whether it's the smallest businessman to the largest. Not making a decision gets you killed quicker in combat than making the wrong decision.
I love that, man. And you're really focusing on mental intelligence, emotional intelligence, physical readiness, and all those things combined. That's pretty cool. You became a certified personal trainer later in your career. Why was that important to you?
I wanted to have a little more understanding of where people come from. And I love physical training. I'm working on my CSCS right now. But it was really important to me to go out there and get that certification and understand that they do a whole portion on how you talk to people to coach them the right way. Whether it's, suck your belly button to your spine when you're squatting, things like that. And I really wanted to learn that language and learn how to get through to people because I knew I speak military. And I was like, man, and they're focused on like you're training like grandma at the Planet Fitness. So it was really good, and it gave me a whole new set of verbiage to communicate goals and motivations to people, and I loved it. I had a blast out there, and it was I got to meet up with some of my tribe, and there were some dudes out there I got to meet. I made some really good contacts out there, but it was really important to me to get that underway, and self-care. A lot of personal training is self-care, so they have like the cold tubs, they have the whole setup, and I was like, man, this is amazing. Understanding what mobility, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Opened my eyes to mobility. I was like, oh, I'm messing this up.
Yeah, especially at our age. It's super important. Yeah. What's the connection you've seen between physical and mental health?
Man, they are so intertwined, it's not even funny. Like, my wife knows I'm having a bad day, and she's like, did you go to the gym? Go to the gym. She'll like take stuff out of my hand and be like, you need to get out of here and go squat now. And people will find dudes that don't work out regularly are going to find, yeah, they're going to be sore for a week and a half. You know that. Everybody knows that. But once you break through that, and if you have the fortitude just to break through 8 days. 8 days of working out, 8 days of jogging, zone 2 jog, easy. Break through that. And you're going to find that, especially if you do it early like you and I do, wicked early, my day, even though I'm tired, is so much more efficient.
Yeah, man, because you start the day with a win. No matter what happens, dude. Like, nobody can take that from you.
100%, dude. And I tell that to my kids, like, do a task that counts as a win. You know, just like Jordan Peterson says, make your bed. Do a task that starts with a win. If you get push-ups in, so they both get out of bed and they do push-ups. And at our seminars, you know, we get up and we do some light stretching, some light PT. I'm not out there with a hose or anything yelling at anybody. We just do some things like, all right, check it out. Like, when was the last time you did 50 push-ups? All right, let's do it. And then, like, you need to congratulate yourself because you just did 50 push-ups, and that, you know, next week it'll be 55, and we're going to keep doing this.
Yeah, love it. You mentioned, or you told me, that you were drinking heavily and you quit drinking. When was that, and what was that kind of mental shift?
I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, but I consider, and this is just a personal belief, I think that everybody has the intestinal fortitude to beat addiction. I really, really, really do. I think that if you want, people have done amazing things in this world over the course of human history. If you want it, if you really want to be sober, you can be sober. You know, now there are inhibitors, there are your peers, there are inhibitors for sure. I'm not doubting that. But if you want it, you will chain yourself to a closet and you will figure it out. So one day I just woke up and I was like, yeah, I'm just not gonna do this anymore. I don't feel like doing this anymore. And plus, it was making me feel bad. I knew it was messing me up. And the same thing in my kids. My kids, they have only seen me drink maybe 5 times. And it's usually like a social beer with the wrestling coaches. They have never seen me drink. And then when I just let it drop off, I was like, you know what? I don't need this. It's funny because I have this huge bar with all this booze from different countries, and none of it is opened. It just sits up there, and I offer it to guests, but it wasn't hard for me because I made that choice. Now I drew the line in the sand. I'm like, I'm going to do this, and nobody's going to stop me.
Yeah, and it's really big in military culture too. So but I find the people that would give you a hard time or me a hard time when I stopped drinking as much as well is the people that wish they had the intestinal fortitude to quit.
100%.
Because drinking is not healthy for you.
No.
It's literally your body treats it as poison. The moment you start drinking, your body kind of shuts down to try to get rid of the formaldehyde or whatever it is that your liver's turning anything into.
I saw that study.
Yeah, it was just like I think I saw it on Whoop though. I got my Whoop and there was they did a study on drinking on how bad my recovery is just horrible. And I've had some medical issues in the past too. So yeah, I definitely don't drink near as much as I used to. And I don't give people that drink a hard time, but
No.
It's becoming more and more popular because I think people are starting to realize how bad it is.
Yeah. I was like, this is not doing me any favors.
How has sobriety, kind of changed you or, change your environment, I guess, if you will?
I don't really think about it. I was always a party goer kind of guy. So I drank heavily when I was doing stuff with the boys. And then when I decided to stop, it was like, oh, and I felt that I became way more efficient because I was like, well, I have no reason to sleep in. I have no reason, I don't have a hangover. I'm working out. And honestly, it's like a snowball effect. I'm like, well, I might as well eat healthy. I might as well keep doing, and it just kept going and going and going. And I think it's the ultimate pillar of self-care. Once you hit that, it's all downhill from there. Then you got easy street.
What other lifestyle changes have you made, you think?
Dude, I don't eat any processed grains at all. My wife makes our sourdough with like a 200-year-old starter, and then she only buys non-folic acid flour from Italy. We buy a cow every year, no antibiotic, no growth hormone cow. And we pretty much just eat beef or ruminant meat, elk or venison or what have you. We do our farm fresh eggs. That's why we're trying to get chickens so soon. Oh. But my wife was, when my kids were small, I was like, you're going to build me warriors. And she would give them egg yolk from a sunny side up egg. And she would grate liver into it when my kids were just learning to eat. And I was like, yes, animals, So we do that, but everything from all of our medicines, it was awesome. All of our medicines, we've gone pretty much full organic. We try to do the clean water, the reverse osmosis. I really try to keep myself in good shape. I need to be there for them. I'm older, they're younger, and I want to be as prime as I can. And they will never beat me until they can beat me in anything.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Even when I'm playing checkers with my kids, dude,
yep.
I whoop them, dude.
Yeah.
You want a free handout? Wrong house, bro.
Yeah, they need to learn.
And they started beating me. And I remember the first time they beat me, I was like, oh, dude, they just beat me. And they're like, oh, you let me win. I'm like, I didn't let you win. And then we played again. Then, I'd beat them. And then we'd play a third game. And they would beat me. And I'm like, dang, these suckers are getting good. Because, hey, second place is the first loser, dude.
Yeah, 100%.
You're in super good shape for 40. What do you attribute that to? I mean, obviously, we know it's your mindset, what you're putting in your body. How many days a week are you training?
Usually 6. I like to do at least 5, 6 if I can get it. I alternate, man. It depends on my timeline, but I love to get a zone 2 cardio session in the morning. And I usually do that with my kids because it's a pace that they can run also, my boys, which now they're starting to really get fast, man, run like a deer. And I'm like, man, it's not going to be long before they're beating me, but I'll do that. And that's just to keep my blood sugar level stable, right? I do a form of intermittent fasting, and I rotate on, I like to do a fast where I do a 24-hour fast once a week, a 36 to 48 once a month. And then I try to do a 4 to 7 day once a year where I'm just, and I'm suffering through it. And I'm like, all right, just to keep that resilience up, I want to keep a little bit of discomfort in my life to remind me, hey, I still got it. I told my sons the other day, I drop them off at wrestling practice and I go to the gym for a second sesh. And when I come back, I think it was 30 below zero. And I walked back in shorts and a t-shirt. And I don't know, I was irritated about something. And my son was like, why do you do that? Well, when you go to the gym, you're in sweats and a jacket. Why do you? And I said, because I'm so on top of the world after I work out that I make that walk to the car, then I make the walk over to the wrestling area, and I do it just to know that I still can, just to know that I can still gut through this discomfort and it won't break me. I'm not gonna, people are always like, you gotta be cold. Of course I'm cold. It's 30 below zero, but I want to know that I can still do it. And it reminds me, you like this, a small anecdote. I met this guy, and he was like, hey, you know, there was this dude in C-37 years ago when they were in like Panama. I heard he went to the unit, and they're like, he lived in Panama, jungle heaven. And from Sunday night to Friday night, he slept across the street in the woods in a shelter half because he wanted to stay hard. And I was like, that's not a real story. I met that dude at a reunion some years later. Old dude, he's like by the punch bowl. And they're like, that's him. I was like, I gotta go ask him. He'd been in the unit for like an additional 20 years. He retired. I'm like, I gotta ask you, man, did you really sleep in the old shelter half across? And he was like, yeah, gotta stay hard. And dude was like 60. And I was like, man, that's
some David Goggins shit, bro.
Yeah, he's like, you gotta stay hard. But I was like, that's crazy. No, I wouldn't go that far, but I always want to be like, hey, I can still do something that is hard.
Yeah, man, I think it's super important. What's your, you know, we've talked a lot about all the hard things you've done. What's recovery look like for you? Because I think it's an important part of the equation, especially as we get older.
Yeah, I mean, physical recovery, I love the cold tub. I love the hot tub. We have an infrared sauna. I'm looking at getting not a tanning bed, but anything that provides UV.
Like red light?
Yeah, anything that provides light, because up north in the wintertime, you just get this overcast forever. And I started being real down on myself and being like sleepy. I looked it up. The actual disorder is called SAD. It's from lack of sunlight. So moving from Florida to Wisconsin, I was like, man, I'm really lethargic. Like, that's the sunlight.
Yeah,
so
Washington's the same way, man. They have like, it's depression.
Yeah.
And,
I
vitamin
didn't
D
think
is
it
a
was real.
big thing.
Yeah, I didn't think it was real. And I was like, yep, it's a real thing. But, you know, mental and psychological recovery, brother, like I go fishing with the boys. My boys love fishing, and I can sit out there all day and just listen to them. And, you know, they fish for 7 minutes, and then they throw rocks, and then they fish for 15, and then they poke frogs. But it is the best time that I have is going out there and doing that with them, just fishing with the boys.
Love that, man. As we, you know, come to the home stretch, just have a couple, you know, just deep thought questions. You know, if you could go back and talk to your 18-year-old self, what would you say?
You know, I've thought about this a lot. And I would tell him, keep going. I, for the love of God, don't stop. Like, you're going to be where you want to be. You just got to give it time, dude. Just give it time. You know, because there was so many times where the end of the world was near for me, and I was like, I just one foot in front of the other, brother. I promise you'll be there. You know.
Yeah. Any regrets that you have from your career, or anything you wish you'd have done differently?
No, not really. I'm pretty satisfied with my career. There was a lot. I have a lot of, I wouldn't say survivor's guilt. That's what they label it as. But there's a lot of guilt that runs through me from time to time, and I try to put it out of my mind. And it's because, you know, I came so close to death, and some people, you know, did die. And you always wonder, like, well, was that supposed to be me? You know, how the butterfly effect, how would the world have changed? So I think about that often, but I don't have any major regrets. I'm very happy with what I've done, even though in my mind sometimes it wasn't enough. People will tell you it is, they don't know. But I stand on the shoulders of giants, just hoping to be the best man I can be.
Love that, bro. If you had to pick one moment that defined you and who you became, what would it be?
The realization, you know, people will expect me to say the headshot, and that's true. And whether or not, I think it's a combination of you becoming a leader in the Army and in combat, and then you becoming a father. When you realize that somebody is 100% dependent on the person you are and what you do, it's life-changing, dude. Being a father is the most amazing thing in the world. So once you realize that their entire livelihood is resting on your shoulders, you carry yourself differently. Everything you do.
What's one lesson from Restrepo you'd like to leave with the audience?
Yeah, I've thought about this a lot, and I think when I think about my homies, it's that real brotherhood isn't built in comfort. It's built in shared accountability. Shared accountability for what has to be done. And that's what I owe to those guys.
If you could talk to the boys from Restrepo right now, what would you tell them?
Man, I would thank them. I would thank the boys, all of them, for what they've done for me. I don't think they'll ever understand how far they pushed me to be. You know, I was by no means the greatest dude in the platoon, and a lot of them will probably say the same thing, but they pushed me to be better every day. At one point or another, I wanted to be like every single one of them in some form or fashion, and I walked forward every day hoping that they were proud of what I was continuing to do, because they mean the world to me. They literally cultivated the man I am out of clay. You know, I was immature and dumb and just really green behind the ears, and everything I am, I owe to them, especially my leaders.
Love that, bro. If you could have dinner with one person, living or dead, man, who would it be?
I think probably Teddy Roosevelt. I read a lot of his readings. It's either Teddy Roosevelt or Marcus Aurelius, because I have his readings by my bedside, and they were two studious dudes that believed in the accountability and the purpose of a man, and how important the search for purpose was. Not just finding it, but following the path. Because you know what? It might take longer for some than others, but I think there's value in that journey.
Love that, bro. Any closing remarks you'd like to tell your wife publicly?
You know, we're here. Maybe we did it, and I wouldn't do it with anybody else.
Love that, dude. Your kids, man, they're young now, but you know, this podcast will live long beyond today. What do you want to tell your boys and your daughter?
You know, I tell my boys to keep going. Enjoy the journey, and they know this. Effort. Always give your best effort. The outcome is a distraction to the process. Okay, it's just there to distract you from the next step in your journey. And to my daughter, you know, never settle for less. You know, you're worth the world. You deserve everything, so never settle for what you don't deserve.
Looking back at everything, man, Restrepo, Special Forces, all of it, was it worth it?
100%. It's 100%. It's been my whole life. You know, I don't know anything else, and I wouldn't change 1 minute of my career. Not 1 minute. The ups and the downs, I wouldn't be sitting in this chair. I wouldn't be with my wife. I wouldn't have my 3 kids. Everything has led me to this moment, and it was for a reason. So I wouldn't change one second.
Hey, man, what an honor to sit across from you, man, to share your story. You know, we weren't the first podcast you did, but we dove deep today, dude. This was a long podcast, man, and time stood still today for me, which doesn't always happen. You know, we got to do some podcast prep. I didn't get to spend tons of time with you. You were super busy. I've been super busy. But man, what a journey to listen to. Look, man, not just Restrepo, your whole story, what you did, what you overcame, to listen to you talk about your teammates, the leadership, and for you to just be really humble, but also be vulnerable. It takes balls to get on a YouTube channel and tell the whole world, you know, your story, dude. And that's not lost on me. And I know it's not lost on our viewers. I think we really pride ourselves on authentic content, dude. And, you know, having guys like you just keeps that forward. You're an inspiration. And, you know, your story, not just your military story, but also, you know, what you're trying to accomplish as a dad. And, you know, even your marriage, man, can be an example. So kudos to you, man. I look forward to hearing your success, dude. I know this next chapter, you know, might be a little ominous, but as somebody from the outside of your life, I'm super excited for you, dude, because I think you're, you know, there's some stuff coming on your bingo card that you probably didn't plan for that's going to be super cool, dude. And I'm, you know, it was super cool to spend time with you.
It was my pleasure, brother. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, to all the listeners out there, man, we wouldn't have a podcast without you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sticking through this whole thing. This was a very unique opportunity. Kyle's story hasn't been told to too many people, and there's you know, there's not a lot of people from Restrepo that are talking, but I think it was super important to document that piece of history and what those guys did, the 173rd and everything they accomplished during that deployment, and then just you know, Kyle's grit and determination. Hopefully you guys got something out of this. The Patreon's up and running. If you guys are looking for a way to support our channel, we would love it. There's some behind the scenes content that are there from some of this podcast It's just a cool way to support us and our work and what we're doing. It takes money to keep this thing going. And believe it or not, we don't make much off this podcast. If you're listening on iTunes or Spotify, you could follow us. That helps us. Leave a comment. I read them all. If you're on this on YouTube, we read all the comments on the main podcast. And I typically respond to most of them. The shorts are really hard to keep up with. But thanks for tuning in, and thanks for all the support, guys. Be safe out there. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.